Chapter 1. 7 days ago, a long-lost storm passed South Blue in an inappropriate season. Even outside of the Grand Line, the weather on the sea is always complex, changeable, and unpredictable. For those who are leisurely, admiring the magnificence of the sea is a pleasure, but for those who make a living on the sea, it is always awe-inspiring and even terrifying. And after the storm, the sea immediately showed its extremely quiet side. The azure blue sea and the clear sky are joined together, and a single-masted fishing boat is slowly drifting in the mirror of the sky like scenery. But the damaged sails and ruined hull show that the beauty of artistic conception and the cruelty of reality are not contradictory. Obviously, it was destroyed by that storm before. Although the storm did not directly overturn the fishing boat, when all the materials on the boat rushed into the sea and the boat was blown off the main channel, the ending seemed to be doomed. On the sea, loneliness means death. The fishermen on the boat are two brothers, and the younger brother among them has fainted. Sunken eye sockets, chapped lips, and breath-like breathing, all these indicate that he has reached the limit. The big brother's situation is only slightly better than the younger brother. He barely maintained the last trace of his mind, leaning against the ship, and one hand dropped across the low ship's side to the sea. Just when he was about to lose consciousness completely, he suddenly felt something touching the back of his hand, and again with the waves rippling on the bottom of the boat. The big brother barely opened his eyes, and then he saw a round fruit with strange patterns floating on the surface of the water, gently tapping the back of his hand. It's food. In the infinite despair, there seems to be a glimmer of light to survive. However, food only has this point. The big brother fished the fruit up. He looked at the younger brother who had fainted, and there was a trace of struggle under his eyes, but in the end he moved a little bit to the younger brother's side and barely moved. The fruit broke apart and stuffed a little bit into the younger brother's mouth. After supplementing with moisture, the younger brother's breathing seems to be a little smoother. Then he put the remaining fruit next to the younger brother's hand, rested for a while, and recovered a little bit of strength, only to see his body turned forward and directly over the low ship's side. Plunged into the deep blue sea, which was deep enough to swallow everything. The so-called cruelty and tenderness of the world is probably such a contrast. While this conflict-filled emotional lingering rhyme was still radiating, I saw the younger brother who was in a coma. His face suddenly turned into sauce purple, and then he began to scratch the inner wall of the cabin with his fingernails unconsciously. How do you say? It's like this person ate something that shouldn't be eaten. Chapter 2. South of Calm Belt and east of Reverse Mountain, this vast water area is called South Blue in this world. In an unknown corner of South Blue, there is a small island called Tyrol. The island belongs to a country called the Kingdom of Hildegard, but to the locals, its borders and belonging have no practical significance. It is just an isolated island in the open sea. The products here are barren and life is poor. There is a town on the island with the same name as the island, and there are about 2,000 people living here. Mo Fei is one of them. He is just a somewhat special person, and the speciality of his identity is actually very easy to describe. He is an earth person who almost drowned in One Piece world. When he woke up in a calm boat and looked at the boundless sea, the mood change brought about by the dislocation of heaven and earth turning upside down in terms of geographic location and identity was simply complicated. To the point of indescribable. Shipwreck is a bit unimaginable, and even more unimaginable, it is actually a shipwreck in this world within the realm. Fortunately, relying on the memory of the original owner, a little insignificant food, and the direction of the starry sky, he returned to this small island from the sea with difficulty, which was already half a month ago. Something happened. Inheriting the identity and memory of Mo Fei, this small island became his temporary shelter. Mo Fei is a young fisherman who originally had a big brother, but the latter unfortunately died in a shipwreck that happened not long ago. The simple family relationship allows him to pay a little attention, and no one will realize that he has actually changed a person. The time of half a month is enough for Mo Fei to figure out his situation and sort out his messy mood, and now he has to determine another thing. After many days, Mo Fei finally walked out of his simple wooden house. Mo Fei stopped briefly after leaving the house and looked down at the whole town. The town was built on the hillside. From where he stood, he could see the sea in the distance, the small port on the coast, the old and barren town, and the bad roads in the town. The air is filled with a faint smell of fishy and decay. This bad luck place is not inhabited by humans. Mo Fei instantly issued such a purely subjective judgment in his heart, because all he looked at was impoverishment that was identifiable by naked eye. After listening for a while, Mo Fei continued in his footsteps. His destination was the most luxury house in the middle of the town, which was the home of the mayor or mayor. When he got there, there was already a girl who looked 15 or 16 years old with a little freckles on her face was waiting at the door of the courtyard of the big house. The girl's name is Amy Shat, and she is the maid of the village chief's house, and he is also the playmate of Mo Fei when she was a child. This is like a place where people live, but the people living in it are not necessarily people anymore. Mo Fei thought silently again. This idea is not purely malicious speculation, because in a place where everyone is poor, there is one exception that looks very rich, which makes him think that this kind of richness must be problematic. Mo Fei brother, are you better? Amy Sha said first, her eyes full of sympathy when she looked at Mo Fei. This reminds Mo Fei of the scene where she cried when she returned to the island that day and brought back the news of the big brother's death. Even now, she still looks like she would cry at any time. Moreover, Mo Fei's closed doors these days should be caused by excessive sadness in the eyes of normal people. It's much better. Mo Fei is naturally grateful for the fact that he survived and for the people who saved him, but such emotions do not have to be announced all the time. Mo Fei brother, all the things you asked me to help prepare are here. After a while, Amy Sha remembered the business, and then she pointed to the one placed at her feet. Big stack of newspapers said so. Thank you so much, Amy Sha, I will borrow these things for a while, and I will return them soon. Mo Fei expressed his gratitude to Amy Sha, and then easily took the pile of things the newspaper was moved. Although Mo Fei has some knowledge about this world, these knowledge are all obtained from the God's perspective. He feels that the story he has read in his last life is definitely not the same as the reality he is currently in. The so-called dramatic advantage is not enough to believe. In fact, he only knows a general idea about this real world. So Mo Fei wants to learn some outside things through the newspaper. On such a small island, it may not be difficult to find 2 newspapers, but if you want to find a complete set of newspapers that have been connected together in the past few months, it is probably only in the mayor's house. Only found it. Mo Fei then returned home with the newspaper, and after sitting on a simple chair, he immediately read it from front to back in order: World Economic News, which should be in this the world's most important, informed, and widely distributed newspaper. Thank God, as a fisherman on a small island, Mo Fei is actually literate. Because he only looked at the key information, he flipped through the newspaper very quickly, so he soon saw the first very important news. The title was Heroes Retire, and the general content was Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp, who has the title of hero, is about to leave the first-line war section team because of his age, and then he will retain his rank and transfer to the Seaman Training Headquarters. Related instructions. Garp, this is a familiar character, and his photo was published in this newspaper. It's very important, but it's not what he should care about now. Mo Fei shook the head, and then moved forward. After a while, the headline of another major news came into view again. Marine Fleet Admiral decided to resign. From this news forward, the cover news in the newspaper almost every day, the headlines of the title are full of exclamation points, which are a series of reports about the entire process of development, Whitebeard and Blackbeard's entanglement, and the trend of Marine headquarters. Well, it's December 1520 in the Haiwan calendar, and the war on the top was 4 months ago. This is a major event once in a few decades, but Mo Fei did not borrow these newspapers to pay attention to the fiercest conflict ever between Marine headquarters and New World Great Pirate. After hurriedly scanning the reports about war on the top, he continued to flip forward and finally found what he really wanted to watch. Captain Fekong Pirates, Admiral of the Shiki pirate fleet, known as Fishin Pirate Shiki, was arrested again. Most of the content is irrelevant. Could it be the result of the incident? According to this news report, the great pirate Shiki, who was about to make trouble in East Blue, was finally arrested by the three Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, Yamakachi, and Strawberry, and was once again imprisoned in the big prison Impel Down. There must be a false element in this news, because it is not Marine that solves the great pirate, that is, it is true or false that Shiki was locked into Impel Down again. If the final result is correct, then there is a contradiction. A few months ago, when Impel Down was captured by the Blackbeard group, one of the current Yonko, there was no Shiki in prison. So, not Impel Down at all? Or is it secret execution? In the same prison, the great pirate admiral, who is as famous as the Pirate King, plus Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division captain, and other wicked pirates, are also being held in the same prison. At the same time, they have to face the possibility of coming the attacked Whitebeard pirates. The pressure really exceeded the limit. Marine naturally has no right to execute criminals at will, but world government can. The Impel Down prison is not a Marine military facility, and the management power belongs to the judicial administration. That is to say, Impel Down is not a subordinate organization of Marine headquarters, but a subordinate organization of the world government. Mo Fei feels that Shiki is probably dead. The reason why he pays attention to this matter is because Mo Fei wants to find out if the devil fruit he ate was the fruit. He naturally knew what he ate during the shipwreck stuff. Next, I saw Mo Fei suddenly let go of his hands. But the strange thing was that the newspaper that recorded Shiki's arrest still floated in midair, and then moved with Mo Fei's fingers. With a flick of nothing, the newspaper automatically turned a page. Fuwa no Mi. As the name suggests, it is a fruit that can float everything except living things. Shiki is very likely to die, coupled with his demonstrated ability, so Mo Fei has reason to believe that the fruit he ate will be Fuwa no Mi. After confirming Shiki's matter, Mo Fei recorded some important information he saw in the newspaper in a notebook. After finishing the record and sorting out, he decided to take the borrowed things to return. At this time, the time is approaching evening. When Mo Fei came to the mayor's house again, he heard a sound of reprimand from a distance. As a servant, you dare to steal the master's things, how dare you? Do you understand the rules? Then there was a clear sound. Mo Fei frowned, and walked over there quickly. After turning a corner, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s scolding Amy Sha in the courtyard outside the big house. Amy Sha lowered her head, but the red palm prints on her cheek couldn't be concealed. Mo Fei looked at the newspaper in his hand, and after a little thought, he understood what was going on. For the master, these newspapers are just useless waste. The master's waste can be littered, but the servant can't move it. If you move it, you are stealing. Does this little thing need to be irritated? But the reality is like this. The smaller the place, the more a nobody that emerges from ordinary people, the more domineering than the real great character, because there is only by arrogant can they express their greatness and nobility. Mo Fei pushed the door directly into the yard. He was the cause of the incident, so naturally he would not just watch the little maid continue to be beaten like this. The mayor quickly noticed the person who broke into his home. The direct intrusion of the poor like Mo Fei obviously aggravated the other's anger again. What is going on today? Why is the town here? The poor ghost dare to go directly to his house? The mayor flicked his arm and strode towards Mo Fei, and he seemed to want to give him a slap first. What are you? How dare you? However, they didn't wait for the mayor to get to the place or Mo Fei to speak. Their behavior was interrupted together. Now. Suddenly, something heavy dashed through the air with a strange and familiar screaming sound, and then there was a burst of fire from somewhere in the town. followed by vibrations and loud noises. Shelling. The riots and people's noise came from the small port below the mountain. Pirate! Pirate has landed! Pirate! Mo Fei first looked at the port. After thinking about what had happened, he immediately turned his face back, admiring the lose one's head out of fear on the face of the mayor in front of him. The expression on Mr. Mayor's face is in sharp contrast with the domineering just now. Mo Fei feels that this contrast is far more exciting than Pirate's attack. It's really boring and evil. But what I have to admit is that a person's little arrogance seems to be easily broken. For example, a cannonball. Chapter 3. South Blue is the hometown of Marine Fleet Admiral, but this does not prevent it from being also a paradise for pirates. Looking down from the undefended town, you can see a pirate ship parked outside the port. The ship itself is just a two-masted medium-sized ship, but it is blocked outside the small port. It looks like a huge monster. The tall mast is hung with dirty grey sails, and on the top is a skull and crossbones flag. It is this flag that shows the nature of this ship. Pirate ship slowly turned sideways, and the muzzle of a row of black holes on the side deck just pointed to the town. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of fire flashing over there, and with the sharp whistling sound, several shells once again rushed towards the town with no resistance. The cannonball hit somewhere in the town, and the flames burned. The residents of the small town who realized what was happening immediately rioted completely. Although this is the first time Mo Fei has experienced such a thing, he also knows that it is not suitable to observe Pirate at this time, nor does he need to care about the mayor. Run towards the mountainside, Amy Shat. Mo Fei grabbed the little maid Amy Shat directly, and then started to run. He didn't want to get involved in the riots caused by Pirate in such a direct way. At this time, the correct choice should be to avoid, although he now has a devil fruit that can be described as powerful, how to deal with it is directly applied to combat against people, and he obviously has no experience. Mo Fei brother. Amy Shat, who was dragged by Mo Fei and ran away, was a little confused. The purpose of Pirate's landing is to rob. Which place in this town looks the most valuable for robbery? This is an obvious at a glance thing. Mo Fei said. From start to finish his voice is very calm. Pirate, who has gone ashore, will go straight to the town to look at the most luxurious house with a little brain, so two people can't stay here. Pirates' shelling caused fires in several places in the town. Most of the buildings here are wooden houses, which are easy to burn. Amidst the narrow streets, beating flames, and panicked crowds, Mo Fei pulled Amy Sha through. Hide it! Hide it! Hide what? Run! Run to the mountainside! My house, my money! Money is important or life is important, fool! Of course it is money, fool! Noisy and messy voices in Mo Fei's ears, I don't know why. He felt that some people seemed nervous and scared, but some people seemed a little cheerful when faced with Pirate's attack. But he didn't have time to experience the various emotions diffused in the town, because the next moment, the exclamation from the crowd awakened him completely. Boarding! Mo Fei turned his head subconsciously towards the harbor, and then he saw a black iron ball facing each other after crossing a parabola. It smashed over here. The shell was facing him, as if it was deliberately aimed. A cannonball flying at subsonic speeds seems to be slow, because its flight trajectory will be exposed to people's field of vision for a relatively long time, so no one will think that this speed is incredible. Yes, it even gives the illusion that extend the hand can catch it. Undoubtedly, humans are definitely not as fast as cannonballs, so when the solid cannonball is constantly zooming in Mo Fei's eyes, it is too late to run. Unless, no, you can't do that. During this kind of crisis, Mo Fei's thoughts were rekindled. He felt that his various hormone levels soared in an instant. His blood pressure, the surrounding voices and even the heartbeat and breathing sound suddenly disappeared at this brief moment. He felt that his body was a rusty machine that had been left for many years and lacked parts. Then suddenly the machine was replaced with new gears, lubricated and cleaned. The rust was cleaned up, so he naturally and even subconsciously started to operate in an unprecedented and efficient way. So just before the cannonball smashed his skull, the ghost was insane. He went to the cannonball to extend the hand, and then, the moment his hand touched the iron ball, Devil Fruit's ability launched immediately. First the tip of the index finger, then the other fingers and the palm. Mo Fei can clearly feel the process of this contact, and then he flipped his wrist and grabbed the palm of his hand, unexpectedly connecting the shell in the hands. I can only say, this thing is really hot. The surrounding riots disappeared at this moment. There must be more than one person seeing this unimaginable scene. Fortunately, because the sky has darkened, you may not be able to see Mo Fei's face. Scared me. Mo Fei threw the cannonball to the ground, and then let out a breath. So who on earth was the one who was surprised? Mo Fei is also aware of the reactions of the people around him, but this kind of surprise is theoretically better than he directly takes off in place, right? If he explained to everyone at this time that people have different physiques, I can catch a 12-pound shell with one hand when I was extremely angry, would they believe it? Don't worry about it, it's a dud. Run, there will be no such luck in the next round. Mo Fei just with a shout like this, she pinched Amy Sha under her arm and left here at a strangely high speed like flying. Oh, it turned out to be a dud. Some people with limited brain capacity suddenly said like Satori. They lived for most of their lives, and for the first time they heard that they were out of their mouths. The solid shells also have the term duds. Amy Sha was even more dazed. When she was almost killed by a shell, she closed her eyes subconsciously, and when she opened her eyes, she found that instead of being killed, she was about to come. We are at the top of the mountainside. Mo Fei hid the little maid high on the top of the mountain, and said, "This is a safe area, Amy Sha, we stay here." Pirate who came ashore must not can climb mountains, and the location chosen by Mo Fei is also difficult for ordinary people to climb. Amy Sha is ignorant and nodded. In short, she is quite safe now. At this moment, Mo Fei has understood that, in the raging world of pirate, it does not seem to be a strange thing to encounter pirates ashore robbery. After staying on the mountain for a while, Mo Fei suddenly said, "Amy Sha, I will go down to see the situation and I will be back soon." He seemed to be inwardly he made a certain decision, so he didn't wait for the other party's response. His silhouette rushed directly into the forest below. After leaving the top of the mountain, Mo Fei did not directly rush back to the town, but stopped at a slightly higher position, watching the robbery, arson, and even killing actions taking place below. People often say that it is better to die heroically than to live a life. The first half of the sentence is open to question, but the second half of the sentence should be fine. Normal people don't want to live an ordinary and humble life. The chaos in the town intensified. After watching here for a while, Mo Fei suddenly remembered a very simple and reasonable sentence. Whether it is mountain bandit or pirate, it is definitely wrong to be a thief, so, be a big thief. In the darkness, Mo Fei muttered to himself like this. Pirate, this thing looks very scary, but they can't scare the confident people. Mo Fei left where he was standing and went straight to the pirate ship in the port. Mo Fei's devil fruit research notes. Although the full power of a devil fruit requires a process of continuous development and hard work, after eating this indescribable fruit, I knew its most basic effect in an instant. Like the innate reflex of a baby, humans know how to suck at birth. In other words, when I took a bite of something like shit, I also understood another thing. I can fly. And you need to restrain the urge to take off all the time. Chapter 4. The burning flame suddenly exploded, and the scattered fire star burst into the night, and soon disappeared into invisible. Pirates ashore raiding activity. It shouldn't be for too long, because if their ship is blocked in the harbor by the battleship, the pirates are likely to be hanged. The ending is over, so robbery is actually an efficient technical job. With the help of Devil Fruit's floating ability, Mo Fei flew by in midair and quickly approached pirate ship's location. The night and darkness are a good hiding, and his actions will not be discovered by anyone. After getting this fruit, Mo Fei immediately understood a certain situation of her own because this is a powerful fruit. The power of the fruit is a kind that cannot be easily exposed. At least until he has the basic self-protection ability, it cannot be exposed. On the one hand, the situation on the ocean after the top war, heaven and earth turning upside down. Intuitively speaking, there was suddenly a group of people who started hunting ability users. They had a way to directly ability users' ability to grab fruits. Once the Fuwa no Mi matter is spread, then Mo Fei will definitely become its target. On the other hand, Fuwa no Mi has incomparable maneuverability. Both pirate and marine need this ability. This thing can even realize the overall cross-regional relocation of a marine base. On the other hand, it is because the previous holder's name is too full. Regardless of any force or person on the sea, I probably don't want to see another flying pirate appear again. Mo Fei Impossible does not understand the principle of be worldly wise and play safe, but at the same time he is also very restless in his heart, which is a kind of contradiction. Most of the pirate on the pirate ship has already washed ashore. At this time, only a few bad luck eggs remained on the ship. When such an ordinary town without any military force was captured, the ship just leave the symbolic guardian power. Anyway, the town doesn't have any counter-offensive ability. There is nothing wrong with this idea, but there are always accidents in the world. Mo Fei hiding in the sky observed for a while. He found that there were only about a dozen pirates left on the boat, most of them concentrated on the front deck. The pirates on the ship seemed very relaxed and unprepared. They laughed loudly and commented on the raid on the shore. Seeing them like this, Mo Fei went around directly behind the pirate ship, and then quietly landed on the boat. While avoiding the ears of pirate, he began to visit this pirate ship. Under normal circumstances, it stands to reason that he should not be so bold and wanton, because he doesn't know how to fight, but he can fly. Fly when you want to fly how you want to fly, hover when you want to hover. You can only say that the survival ability that Fuwa no Mi brings to the owner is really extraordinary. After turning around quietly, Mo Fei's impression of pirate's life is only dirty, messy, run down. There may be about 100 pirate crowded on such a narrow boat. What are the requirements for their living environment? It's not a pig pen, it's better than a pig pen. The only clean place on the ship should be the captain's room, and it is at the extremes of the rest of the ship. The messy cabin is like a slum, and this place is like a nouveau riche. There are a lot of gold and silver decorations hanging in the captain's room, and most of them have no taste. After Mo Fei came here, he first searched for gold coin, gold nuggets, and other valuable things. Obviously this is also the treasure room of pirate ship. Pirates' looting activities lasted 3 or 4 hours, and this period of time was enough for Mo Fei to take a look at this sailboat carefully. After that, the pirates returned to the ship one after another, and then they returned fully loaded and started to set sail. The sails and ropes of a sailing ship are more complicated, so it took some time to set sail. Don't look at the dirty pirates, but they are good at sailing and sailing. Pirates are walking with heavy ropes on high bars. There is a kind of lifting the heavy as though it was light, the feeling of being flat. After all, there may be pirate who is not good at fighting in the world, but there is certainly no pirate who is not good at running away. On the brightly lit ship, some people yelled, laughed, and reprimanded, appearing wanton in publicity. It was a kind of victorious home atmosphere. It seems that the robbery of such small towns will also make they have something called sense of accomplishment. By the time this pirate ship sails to the open sea, the sky is already bright. The results of this operation are so-so. The town is very poor, only the mayor's house is considered a bit oily. Remember to choose a good target the next time you act. Pirate the ship's captain has been directing the looting and sailing, until the ship sailed to the open sea. he foul-mouthed and walked to the captain's room. This is also impossible. Captain, prosperous cities often have their own defensive forces, and even marine bases exist. It is difficult for us to do it. This kind of town is the most suitable target. Although we have less harvest, there is no risk to win. The person who answered was pirate ship's first officer, and he complained a little bit. Although the first officer's posture is very low, at this time he can't help but curse in the heart. Still want to rob the big city? He doesn't take a pea to follow his own virtues, and he doesn't even have a bounty. Little pirate must have the consciousness of little pirate. Isn't it good to stealthily robbery? The captain and the chief mate commanded the little brothers to enter the captain's room with a few boxes. Those things were obviously the harvest of their trip, but when they entered the room, they just saw a strange youngster was sitting on a chair behind a table, playing with a pure gold pipe. Mo Fei has been hiding in this boat quietly. He didn't even hide specially, because pirate generally wouldn't enter this room. Who? Pirate captain became extremely alert when he saw him immediately. The boys also threw the box and raised their guns at each other. Mo Fei also saw the look of the opposite person at this time. The captain of pirate ship was similar to what he had remembered. He had dirty hair, a long messy beard, rotten teeth, and a short stature. Full of flesh. The point is that after a few people entered the captain's room, Mo Fei instantly smelled the faint bloody smell spreading. Pirate really wanted to kill. My identity is not important. What you may be more concerned about is the reason why I am here. First, as an outsider, I am generally in this world. Pirate is very interested in the state of life, so I want to take a closer look. Secondly, let's put it this way, I'm pretty short of money. No matter what I want to do in the future, the startup capital is very important, isn't it? Mo Fei is calm and even simple, because he is telling the truth. While talking, he also extended the hand and pointed to the box on the ground. Pirate captain was puzzled at first, and then looked towards Mo Fei with a look like cerebral palsy. He grinned and laughed. At this time, he had already seen Mo Fei, young, not full of hair, with patches on his clothes, dressed like a fisherman, without any weapons on his body. This kind of person is neither a bounty hunter, nor a marine, nor even a pirate counterpart. So pirate captain doesn't directly treat Mo Fei as a human being. Where is the lunatic? I'm so bored, do you know who I am? He doesn't care that Mo Fei is who, and why did he come on board? Pirate captain tilted his head and said directly to the younger brother, do it, let him die a little bit worse. Maybe great pirate occasionally makes sense. As for the little pirate? Bang bang! The sound of gunfire, the smoke of inferior gunpowder, the smell of burning, and the hot lead bombs appeared in this narrow space. When these guys shot without the slightest hesitation, Mo Fei has been watching their movements closely. When the pirates pulled the trigger, he had already squatted one step at a time. The person hid under the table. Pirates' cruel laughter continued, but this laughter had to be stopped abruptly, because I don't know why, the pirate ship who was sailing was accompanied by Zhi quack. The sound of the sound suddenly began to tilt upward. The pirates in the cabin suddenly tilted their feet, they barely stabilized, and a musket in pirate's hand came out. The speed of the ship's ascent was very fast, accompanied by dazedness, screams, and exclamations. Pirate continued to fall into the sea outside. A few boxes slid to Mo Fei's side. And he extended the hand and tapped one by one. What the hell is going on? Typhoon? Water spout? Pirate captain yelled. He had no knowledge and didn't know what happened. What happened? After a while, the upward trend of the ship suddenly stagnated, and then the effect of gravity began to reappear. At an altitude of about 2,000 meters, a wooden sailboat began to perform free fall. Mo Fei kicked open a narrow window, then jumped out like a swimming fish, and flying out behind him, there are also most of the treasure chests and possessions in this room. More than 10 seconds later, Mo Fei standing high in the air saw an unremarkable splash on the sea, something hit the water, and then all split up and in pieces. You should be polite with pirate, right? Devil fruit is a magical thing. As long as you don't go to the Grand Line, a strong fruit is enough to make a weak ordinary people have the ability to cross the world in an instant. It can only be said that Mo Fei adapts to this world very quickly. Pirate can be violent, and he can also fight in flames. The reason why he has such thoughts and actions is that on the one hand, Mo Fei is the kind of person who is not willing to be mediocre because of his personality, on the other hand, it is because of the resentment in his heart and the resulting his retaliation. No matter what the supernatural phenomenon or which grandson threw him into this world, he would never just spend the rest of his life on such a small island in peace. After turning over the red and white water a few times, the sea then returned to calm. Mo Fei took another look here, and then said, "I don't know who you are, just like you don't know who I am." It should be said. The feeling of using devil fruit's ability to drop things casually is really fresh. Devil fruit notes. Fuwa no Mi is a kind of physique that ignores the physique quantity, density, shape, and surrounding medium, directly changing its buoyancy and devil fruit, which gives it controllability, that is to say. This thing is a bug. Unfortunately, there are many bugs in this world that are even bigger than this one. Chapter 5. The sea is a lawless place, cruel things can happen on the sea at any time. Falling a wooden boat down from a high altitude, the boat must be broken and cannot be broken anymore. As for what will happen to the people on the boat, in fact, Mo Fei didn't think about it at all. As for the consequences and the ending of the pirates, he doesn't care about such things, so he doesn't think about it. He just tried to float the pirate ship to high altitude, and then let it fall down by itself. It's like a little child who got a new toy using this toy to make a prank. It's possible that the prank is just it is a prank, and it may cause some bad consequences. Speaking of which, Mo Fei is definitely a tenacious person, because when he first came to in this world, he had already staged a sea rafting version of Taste the Courage. Eat devil fruit. There are not a few people, and there are also people who suffocate a fruit in one bite. However, like him, they chew slowly and eat a whole fruit little by little. Every day all people who want to feel the taste, it is estimated that there is no one else besides him. No way, that devil fruit is undoubtedly a life-saving straw for Mo Fei. Not only it can replenish moisture, but more importantly, it can stimulate the senses. That special taste, it can only be said to be quite exciting. When a person is thirsty and hungry and loses consciousness, a bite will definitely refresh, just like a chicken blood. After throwing the pirates and their boats into the sea, Mo Fei didn't care about them anymore. He took a few boxes floating behind him and flew towards the small island Tyrol. Went back. His figure is hidden in the clouds, and there is no need to worry that this height will be seen by others. The damp and cold air in the atmosphere was blowing a few strands of hair on Mo Fei's forehead. The young body was indeed energetic. Even if he didn't sleep all night, he didn't feel any fatigue at this time. When I first flew, the feeling was very fresh. I can fly by myself. I think about it and know how incredible it is, and Mo Fei quickly got used to this feeling. Last night's riots have ended. Although it seems that many places in the town are still smoking from a distance, fortunately there are no open flames. In order to prevent the whole town from burning up, everyone must be fighting the fire desperately. Although the pirates retreated, the traces they left on the town did not disappear. There are traces of fire everywhere in the town. Most people have lost some property more or less, and some have lost their lives. After Mo Fei returned to the island, he first stolen the treasure from the pirate ship and hid it in the corner of the mountain, and then took back the little maid Amy Shat, who had been hiding on the mountain. There is no way to go down the mountain by her own ability, and the professional rock climbers struggled up and down where Mo Fei kept her. After sending Amy Shat home, who looked pitiful and blew cold all night, Mo Fei told her to stay at home for the past few days and not to go out. Then he left temporarily. After summing up some news afterwards, Mo Fei quickly learned about the direct and continuous impact that pirates had brought to life. Amy Xia lost her job. The mayor's house is the main target of pirates' looting. The mayor's power in the town cannot keep his property, and whether he can keep his life depends on the pirates' mood. Pirates didn't seem to be in a good mood last night. Despite encountering such a thing, there is a kind of sadness in the town, but when the sun rises, everyone still starts daily life step by step. People living at the bottom are not extravagant enough to be able to set aside special time to soothe the grief. After seeing the ordinary activities of ordinary pirate, Mo Fei understood one thing. The so-called dream and freedom in the pursuit of dream and freedom in the sea. Most pirate behaves loosely, brutally, looting and killing people at every turn. Normal people shouldn't have any beautiful illusions about pirate as a profession. Mo Fei put himself in and felt the so-called great age of pirates, only that it was full of the smell of gunpowder and blood. And it is time for him to think about what he should do next. In fact, there are only two choices: staying in a peaceful life on this small island town, or going out to sea. These two choices are hard to distinguish between right and wrong. They are just two different attitudes to life. And there is no need to distinguish between the two, because Mo Fei will choose the latter. Being thrown into such a place of bad luck, Mo Fei would never be reconciled to live in such a peaceful life. He had to make a big move. If you want to go overseas, there are two basic choices: self-employment, being pirate, or seeking a job in a multinational company, marine. Since he doesn't know much about this world yet, Mo Fei doesn't want to act blindly just because of the so-called story advantage, which will only make him hit his head and bloodshed. Now the chaos on the sea seems to be the result of a person's accumulation of calm strength from the beginning. On top of the world situation after the war, it is the conflict between marine and pirate, and between pirate and pirate. To the top. To put it simply and intuitively, this is a world that values personal strength very much. And personal strength refers to military force to a considerable extent, so Mo Fei needs to find a system that allows him to learn all kinds of knowledge, especially combat knowledge, is his current goal. So marine is more suitable than pirate. Marine has a complete training system. Of course, this kind of campaign selection has nothing to do with ideology, but based on the simplest personal needs. Mo Fei recorded certain things in his notebook, which was full of messy things, including but not limited to the adaptation and application of Fuwa no Mi, the advance recording of important information, analysis of the situation, diaries and complaints. In short, going out to sea is an established matter, and Mo Fei needs to do some preparations before that. First of all, it is the most important thing he has to learn to swim again. The ocean area in this world is a bit too vast. If people who can't swim go to sea, the safety risks are too great. Anyone who eats devil fruit will definitely turn into a duck. Mo Fei has confirmed this. When he comes into contact with the sea, his whole person will appear weak and directly begin to sink to the bottom. Fortunately, Mo Fei's ability to obtain fruits is somewhat special. Fuwa no Mi has the ability to float things that come into contact with it. Such things that can float naturally also include the air and the sea. Mo Fei has been practicing to let a thin layer of air float around his body during this period of time, which is equivalent to covering his body with a layer of air film so that he will not directly touch him even if he falls into the sea. To the sea, swimming is possible. This also conceals the fact that he is an ability user to a certain extent. Moreover, this little trick is not difficult to achieve. After a few practice sessions, he can swim in the sea, and it even seems to be no different from normal swimming. A few days after the pirate attack, the sea conditions were good on this day, and Mo Fei planned to go out to watch, practice or adapt. At the same time, he also needs to go to a nearby relatively prosperous island. He needs to exchange a lot of precious metals for money. I went to the mountainside first, and after putting all the treasures snatched from the pirates into a big package and carrying them on his body, Mo Fei took these things to the back of the island, Anyway, no matter how many things are, he doesn't feel heavy on his back. There is only one port in front of the town, but there is a berthing fee for boats in the port, so local fishermen often park their fishing boats on the shallows behind. When Mo Fei comes to the back of the island, you can see other people busy here. There are a few people sitting or squatting next to a boat, they are tidying up a large fishing net. Mo Fei ignored them. He walked straight to his small fishing boat and threw the big bag directly into the boat. The few people lowered their heads and muttered quietly after seeing him go a little away. Be away from that guy in the future. What's wrong? You think? Two people went to sea together, the big brother died, however, the younger brother survived. How did the younger brother survive without food and fresh water? How did it come back? The most important thing is, why didn't the big brother's body exist? Brought back. Ah, you mean? This kind of speculation made someone exclaim. Mo Fei has very good ears, so he can hear the whispering of these people. So Mo Fei, who was pushing the fishing boat from the shoal down the sea, suddenly looked back towards them. His straight and sharp gaze made the hearts of these tongue-chewing people tremble together, and then they shut up subconsciously and couldn't say a word. Mo Fei, black hair, black pupil, Isho grinning, just showing a mouth full of dense white teeth. Chapter 6. Mo Fei doesn't particularly mind the presence of such a group of tongue-chewing people. After all, in such a small closed place, there is nothing to talk about except for the parents are short. He even had no choice but to take this group of people. He couldn't sink them into the seabed just because he said a few strange things, right? This is a group of civilians, not pirate, and in a sense the same person as Mo Fei, so he acts impossible, so unscrupulous. He still has the basic moral concepts. But he hopes that the other party can at least discuss such things in places he can't hear, which is good for everyone. The group of people who frightened with their eyes and the teeth that may have stuffed human flesh between their teeth. After absolute silence, Mo Fei silently pushed the fishing boat into the sea, and then used a long pole to send the boat into the sea. After some distance, he raised the sails and sailed towards the sea. As my first official sailing after coming to in this world, theoretically speaking, this is a very ceremony thing, but it is a pity that the Mo Fei ride is not full of penetration. The battleship full of cannons is a fishing boat with a fishy smell in the cabin, so he doesn't have to think about the things that are missing. Thanks to the brain and muscle memory left by the original owner, Mo Fei has no problem sailing, and he doesn't have to worry too much about the weather and storm when he goes out to sea. As long as if you can fly faster than the storm, you don't have to worry about safety. Although he has not thoroughly explored the ability of Fuwa no Mi, it is precisely because of the strong survivability brought by this fruit that Mo Fei does not need to be too afraid of this piece for him. A completely strange sea. After 3 days of walking to the open sea, Mo Fei stopped the boat and he really started fishing. It may be because the sea is too vast, so the marine aquatic resources in this world are very rich. The place where Mo Fei stops is naturally called offshore compared to the small island Tyrol. The place closer to the island is not without fishing grounds, but it is the working area of other people on the island. If he is a weak orphan, if he stops there, he will definitely be beaten after he goes ashore. After spending a long time at the fishing ground, and after catching 2 nets at random, Mo Fei set sail again, and this time he went to the sea where ordinary boats and ordinary people would choose to go around. Territory, according to his memory, it is said that in a certain sea territory further ahead, there is a sea king inhabiting there. Seeing that there are no boat shadows around, Mo Fei first put the sails away, then used the fruit power on his fishing boat, and then saw the boat sticking to the water like a swordfish. Whiz he ran forward. Those who knew it was a fishing boat, but those who didn't know thought it was a speedboat. I can only say that Mo Fei is still relatively low-key, at least he did not directly start spaceship. So the ship quickly reached the rumored target sea territory, and there was no ship around. At this time, Mo Fei lowered the sails again and let the fishing boat drift forward slowly against the wind, while he himself was sitting on the side of the ship with a knife in one hand and from the fishing net in the other. Find out a fish that is alive or dying. Next, I saw him crack the fish with a very skillful technique and then throw it into the sea. As his movements continued to repeat, traces of shallow red appeared in the sea, but soon disappeared invisible with the surging of the sea. I hope that the Sea King's sense of smell is sufficiently developed and that it has a keen sense of blood smell. Although Mo Fei is returning to his old business when he goes out to sea this time, the fish he wants to catch are also different from normal fish. He threw a dead fish here while watching the movement of the sea. This person is not in a hurry, he knows that the essence of fishing is to be patient. About 3 hours later, the fish on the Mo Fei boat was long gone, and at this time, there was finally some movement in the sea. At a distance of 500 meters away, a large number of bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, and then the sea surface was violently lifted away, and a huge head with a sturdy body protruded from the bottom of the water. Come out! This Sea King is shaped like a snake, with scales, dark red all over, and a hideous head. If it is in the calm belt, the nest of the Sea King, its size is obviously only the younger brother level, but if it is placed in South Blue, this thing can barely be called the sea hegemon. Although Mo Fei came to fish, when he really saw this thing, the exaggerated visual impact still made him shocked. Compared with this kind of big guy, human the body is too small. When the Sea King poked its head and saw a lonely boat across the sea, it was actually shocked. It probably hasn't seen this kind of daring for years. A wild boat on his own site. At this moment, Mo Fei reacted quickly, and his small fishing boat rushed towards the Sea King at that strange high speed. Again it looked like a piece of water was being fetched. The same as the floating thin stone flakes. Obviously, Mo Fei wants to take action when the Sea King class is not paying attention. In the beginning, the fishing boat rushed directly to the Sea King class. This bold behavior and a bit incomprehensible high speed made the Sea King class thinking unable to keep up. It was almost subconsciously slightly adorable. The head is tilted. On the boat passing the sea at high speed, Mo Fei's body pressed hard against the side, so the boat tilted up. At this time, his right hand supported the side of the boat, and his left arm extended. The palm plunged into the water. When the boat was about to impulse the Sea King's face, it turned abruptly and made a big circle around the Sea King's position. In this way, the trap was completed. Next, I saw this large area of water began to rise, and the Sea King, which did not respond at all, instantly turned into a fish in the fish tank. Despite what Mo Fei is doing now, the same as compared with the previous owner Shiki of Fuwa no Mi, the move to float the island and the surrounding sea to the sky, both the scale and the shock are the difference between heaven and earth, but if you look at it up close, it's shocking enough. Up. Fuwa no Mi does not work on creatures, but water bodies are not creatures. The sea water will weaken the ability user, but it will not limit the growth of Devil Fruit's ability. The fish tank is flying higher and higher, because I am worried that the Sea King-like vitality is too tenacious, so this time Mo Fei made this thing float much higher than the previous pirate ship. After I felt that the distance was almost the same, the body of water drifted all around under the control of Mo Fei, so the Sea King that could be hidden in the water before, just hangs in the air and has no support. It can only fall freely. When it came into contact with the sea again, the water surface was like a depth bomb exploded, making a huge noise and raising huge waves. I can only say that this kind of ability, it's really a shame. 3 days later, there is a port named Port Fez. The port leader, Lin, sits on a flat-bottomed boat and directs the docking vessels to dock in a suitable position in the port. He had just arranged a berth for a large seagoing ship, and when he turned around, he suddenly saw a small, tattered fishing boat sailing into the port. Lin immediately became a little angry. There are always some ignorant hillbillies who cannot understand the rules. Only large and medium-sized boats can be docked in this place, and small fishing boats cannot enter the port. He walked a few steps and stood at the stern of the boat, raised the loudspeaker in his hand, loudly shouted, "The fishing boat in front, you!" However, the words behind him instantly got stuck. The scene suddenly seen next made him let go and threw the loudspeaker into the sea. The small fishing boat walked forward slowly, dragging a long rope behind it, and there seemed to be something heavy behind the rope. After the fishing boat went around the promontory and walked forward for a certain distance, the thing pulled behind it naturally appeared immediately. It was a huge and the hideous sea beast. Compared with this sea beast, the boat pulling it in front looks very funny. The whole port instantly became boiling. Devil Fruit Notes. Next goal, join Marine. Chapter 7. The port of Fes is located on a fairly large island. Unlike the small island of Tyrol, which has only one small town, not only is Fes quite large, but also on this island there are other inland cities. Thanks to its location, population, properties, and commerce, this port can already be called a prosperous port. Under normal circumstances, it would take 7 to 10 days to travel from Tyrol to Fez, and this is the closest seaport to Tyrol. Therefore, the fish caught on the small islands are often transported here for transaction processing. Mofe has also been here several times, but fishing boats are definitely not eligible to enter the port directly. But this time is different. He really came in from the front, and other people couldn't stop him. Mainly because the thing behind him was too big, so the staff at the port, when he was still in shock, he was already driving the fishing boat to the shore. The huge sea king-like corpse half floating on the sea was dragged into the harbour, leaving a faint blood stain along the way. It itself is very hideous, but I don't know why it looks like it is now. It feels a bit miserable again, as if someone has done something terrible to it. The Sea King class looks like a bloody nose and swollen face, not just a bloody nose and swollen face. After all, it was already dead, and it was shot to death by one shot. When the Sea King class appeared in the port, it immediately caused a sensation. For ordinary people, this thing is very rare. Most people only hear the name of the Sea King class. Now they finally see the real thing. They probably have a rare beast mood. The people on the shore gather more and more, most of them point to the Sea King type pointing fingers, and a small number of people point to the Mofe pointing fingers on the fishing boat. Mofe sat on the boat so calmly, he was not in a hurry, because he felt that in such a prosperous port city, there must be merchants who are very sensitive to such things. After a while, the pilot in the port realized that they should take care of this matter, and when the pilot came to the Mofe ship in a small boat, before he could speak, a middle-aged person with round eyes came out of the crowd on the shore. Behind the middle-aged person stood a sturdy man, who should be like a bodyguard. The bodyguard motioned to the pilot with his eyes, so the latter had to swallow the words that came to his lips, and then silently retreated to the side. "Youngster, where did this Sea King class come from?" the middle-aged person asked Mofe. Mofe first took a look at the other person's clothes. Well, this man looked like a big businessman, so he said, "I was lucky to pick it up while fishing at sea, so I picked it up. I brought it here to see if I could sell it. I picked it up." The middle-aged businessman looked back at the bodyguard behind him. The latter shook the head decisively. "This lie is not very brilliant. This Sea King category is very fresh at first glance, and even if it's picked up, most people never have the ability to ship it from outside to this port. Rely on such a small fishing boat?" Cracking a joke. Mofe did not respond to the other party's doubts. He then asked, "Are you interested in the Sea King class? I think it has a very good meat quality and it makes a lot of money. It will definitely not be a disadvantage when you buy it." The middle-aged businessman squeezed his chin and seemed to think about it for a while, and then said, "This big guy is not easy to handle. Let me think about it. 1.2 million belly, what do you think, youngster?" Mofe was just laughed, and then he bargained, 2 million belly, If it can be transacted, I will transact it. If it can't be transacted, I will drag it back. He captured this sea king. The category belongs to the small and medium-sized sea king category, with a body size of more than 40 meters. Although Mo Fei lacks the ability to estimate the weight of this huge monster, it must be more than 200 tons. 2 million belly by 200 tons of meat, which is 10 belly per kilogram, and belly equivalent to Japanese yen, which is 6 cents per kilogram. This bit is already a loss of underpence. Furthermore, for this large organism, the most valuable thing is often the fat within the body, and the meat is just a side product. The middle-aged businessman took a deep look at Mo Fei, and then said, "Youngster, you don't look like a fisherman." These words made Mo Fei reveal a particularly silly look. With a simple smile, I heard him say, "The main job is fisherman, occasionally I work part-time bounty hunter and other jobs." This ambiguous what other job should be very problematic. The middle-aged businessman didn't say much, because even if he bid 2 million belly, he could still make a lot of money. 2 million belly, it's done. Then he said to the person behind him, "Take this Mr. Fisherman to withdraw money. There must be talks about this price, and there is even a lot to talk about, but Mo Fei is too lazy to spend this time now. He thinks it is appropriate to pack and sell 2 million at a time. Of course, if this sea king is really picked up by an ordinary fisherman, then he probably won't get a penny." Mo Fei showed that he is a person who can hunt sea kings, so it is easier for middle-aged businessmen to give money. His strength is the best guarantee of business integrity. Although Mo Fei has no strength now, it is just bluffing. Mo Fei didn't have any doubts. He threw the fishing boat and the sea king directly here, and after putting on the big bag on the boat, he followed the bodyguard and walked into the city. Across the streets, the bodyguard took Mo Fei to the bank in the city, and then paid him 2 million belly in cash, and the transaction was completed. Sell a fish, just a thing. How complicated can it be? After the other party left, Mo Fei remained in the bank. "Sir, are you a friend of Mr. Rofield?" The bank account manager tapped Mo Fei sideways. Mo Fei is of course very poor in clothes, the fishy smell on his body is hard to conceal, but the deal just now is not a small deal, and his attitude is not like a fisherman in a small place. Some business dealings, Mo Fei doesn't care who the businessman is, but it seems that the other party is quite well established, so he quietly teases, "This time I will bring some good buys. Please help me to estimate it." Mo Fei handed the things he snatched from Pirate to the other party. These things are best sold in the bank. He only hopes that the bank can see, well, his good friend Mr. Rofield's face is not too deceptive. "Please wait a moment." The account manager called 2 more people. Together, they carried the bag of clanging things away. After a while, they checked and estimated. After the value was completed, he returned to Mo Fei again. "Sir, we can give an estimate of 7 million belly for your things. Do you think?" "Yes." Mo Fei directly agreed, and the bank gave. He takes as much as he needs, but he is still in the heart darkly cursed. Poor ghost. Isn't it just a poor ghost, pirates? The whole family is worth only 3 fish. A total of 9 million belly. You help me exchange 50 bearer certificates of 100,000 belly, 400,000 belly gold coin, and the rest help me open an account and deposit it in my name. "Right." Mo Fei said after thinking about it. "Well, anyway, the startup capital can be considered." "Yes, sir." For the face of good friend Mr. Rofield, the bank's service attitude is very good. The rest of the matter was handled relatively quickly, and finally the manager handed a document to Mo Fei. "Sir, please sign your name here." Mo Fei took the pen and paused with his fingertips before signing his name. Elander Murphy. Elander Mo Fei. He is a poor fisherman on a small island. In fact, he only has his first name. Elandel is the name of the big brother who rescued him in the boat before. Although the other party wanted to save his younger brother instead of him, the other party was the one who could survive him after all. So Mo Fei wrote the name of this big brother in front of his own name as a kind of souvenir. Chapter 8. Mo Fei walked out of the bank in a relaxed suit. In this fragmented and turbulent world within the realm, it is of course not safe to put money in the bank. Pirate can do everything, but it should be said that banks are not the same as banks. The bank Mo Fei just stayed with is a public bank under the world government. Although the credibility of the world government is also very limited, this bank is still the safest bank. More importantly, it exists in all major cities in the world, and it is more convenient to withdraw. In addition, the amount of money Mo Fei deposited in the bank is actually the same, and he does not deserve to worry too much about the safety of the bank. Next, Mo Fei plans to find a place to take care of his hair and change into clothes that can be seen through. Compared with the lifeless Tyrol, this prosperous commercial port can make people feel its vitality, and Mo Fei will also have a day when shopping is an interesting thing. However, everything is scored for what it looks like on the surface and what it actually is. What Mo Fei doesn't know is that he has been spotted when he just walked out of the bank. Then when he was about to cross a certain alley, he found himself stuck in it back and forth. In broad daylight, outside is a lively street, foreign world, here is an unmanned alley, 3 little rascals with knives, and a crossed over who has no power to bind chickens. This scene, how does it make people feel familiar? Foreigners, if you don't want to get hurt, don't want to have faulty parts, hand over your money. We just saw you walk into the bank. One of the leaders said. 3 to 1, they still have weapons on their bodies, so there seems to be reason to be arrogant. Then your eyes are pretty good. Mo Fei is thinking about things right now, so he didn't think much about this group of people. So is this kind of thing he is encountering now a common phenomenon, or is he extraordinarily bad luck? Because the robbers did not get the expected response and did not prepare other lines, they were a bit stuck in the face of Mo Fei. I don't know how to proceed with the dialogue. I think you guys don't like to watch the show, do you? Mo Fei felt that if the 3 of them were in the port before, now it shouldn't be trying to rob him, who is very good at fishing. Fisherman. In the future, remember to read more books and newspapers. People with low IQ will have a better tomorrow. Mo Fei stretched out his arms to the sides while saying this. His palms just stuck to the walls on both sides of the narrow alley. Surrender. After seeing this untimely posture, the robbers subconsciously thought it was surrendering. No, there should be no chance to surrender. Then the robbers only felt that their eyes were dark, and the next moment they saw the walls on both sides collapsed toward the middle. A large pile of slabs buried them. The precondition for the ability of Fuwa no Mi to be activated is for the ability user to make contact with the target object. This kind of contact can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first is direct physical contact, which is well understood. The second is close-range contact, such as Mo when Fei steps on the ground, the fruit power will spread out along the feet, and then can lift a large area of the ground. The scope of ability is related to the development and exercise of the fruit. For example, the current Mo Fei, he estimated that the scope of influence of his ability should be between 40 and 50 meters. This distance seems not short, but actually a bit embarrassing. If there is a 100-meter-long boat and he wants to float the boat at once, he can only stand in the middle of the boat, otherwise he will score twice and use it ability. The range of influence of this ability is very important, because Fuwa no Mi floats something, has nothing to do with the weight of such a thing, it is only limited by the range of influence of the fruit. From this perspective, Fuwa no Mi can indeed be classified as the paramecia fruit of the cream of the crop. Because of its ability user launching and maintaining ability, the cost to pay is very small, almost negligible. The floated things can float forever, and there is almost no consumption in the middle. So the elderly Shiki can still play the majestic city in the sky. Another issue is the duration of the ability before it is activated. For Mo Fei, the current time is only a short 5 minutes. In other words, for example, if Mo Fei applies the fruit ability to a brick, he can choose to float it immediately, or it can float within 5 minutes, but if it exceeds 5 minutes, the ability will be invalid, and he can reapply the fruit effect. Although things that float can float for a long time, the time between applying the ability and floating is very limited. The standby time is limited. The third type of contact is a long-distance beacon-style indirect contact. Shiki can control the target and activate the fruit ability with the flying sword aura, but Mo Fei is obviously far away from this point, not to mention using sword aura to control the target. He doesn't even know what sword aura is now. Of course, all this control is not on the creature, except for the ability user itself. Fuwa no Mi has no effect on the creature. Teaching the robbers a little bit, Mo Fei continued shopping. After finishing his hair, he bought some clothes and shoes, and then he bought a few newspapers, and he randomly found a store to eat while reading the newspaper. News. He folded a copy of the newspaper and stuffed it into his pocket, as if it recorded something useful. When he returned to the port, the Sea King had already disappeared, and only his small fishing boat was still standing there alone. All the tasks are completed, so, go home first. Devil Fruit Notes. If there is one cerebral palsy, tentatively called cerebral palsy, threw me into this world, and he even prepared me performance props on the stage. Paramecia Fuwa no Mi. It's so gentle. I really want to kill him. After getting the fruits, I seem to be a little brazen. This kind of emotion is obviously problematic. It is an imbalance of mentality and needs to be restrained. Don't become an extrajudicial fanatic. P.S. Please support, I need some support. Chapter 9. Mo Fei is bothering one thing. That is, in this world, under normal circumstances, what kind of clothes a normal person should wear. This is really confusing. In short, Mo Fei wore a white shirt, a black long coat, and ordinary black pants on the lower body, and a pair of short boots in fawn leather on his feet. Okay, how to wear it clothes don't really matter, but shoes are still very important. At least you can't fall from the boat into the sea with one slip. When he returned to Tyrol, he still chose not to stay behind closed doors. 2 days later, he found the little maid Amy Shat, who was tragically unemployed, and asked her to take a walk. Mo Fei look it can be concluded that the little girl's face looked very depressed, and the pirate's killing of Mr. Mayer brought a lot of distress to her life. Amy Shat is a little curious. She doesn't know what Mo Fei is looking for, but she realizes that Mo Fei seems to be a little different from before, but if you want to ask her where she is the same thing, she didn't know how to say it. Mo Fei is walking towards the mountainside. Amy Shat has been following him, and he seemed a little silent along the way. As he walked, Mo Fei stopped abruptly and turned around to look down at the small town entrenched on the mountainside. I remember this scene in front of me from a long time ago. If nothing happens, it will still not change in many years. What a good word, it means this is a corner forgotten by the world. Is that right, Amy Shat? Amy Shat is ignorant nodded. She doesn't know why Mo Fei suddenly said something like this. Look for a medium-sized island that is neither prosperous nor closed. There must be a large-scale city on it. It is best to have a marine base on the island. If you go to such a place to live, at least life can be called life. No matter how ordinary people have pursuits and expectations for life, don't they? Mo Fei brother, I don't understand what are you talking about. Don't blame Amy Sha for not understanding, because Mo Fei's words are endless. Mo Fei laughed, then reached out and patted her head and said, I am suggesting that you leave this island and live elsewhere. While talking, he took a paper bag from his pocket and handed it to Amy Sha. There is a little money here. Although not too much, it should be enough for you to start a new life elsewhere, if it is used as a startup fund. When Amy Sha took the paper bag, she didn't care much, and when Mo Fei said the second half of the sentence, she had already opened the paper bag, and then she saw what was in the paper bag. Things 50 deposit receipts of 100,000 belly. How much is 100,000 x 50? The little maid usually rarely comes into contact with money, let alone such things, so she combined Mo Fei's words for a while before she understood what she was holding in her hand. Then she almost shook her hand and spilled all this stuff. Who would have thought that the huge sum of 5 million belly was actually wrapped in such a broken newspaper? Amy Sha feels her hands are a little hot, and then her head and face are a little hot. She doesn't know what to do. Mo Fei recalled his identity background, and then continued, "My parents are both from remote islands. When I came to this small island to settle down, I was quite marginalized as an outsider. And for both of us brother, we didn't have any playmates since we were young. As for now, the only person I know well on this island is Amy Xiaoyu. Before leaving, if I don't worry about anyone, it will be you." This is very unclear. In fact, the direct reason why Mo Fei wants to leave the money to Amy Sha is that he killed this little the girl slapped her for no reason. At that time, she looked strange and pitiful. This was actually a remedy. 5 million belly is definitely a big number for people living on this island. However, considering that Mo Fei's money is easy to come by, he also appears generous when he makes a move. Because it doesn't hurt at all. If it's great, he will go fishing again. Mo Fei brother. When Amy Sha figured out what she was going through, her expression became a little struggling. From a moral point of view, of course she should not accept such a large sum of money for no reason. However, who can reject this kind of wonderful wealth? Although people are accustomed to demanding that others have high moral standards, no one can demand that this kind of little girl who grew up on a small island is exceptionally spine and arrogant. Someone stuffed her with 5 million belly without any conditions. Of course she wanted to accept it, because she understood what the money meant to her life. Amy Sha even forgot to ask Mo Fei where the money came from. Only the entanglement of accepting and not accepting was left in his head, and the former wish was extremely strong. Mo Fei did not let her continue to struggle. He took the money out and he didn't want to get it back. "I'm leaving this island soon, so I hope this money can be given to you. Bring some help." This person is actually quite caring. He replaced 5 million with 100,000 pieces of change, which makes it more convenient for Amy Sha to use it separately without giving her what disaster is incurring. "Leaving? Brother Mo Fei, where are you going?" Listening to Mo Fei's words, Amy Sha finally came back to his senses. "Where to go? I should say go out to the sea." Speaking, Mo Fei took out a newspaper from his pocket, unfolded it, and wrote it on it. The content was then handed to Amy Sha. Amy Sha took a look, and then said, "Pirate ship bizarre damage incident." There was a pirate ship that was suddenly damaged at sea. The damage was particularly broken, like it was smashed by a hammer. "Brother Mo Fei, the place mentioned in the news does not seem to be too far away from us. There is this kind of breaking news. This Mo Fei has never seen it, it must be fake news that someone concocted. What I want you to see is the advertisement behind it. There is a marine base that is recruiting seamen. I want to try my luck. Brother Mo Fei, are you going to be a seaman?" Well, a decision has been made. Mo Fei did not intend to be in this small. The island looks forward to it for a long time, because it makes no sense. "When did you say leave soon?" "It's very soon, probably tomorrow." "Send the money to Amy." After a squeeze in Sha's hand, Mo Fei can leave this unworried island. Amy Sha held the newspaper with her fingertips and lightly applied force. She bit her lip, lowered her head and moved with small steps to Mo Fei's side. She stretched out and pulled his sleeves and made him bow his head. After he was over, he leaned into his ear and said something softly. You can accept it with peace of mind. This is not something to ask for in return, Amy Sha, don't think too much." Mo Fei a little didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He patted Amy Sha on the head again, then turned and left. "Remember to see you off tomorrow." Devil Fruits Notes. I feel like I lost 100 million today. P. Chapter 10. Since the death of Pirate King Gordy Roger and the great age of pirates to the present, the pirate power has actually reached its peak in history, and the iconic event was not long ago. The war on top that took place was a full-scale conflict between the pirate forces and World Marine. The intensified era has risen to its extreme point, and the constant backlog and accumulation of power is about to reach the point of uncontrollable. I believe it will explode completely in the near future. The pirate line used to be a promising morning sun industry, but today the era of pirates staking horses and enclosures has actually passed, and the sphere of influence on the sea has long since passed. Almost divided. In a nutshell, the new pirates are not so easy to get ahead. For Mo Fei, who intends to go to sea, characters like Monkey D. Luffy are already the great pirate that must be looked up to. So he has a somewhat difficult future feeling. However, going to sea is already an established matter. In the morning of second day, Mo Fei came to the beach, and his small fishing boat still stopped there. At this moment, he was only carrying a simple rucksack, and he couldn't see what he was about to travel. Sure enough, the only person who came to see him off was Amy Sha, because he had only told Amy Sha about it. Looking at the impervious sea and sky with a bit of night, Mo Fei threw the backpack into the cabin, and then said, "When things are coming, I really feel a little worried. It's not sentimental, but when a person leaves a relatively familiar environment to go to a completely unfamiliar place, he will definitely have a similar feeling, which belongs to such as human nature. Brother Mo Fei, when will you come back?" Amy Sha opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she only asked this question. "Don't ask such a complicated question. I'm not going to travel. How can I have a clear time plan, but... Although I can't give a specific answer, probably. Long time." Actually, Mo Fei knows very well that the life intersection between him and this girl may only end here, because after leaving this island, he has nothing to come back here. The reason, the two sides should never see each other again since then, this is a small farewell. Amy Sha may have a vague feeling like this, so she has tears in her eyes again when she speaks. The little maid seems to like to cry very much. In the future, Amy Sha will probably be able to read my news in the newspaper. Mo Fei made a small joke, and at the same time silently complained in his heart, only wishing Amy Sha to see it in the newspaper, not his square-shaped, black and white, two colors photos. Mo Fei didn't say anything to comfort Amy Sha's low mood. Under the tone of parting and hard to meet again, the surface comfort should have no practical meaning. "Amy Sha, you can write to me and send it to that marine base. Although the world is fragmented, going far away does not mean that he is lost. Lien, if you want to get in touch, you can always get in touch." Mo Fei doesn't know if Amy Sha will follow his advice and leave the island to live in a more suitable place, so he probably won't be able to contact her in the future. "I know, brother Mo Fei. Well, that's it, I should set off." What to say? Having said it all, Mo Fei stepped onto the fishing boat, and then slowly left the shore with a pole. "Brother Mo Fei, have a good journey," Amy Sha shouted from the shore. After leaving the coast a little bit, Mo Fei hung up the sails, and the speed of the boat immediately increased. As he drifted away, Amy Sha ran into the shallow sea while pinching the corners of her clothes, still shouting monotonous and true emotional words like a good trip in her mouth. It was just in the morning sea breeze. In the middle, her voice became insignificant after not being able to travel far. Amidst strenuously waving arms, suppressed crying, and tearful eyes, a small fishing boat floats into the sea as light as catkins. The sky and the water are all over the sea, with unobstructed views. It is easy to blur people's concept of distance. At sunrise, a ray of morning light appeared in the distance, and then the sun suddenly jumped out from below the horizon. 10,000 li. The cloudless sky is very transparent, and the sea is full of blue, so the light spots cast by the sun at this moment are dazzling, thorough, and with the cool color of the morning. Seeing the sparkling waves on the water engulf the small fishing boat, Amy Sha finally lowered her arms, squatted down and hugged her knees and started crying without depression. The cry of the little girl in his hometown made Mo Fei linger, but he couldn't stay for it after all. The sudden change of light in the early morning and the dazzling sun made him squint his eyes slightly while standing on the bow of the boat, but the full sails swayed by the morning wind, the slightly raised bow, and the straight waterline left behind and the high speed of the ship all showed his mood and will. What should I say at this time to express my feelings? Life is regarded as a master, death is also. It seems unlucky. Mo Fei glanced at the small island still shrouded in the morning mist for the last time, then turned around, looking forward at ordinary times, and muttered in his mouth, "This is a long way, it should be the water hit 3,000 miles. However, the imposing manner belongs to the imposing manner, and the mood of surging forward with great momentum belongs to the mood, but Mo Fei will definitely not use this leaf boat to cross the sea. He can't commit this kind of stimulating thing. In fact, his first destination at this time was still Port Fes, which he had visited before. He would then buy a ferry ticket from there and take a passenger ferry to a place called Gain-Métis. Gain-Métis, one of the most famous port cities in South Blue, is said to be very prosperous. According to Mo Fei's understanding, that place can probably be referred to as Little Meng in the south. Describe. More importantly, there is one of the important fulcrums of world marine in South Blue. There is a marine base on that island, where Marine G54 branch is located. Before Mo Fei saw the recruitment information of this marine base from the newspaper, so he decided to go directly to the sea. Because of the damage caused by the war, Marine undoubtedly needs reinforcement at this time, so it is not surprising that he can see such information. Although the big enlistment within the world has not started yet, the small-scale sporadic enlistment should also be led by Marine headquarters. Marine's open recruitment campaign is of course a rare opportunity, and talents like Mo Fei can just be mixed into it. Although the Marine branch is clearly different from Marine headquarters, it is just right for Mo Fei to start at the Marine branch. In short, the destination is Gain-Métis. Chapter 11. Mo Fei had good luck. When he came to Port Fes again and asked about the ferry company, he found that there was a long journey to the destination within 2 days. Flight. There is nothing to think about. He paid for the tickets on the spot. Although more than half of the money Mo Fei robbed from Pirate before was left to Amy Sha, he still has 4 million belly left in his hands. There is no problem buying a ferry ticket, it's just sailing in South Blue, not to the Grand Line. How expensive is a ferry ticket? Then his total assets instantly decreased by 50,000 belly. Although Mo Fei does not require how luxurious and comfortable he can live on the boat, he also has the most basic conditions that should be met. He doesn't want to squeeze in the lower cabin with a large group of people, so he asked for an ordinary single cabin. Well, it should belong to the second-class warehouse. Apart from this, he can actually go to Gain-Métis by other methods, but he takes a map and flies to the marine base. Isn't this kind of behavior a bit too arrogant? The identity of an ability user will be revealed sooner or later, but Mo Fei feels that this kind of exposure should come as soon as possible. In this way, Mo Fei waited for the boat for 2 days in Port Fes. During the period, he was very calm. This time, he did not encounter any bad luck like the last time. On the day of departure, Mo Fei stepped on the spot and came to the port berth where the cruise ship was anchored. At this time, the ship as it should be by rights had already parked there first. This is a 3-masted sail passenger ship, about 70-80 meters in length, looks ordinary, not a luxury passenger ship. The overall appearance of the ship is quite in line with Mo Fei's perception of sailboats. The appearance and layout are very conventional. At first glance, it is the kind of thing that can sail normally at sea without sinking. This ship regularly goes back and forth between Fez and Gain-Métis. It will stop at the islands along the way like a bus, and can take 200 passengers at a time. Mo Fei has never taken this kind of boat, so there is still a little freshness at this time. At this time, there is already a long shipboard between the port and the high ship's rail. Passengers who have bought tickets can already check in and board the ship. Mo Fei stood here and observed it for a while. When he was about to step forward, suddenly someone pushed his shoulder from behind him, which made him stagger. I almost fell into the sea like this. For the ability user, this behavior is tantamount to murder. He was forced to get out of the position just now. Although he barely stabilized his figure, his backpack fell to the ground. The person who pushed him away didn't even look at him, and kicked his backpack to the other side. Looking back, there are about a dozen people wearing uniform black clothes came to the pier. The people pushing Mo Fei stepped on the boat first, and the rest stood on both sides. They isolate the passage. After a while, two youngsters, a man and a woman, who looked very luxuriously dressed, walked over, arm in arm, and then they began to board the ship. After the two people got on the boat, the bodyguards followed on board, and then they gave up the way to board the boat. Mo Fei had a chance to walk back to the other side. He reached out and picked up his backpack, patted the dust on it, and put it on his back again. Take a deep look at the back of the group of people, and then he whispered, "I think you should at least apologize." This kind of contempt originated from in the bones. The group of people did not regard Mo Fei as a poor ghost at all. Although his clothes looked shabby, there was no attire on his body, but this should be a hindrance. No one else is right. The attitude shown by the superior man is far more disgusting than the little gangster who is trying to rob property. Mo Fei's good mood early in the morning and expectation of sailing are all affected by this group. People are ruined. It can only be said that in this world not only Celestial Dragon is Celestial Dragon. But if Mo Fei wants to retaliate for this bit of trouble, it is a bit inappropriate. If he is an ordinary person, being pushed a bit is not an unforgivable crime. Really care about this kind of person, it seems that he is sick, so what can he do? Quan Dang stepped on stinky shit when he went out. Mo Fei checked the ticket and boarded the ship, and quickly found his cabin room. His room is equivalent to an ordinary hard sleeper room on the train. Considering his 50,000 berry ticket, it can only be said that the price of long-distance travel in this world is still quite high. The passenger ship waited until it was about noon before leaving the port slowly, and Mo Fei stayed in the small cabin for more than a day, then walked to the upper deck and came out with a breath of breath. "Youngster, are you from the kingdom of Hildegard?" Just as both of his hands propped on the side of the boat, blowing the sea breeze, looking bored on the sea the same when someone came to his side, he said. "Old mister, can you guess that?" Mo Fei turned around and saw a gentleman dressed in neat and tidy, with a beard on his face, man in his 50s. "Just guess it casually." The old man laughed, then stopped beside Mo Fei. This ship was originally an ordinary flight. Most of the boats are only ordinary people, but didn't expect that this time it's a bit different. There is actually a great character on the same boat with us. I heard it's the prince of the kingdom of Hildegard. Mo Fei turned his mind and said, "Oh, then I probably know what Mr. Prince looks like." "Well, the other person looks like a person. But if you are in this boat, for security reasons, shouldn't this distinguished identity be kept secret?" "Perhaps it is keeping secret." The old man seemed to mean something, but instead of going into the topic, he continued, "People are really different from people, and the worst point is that this difference is largely determined by a person's origin. His Highness the Prince directly covered the uppermost layer of the ship after he got on the ship, which is still very luxurious. Mo Fei's line of sight is not moving. Glancing down sensually, he saw the wide tiger's mouth and thick knuckles on the old man's palm, said with a smile. "Yes, it's really between people. It's very different. In this world, what is an identity like prince in a country? The false celestial dragon is not the real celestial dragon after all." Devil Fruits Notes. As long as I don't lose consciousness, even if I fall asleep, things floated by Fuwa no Mi's abilities will I have always been charged, so I can always be covered with such an air film. This is a good thing. P.S. Seeking collection and recommendation. Everyone must vote for the recommendation in the new week. There is no recommendation, and the signing status will be changed late. Chapter 12. Mo Fei thinks that as a person you should have a basic IQ. For example, a noble person whose status is noble to the point where others can make other people's intentions and intentions temporarily. When he is in a relatively dangerous environment with no security, he should know how to conceal his identity. If the facts are consistent with Mo Fei's guess based on common sense, then how did this old man know the identity of Mr. Prince? In short, after chatting for a while, Mo Fei chose to leave. He decided to stay away from that person. After a little late, he went to the restaurant on the ship and ate something to fill his stomach. Meal coupons are not included in the Mo Fei ferry ticket, and the food provided in the onboard restaurant can be said to be unpalatable and expensive. The main side dish is only salted fish. Salted fish is salted fish. It is delicious to cook well. Mo Fei is a fisherman, so he is very professional in this area. But the salted fish on this boat tasted the same as those fish that had had athlete's foot before they were alive. But there is one point. Although the food is unpalatable, compared with the devil fruit that Mo Fei once ate, this thing is really precious. Mo Fei can also be considered to understand that there is nothing new and novel about the cross-sea travel activities on this slow-sailing sailboat. The whole process seems very boring and idle. There are no entertainment facilities on the ship, so if there are 2 people on the ship, 1 man and 1 woman, then they will easily become 3 people when they disembark. After dinner, Mo Fei left the restaurant and returned to the cabin. At this time, wind lights were hung on the bow and stern, and the lights faintly illuminated the silhouette of the sailboat. This should be avoided. I collided with other ships while sailing at night, although Mo Fei felt that visibility on the sea at night is very limited due to the frequent fog, such lights may not have much effect. I don't know if it's an illusion. The sea breeze at night is stronger than during the day, so the speed of the boat seems to be faster. After returning to the cabin, Mo Fei lay down on the narrow single bed, accompanied by the beating dim candlelight in the lampshade embedded in the wall of the shipboard, the sound of the wind outside and the zhi quack, the sound of squeezing the planks of his boat. He fell asleep in a short while. Except for sleeping, he really had nothing to do. He originally thought that this kind of boring life on the boat would be repeated for many days, but he didn't expect that things would soon usher in a change. In the middle of the night, only 1 day after sailing, the disturbing noise awakened Mo Fei from his sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes, listened carefully for a while, put his ears up and put it on immediately. Jacket, backpack, and walk up to the deck. Whether it's hitting the rocks or other accidents, staying in a small cabin at this time is definitely not the right choice. When he came to the deck, he found that a lot of people had gathered here, and his first reaction was to lift his head, because something in the sky seemed particularly bright, something it burned. It's the gazebo on the main mast. The flames burning above reflected the mast like a big torch. However, at this time, the crowd was mostly pointing fingers under the mast. When Mo Fei looked along, his eyes couldn't help but condensed. He saw a dead person who looked a little bit dead. Miserable people. The man should be the watchman on the ship. He seemed to have accidentally fallen from the watch and died. Simply talking about the fire, it can be said that it was an accident, but if someone died at the same time as the fire, then things are a bit different. The sea breeze blows the burning flames on the mast to a large tilt. The facial expressions of people standing on the deck are flickering, and the talk seems to be non-existent, and everything seems very weird. The captain on the ship was surrounded by sailors. While arranging people to put out the fire, he loudly shouted at the crowd, "Please go back to the cabin. This is a small accident. The fire will soon be fight, now staying on the deck. If someone falls into the sea in the night, that would be the worst thing." Passengers staying on the deck will only add chaos. The captain maintains order. Fortunately that the fire was discovered early, otherwise the ship would lose its power on the sea if the sails also burned up. Now the most important thing is to put out the fire. As for whether this matter was accidental or man-made, etc., all investigations like this will have to wait until dawn. Under the captain's order, the sailors began to drive away the passengers on the deck, and Mo Fei, who was in the crowd, could only follow them to the cabin. But after not taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. At this time, someone whispered in the crowd, "I seem to hear something, have you heard it?" Well, Mo Fei not only heard the specialness of being mixed in the sea breeze the sound, I even think this sound is familiar, because it is like this. Bang! The main mast of the sailboat was hit by a shot, and then the mast was burning with flames. The upper half of the torn sail broke and folded into the sea. There were several sailors who were extinguishing the fire on it. Mo Fei heard their exclamations and screams. Mo Fei turned subconsciously to the direction from the gunfire, and then had to sigh beautiful in the heart. It's not that this kind of behavior is commendable, but that the artillery shot is very beautiful. He can't see the shadow of the enemy ship at all, which means that the ship is at least 2 parts of the passenger ship. 100 meters away. The front-mounted smoothbore gun, the turbulent sea, the moving target, the night, 200 meters, one shot hits the mast. If these elements are combined, it can only be said that the opponent's artillery skills are exquisite and very good. Quasi. Then Mo Fei suddenly reacted. The fire just now was not necessarily to burn off the sails, but to guide the enemy ship. No, it was not right. Because if you want to force this ship to stop, people who are in this ship can light the sails directly. There is no reason to light the battle, but you can't light the sails, right? It's very nasty, and the other party is obviously just playing. After the main mast was broken, the speed of the passenger ship dropped sharply, and 2 more shells hit the hull. Although no one was directly hit by the solid shell, there was bad luck. The wedge boat nailed a straight strike, and there were screams of unbearable screams again. At this time, Mo Fei probably understands why that many people hate Pirate King Roger, and the era he pioneered encountering pirate at sea does not seem to be accidental, but rather common things. Everyone just eats hot pot and sings songs, and is suddenly robbed by pirate. Who is going to make sense? No, pirate is actually singing. In the darkness, the shadow of another ship slowly emerged behind the passenger ship. The wanton and cheerful singing of pirates also came to Mo Fei's ears. P.S. Seeking collection and recommendation tickets. Chapter 13. After realizing that the ship was being attacked by pirate, the passengers on the passenger ship panicked. The shadow of the ship approaching behind is the last straw that overwhelms the camel. Although the appearance of the pirate ship is smaller than that of the passenger ship, the bombardment just now has proved that who has all the minions and who can only take care of others. Butcher. On the not-so-wide front deck in front of Mo Fei's eyes, Zhang Wang's discolored crowd scurried like headless flies. The speed of the 2 ships is faster and the other is slow. The faster one can naturally catch up with the slower one, and when there is still a certain distance between them, the pirates have already pulled with a long rope. He started jumping to help. It might be a bit insulting to say that they are tiger entering a flock of sheep, but most pirates who skipped over did have a long knife in their mouth and a short flock pinned to their waist. So how much resistance can there be on the passenger ship? Or should they resist? Mo Fei looked at the increasingly chaotic scene, then he turned around and walked into the cabin. Well, it's messed up outside. He decided to wait until the situation is under control before coming out, whether it is controlled by the captain and sailors, or controlled by the pirates. To be honest, the probability of the former is relatively low. And this process was much faster than Mo Fei had imagined. He had just returned to the cabin not long after, and the commotion outside soon calmed down. Then, there was a lot of noise in the corridor. The sound of footsteps. Needless to say, this should be the pirates starting to search the cabin. After another short while, Mo Fei's door was kicked open. "Hey, there is a mouse hidden here." Two pirates stood at the door of the room. In their opinion, Mo Fei was a covert hiding in the corner of the cabin. "People who are scared of guts. Take your things and get out quickly," another person shouted. Actually, there is no need for Mo Fei to get out by himself. The two pirates had reached out and pulled him out when they were talking. Mo Fei didn't say a word, but seemed to be holding his backpack in fear. After the two pirates briefly inspected the cabin, they cursed the poor ghost, and then pushed him to catch up with the deck. Mo Fei rolled and crawled outside, inevitably having some physical contact with the two pirates in the middle. When he came outside again, the passenger ship that had lost its mainsail was still moving forward slowly, while the pirate ship accompanied at close range. The brightly lit on the deck is reflected. Mo Fei walked from the position near the stern to the bow. He looked up and saw the group of pirates standing tens of meters away and those forced to squat on the deck. Boat passengers. Because most of the people were on the deck before, Mo Fei should almost belong to the last group of people caught out. After turning his eyes around and glancing around, he can only say the distance of 50-60 meters is a bit far. The night is still very deep, and the darkness of the sea is even worse than the night. The pirate behind him seemed very happy. He kept pushing Mo Fei, as if to prevent people from walking, while whispered to his companion, "Hee, I heard this. I caught a big fish once, otherwise we won't be so anxious to set sail." Originally, he was looking forward to another pirate's echo and response, but after a while, he didn't have anything. Hearing that, after he turned around with some doubts, he found that there was nothing behind him. The scene was a bit horrible, and his companion disappeared beside him for no reason. Following, he suddenly felt something jerk at his back collar, and while his body was tilted to the outside of the boat, he felt a large sea breeze choking in. Snout, it made him unable to make a sound at all. The sound of falling into the water is insignificant in the dark night and sea breeze. Mo Fei continued walking without looking back. He opened his mouth and said a number silently. 2. I glanced down from the corner of my sight, and then sent my sincere blessings to the pirates in my heart. I hope you will not be swept under the boat by the vortex of the sea. Be reasonable, falling into the sea at night is not necessarily dead, but if you are accidentally involved in a vortex or run over by the bottom of a sea ship, you can only hope that the sea god bless the pirates. After disposing of the two pirates silently, Mo Fei mixed in with the crowd on the front deck, and then silently found a corner for himself and squatted down. The whole person was like an innocent crowd. Throwing pirate into the sea is a reasonable operation from a humanitarian point of view, but it can use the powerful paramecia devil fruit such as fuwa no mi in such small details. I don't know the former owner. I wonder if I will vomit blood with anger. It can only be said that when Mo Fei directly applied fuwa no mi to actual combat against people for the first time, he created a profound truth level super practical style. The collar. Pirates will definitely not find two companions missing in a short time. Don't move around, as long as you don't make small movements, we will definitely not hurt you for no reason. After several people were taken to the deck one after another, someone in front finally spoke. Mo Fei looked up and found a burly man in his 30s who was stepping on a wooden box with his foot on a wooden box. While the other party was talking, the flintlock in his hand was also there. Pointing fingers to the crowd wantonly. This look does not look like will not hurt everyone. The premise is that you have to hand over all the valuable things on your body and use the money to sell your lives. It is a fair deal, right? But in order to prevent someone from playing tricks, I have to say something. Tell everyone clearly in advance, where is the captain of this ship? His tone barely fell, and the boys standing around immediately pushed the captain of the passenger ship that had been under control to the front. Mr. The captain of the passenger ship has a pleasing smile on his face, ready to say something, but when he stumbles and hasn't stood still. Pang! In front of all the passengers, a large lead bullet directly hit his skull, and the violent explosion of impact caused some red and white things to be splashed into the air in a fan. After the shot, without the slightest hesitation, shot the captain of the passenger ship, the pirate captain threw the barrel with the remaining temperature of the musket to the boy aside, and then commanded the boy, "Okay, collect the money first." It is indeed possible, this way of doing things is very pirate. In a short while, a pirate with a pocket came to Mofe, and Mofe obediently and honestly threw in the purse in his backpack, which contained more than 300,000 yuan. Gold coin by belly. Pirate checked his bag carefully and found that only some clothes were left in it, and then walked to another person. "I hope you can keep the money for me temporarily, no 3. Mofe looked at the silhouette of the other person, and thought of this silently in his heart. Chapter 14. Without a word, get rid of the backbone of the ship, the captain of Mofe, who doesn't even know his name. After that, the pirates proceeded to conduct a series of interviews with the entire ship. A thorough search ransacked everyone's property. During the period, it is inevitable to punch and kick the male ship passengers who are not pleasing to the eye, and hands up and down the female ship passengers who look pleasing to the eye. The deck is filled with the screams of the male passengers and the strange smiles of the pirates. It's just that it is probably limited by the pirate captain's style of behavior. Pirates did not do anything more, which seems to be fortunate. Based on a minimum estimate, if the average assets carried by the 200 passengers on the ship is 100,000 belly, then pirates can earn at least 20 million with such a vote, and even actually their gains impossible. There is only this point: there is no profit. No wonder people can eagerly run out for the night shift at night. After the pirates finished cutting the leaks, Mofe, hidden in the corner, gently beckoned, and a little notebook, who just didn't know where it was floating, returned to his arms. The more than 300,000 belly can be safely deposited in pirate, but the more than 3 million Mofe in the passbook feels more reassuring if you keep it yourself. The looted boat passengers are still squatting in place. After losing their wealth, they suddenly realized another terrifying thing. What they will encounter next seems to depend on the pirates. In the mood. I'm politely speaking, the meaning of their existence before was being robbed by pirate. Now that the looting has been completed, what is the meaning of their existence? In this kind of restless, the last 3 people on this boat who had never been seen walked down the poop stairs of the sailboat. Walking at the forefront is a youngster with a deathly pale face, his hands with heavy cast iron handcuffs. His age is as different as Mofe. It is the same person he met when he was on the ship. Prince. This group of pirates attacked the ship just to catch the big fish. Of course, it was impossible to let the prince run away. Behind Prince is the female companion who followed him, and she seemed to lose one's head out of fear. As for their guards, of course they are all disappeared now. Behind these 2 people is the old man who had exchanged a few words with Mofe before. At this time, he carries a heavy blood-reeking chi. The old man is not the old man, but the old man. Pirate. Obviously he was the one who set the fire, and he was the insider who was in the boat. Yagdo, it's beautiful. Didn't you knock these 2 exquisite porcelains? Pirate captain asked after seeing the old pirate walking over. It seems that this pirate, called the Accord Chart, has quite a status on the pirate ship. Of course not, Captain, flawed porcelain is worthless. Akorchu pushed the 2 men towards the captain, and pirate took a look at them. After that, satisfied nodded. Although the 2 people are like rabbits surrounded by wolves, they may not be in a good state of mind, but they are still in good health. The old rules, given that the guests on this ship are more cooperative with our actions, so, add manpower, we should withdraw. The passenger ship and pirate ship broke down together. When they stopped together, the pirates set up a plank between the 2 ships, and the pirate captain returned to the pirate ship with the 2 hostages first. Then a part of pirate began to carry the looted property. A few pirates returned to the crowd of passengers again, and they picked from the crowd like grocery shopping. Pirate does not always become pirate voluntarily. A considerable number of people become pirate only after being coerced and coerced. First, a big ship always needs someone to do some work. Some pirates will definitely not do it by themselves. They need a slave. Second, in a pirate ship's ecological circle, there is always a part of pirate. They are obvious consumables. These consumables wear out quickly, so they need to be refilled in time. So every time pirates engage in robbery, they will also looting the population, and they will take some strong young men on board as pirate reserves. This pirate ship's approach is even more savvy. They never bring more people every time they replenish manpower, instead they adopt the method of meal more and less food to ensure maximum assurance. Nothing will happen on the pirate ship. This time they are only going to pick a dozen people. You, come out. Then Mo-Fei was picked up by the pirates from the crowd. No way, he fits pirates' selection criteria, young, male, looks good, and looks easy to be brainwashed. Mo-Fei stretched out his hand and scratched his head, and was taken to the pirate ship along with a few other innocent passengers. It can only be said that he got on a sea ship that was destined to sink. Oh, there is a problem with this expression. It should be said that it is because he got on this ship that it is destined to sink. It's amazing. When the pirates returned to the pirate ship, it raised its sails and anchored, and it seemed that it was really going to leave like this. After all, the robbery was completed, and I was satisfied. A prince, a daughter of an earl, an accord map, how much do you think these 2 meat tickets are worth? I don't know, Captain, but I think it should be as much as you want, right? Ha ha ha. After returning to the pirate ship, the pirates' conversation became even more arrogant. When they get up, they are not shying away from the identity of the 2 hostages. Captain, I'm ready, do you want to do that this time? Immediately afterwards, a pirate kid held a torch and came to the captain. Of course, it's the old rules. Pirate captain snatched the torch rudely, and then walked to the ship's side. At this time, Mo-Fei and the others who were brought over from the passenger ship were all concentrated on the deck of the pirate ship. It was also at this time. The guests who witnessed pirate ship's departure on the passenger ship naturally felt a sense of fortunate avoided a catastrophe. Many people lay directly on the deck and began to gasp. It is painful to lose property, but at least my life is saved. Then, the pirate captain carried the torch to the side of the pirate ship, and ignited the fuse of a cannon that had already been filled. Then the next door. Bang, bang, bang. The more than a dozen cannons on the side began to strike the waterline of the passenger ship almost at the position of the face, non-stop. Until it is broken down into primordial wood or allowed to sink into the sea. It's really nasty. Looking at this incredible scene that happened before me, Mo-Fei had to the heart made such a sigh. First let those passengers have hope of surviving, and then let them be buried in seabed without saying a word, probably for the sake of bad taste, confidentiality and admonishment of the new pirate reserve on board. The captain of this pirate ship seems to like to play the killing the chicken to warn the monkey trick. Not only did the passenger ship sink, even the pirate ship patrolled around until dawn to make sure that no one on the passenger ship could survive. After that, the ship chose to leave. Oh, there is one thing that nobody probably noticed. No 3 disappeared. Although I don't know when and where he disappeared, he really disappeared anyway. Chapter 15. Mo-Fei and the others were imprisoned by the pirates in the bottom compartment of the pirate ship, along with the 2 important hostages. They had neither military force nor weapons, so they were temporarily thrown there like stalking. After several brutal deterrences, the pirates probably feel that they are impossible to resist. Facts have proved that the same is true. The people in the bottom cabin are all downcast, like a concubine, and no one wants to speak. It was unfortunate to be caught by the pirates on the pirate ship, but it was also lucky in a sense, at least they were not buried in the seabed at night. Because of the distinguished and special identities of the 2 hostages, their treatment is also very different. Only 2 hostages are handcuffed, after all, they must be prevented from escape. Although there is nowhere to escape in the vast sea, this shows that pirates have a good sense of prevention. Well, the approach is worthy of recognition. After a while, the Earl's daughter couldn't help but said, "His Royal Highness, will anyone from the kingdom come to rescue us?" "None. We ran out secretly, we left without notice when we left. His Highness the Prince at this time, I feel regretful, but there was still a little bit of conservation, so he comforted the people around him, relax, pirates' purpose is nothing more than ransom, as long as my father pays the ransom, then we will be safe soon. Pirate has no reason to hurt we, unlike those untouchables, we are very valuable." Prince said, suddenly convinced himself, he began to believe that he would not be harmed. After realizing his safety, his bearingness as a nobleman appeared again. "Speaking of which, we really shouldn't take the boat that the untouchables ride. If we were on the royal boat, how could we be attacked by pirate?" So he began to blame. These words also made Afnan glance at Mo Fei with a very disgusting gaze. Although everyone is in the narrow bottom of the boat, they are still entirely different in the middle, and the 2 are on one side. The civilians are on the other side. The conversation between these 2 people only made Mo Fei amused. First of all, their logic was reversed, and it was obviously a backlash. It was not because they were attacked on an ordinary boat, but because these 2 people got on the boat, so pirates were eyeing this boat, and only then what happened last night. His Highness the Prince is pirate our goal, the robbery is only incidental. The IQ of these 2 people is limited, so far this simple logic has not been clarified. Furthermore, if you have a bit of a brain, these 2 hostages should not curse Mo Fei at this time. If they are a little self-conscious, they should unite with the civilians who are also prisoners. At least Mo Fei, they don't have handcuffs on their hands, right? Finally and most importantly, their expectations are almost destined to fail. According to the statements of these 2 individuals, this time they traveled privately so they will not receive active rescue. Then the pirates can only count on negotiations with the Kingdom of Hildegard. But there is a very simple truth. For example, Mo Fei is a bounty hunter. He caught a pirate worth 1 million belly, and that pirate told him to pay 2 million to buy his own. So the question is, will Mo Fei accept pirates' 2 million and give up world government's 1 million bounty? Of course not. Because in this world there is a choice called I want it all, whether it is 2 million or 1 million, it is a loss for Mo Fei, because he can get 3 million. Similarly, will pirates who finally caught a long-term meal ticket release them obediently and honestly because they received the ransom? Count on pirate to speak credit? It's kind of funny. Mo Fei looked at Afnan sitting across from her. She looked young. The daughter of the noble family, as it should be by rights, looks good, but Mo Fei is not admiring each other. His appearance. He just thinks these people are really hypocritical. The environment on this ship is much cleaner than the last pirate ship that Mo Fei has seen, but for the nobles, the inside of the pirate ship is of course dirty, so Afnan has been holding it all the time. Covering his mouth and nose with his arms and cuffs, it seems that the air that the civilians breathe is a kind of depravity. But the problem is that she has heavy handcuffs on her hands. The weight of the cast iron handcuffs can make her hands sore in a short while, so Mo Fei wants to see the reserve of the nobility. How long can it last? Well, the result was not long because it was really heavy. What to look at? Afnan quickly noticed Mo Fei's sight, so he immediately glared at the untouchable who dared to look directly at her. Mo Fei shook his head and laughed. For people like him from modern society, he doesn't think he is lower than Prince, even if he is a native of this world. Everyone is now pirate. Prisoners, what big cloves of garlic are installed here? You are prince, don't you have to sit on the ground like a untouchable? Moreover, Mo Fei is an active surrender. If he wants to run, he will run early. The reason why he didn't run was because pirate was very rich. Pirate is rich, doesn't it mean that he is rich? He still saved more than 300,000 belly at Pirate, just waiting to accrue interest. After being reprimanded by the nobles, Mo Fei shifted his sight and saw the bounty order posted on the wall in a newspaper. The photo on the bounty order was the pirate that Mo Fei had seen. Captain. Putting the bounty order here is about a deterrent. Many pirates are proud of being a world government bounty because it proves their strength and is officially recognized. At this time, Mo Fei knew who had robbed him. Vilai Dan, bounty gold 12 million belly, commonly known as Silver Cutter. If this bounty is placed in South Blue, it should belong to a small role, but this kind of pirate is the most threatening to ordinary people. Mo Fei was thinking about a question at this time. When the world government offered a bounty to a certain pirate, it was based on whether the pirate threatened the world government or whether it was a threat to ordinary people and social order. Is it threatening? Probably it is the former. Marine, pirate, kingdoms and nobles, world government, celestial dragon, it can only be said that the layout of this world is really interesting. Pirate ship swayed and didn't know where to go. Mo Fei curled up in the cabin for a long time. When he felt his lips were dry, he began to press his lips unconsciously. At that time, the pirates pulled them out. After letting them drink a little water and eat a little insignificant food, a pirate put a mop into Mo Fei's hand. Then he will start to work. Of course, they are the only civilians who work. His Highness the Prince and the noble daughter of the Earl's family are still staying in the dark bottom of the cabin. They probably won't even wipe the floor. As for Mo Fei, why didn't Mo Fei just grab the money and run away, and really began to be forced to work? That's because he found that the captain is worth 12 million, which is equal to 6 fish. Since he has come to this world, he certainly wants to give it a try. His own means. Chapter 16. Pirates are still a bit brainy. Of course, they won't let the newbies who just got on the boat run around. Mo Fei has 2 pirate supervisors while wiping the deck. Has been supervising them on the sidelines. At this time, the time has come to the afternoon of the second day, and up to now, the people on this boat have not discovered that they are missing 3 companions. It is strange enough. I can only say the organization structure of Pirates Group is often loose up and down, and the members are scattered. Where is our captain? Or the same way? The same way, after the looting, the captain hid in his room again, feeling that he would hide at least 10 times this time. God! The captain has always been like this. He likes to think about complicated things by himself. Maybe now he is thinking about our next actions and plans. As he talked, 2 pirates' expressions changed. Have to look forward to and yearn for it. One of them said with emotion, "Our master captain will one day become a great character on the sea, Shishibukai and the like," and there are also direct reports from the big news recently. Shishibukai became a person of Yonko, it is possible together. There is a saying, the sea is infinite. It may be because the behavior and personality of the pirate captain are relatively perverse, and sometimes he acts extremely cruel and decisive, so that his little brothers have produced a kind of his own boss who is very brainy, very smart, and very powerful. Feel. Not to mention whether this feeling is an illusion or not, the dialogue between the 2 pirates is obviously problematic. First, there is no progressive relationship between Shishibukai and Yonko. Although they are both great pirates, Shishibukai is a temporary worker of the world government, and Yonko is a separate force of New World. It's not the same thing. Secondly, Mo Fei doesn't think that a little pirate who dare not even go to the Grand Line, only wanders in South Blue, and is not even ranked among South Blue pirate. What can be a Shishibukai with the strength and probability of this? The captain known as the Silver Cutter may even be enough to be Shishabukai's younger brother. Then we are really good luck. We boarded the ship of Shishibukai in advance, ha. Of course, the conversation between these 2 pirates is just picture a happy, so Mo Fei listened to a happy picture. Hey, Don't stop your hand movements. If you dare to be lazy, throw you into the sea to feed the fish. After laughing, the two pirates began to scold Mo Fei again. They come, this is their job. There is another thing that the two pirates guessed wrong just now, that is, at this time their captain Willie locked himself in the room, but he was not alone. At this time, there is another person in the captain's room, and that is the right man of pirate captain, Mr. Accord. Have you made a decision, Captain Willie? After a long period of silence, Accordion spoke. Well, although we acted very cautiously in the past few years, some things will naturally show up after doing too much. This is a helpless thing. Honestly, I don't like my head very much. The bounty is hanging on it. What makes me even more uncomfortable is that the idiots on this boat have started to post my bounty order everywhere, and they seem to like it very much. What would normal people do with things that they don't like, occupy space and have little value? Naturally, they want to throw it away. This is a matter of as it should be by rights. Captain Willie explained to his confidant in this way. In other words, do you want to change the boat? It was a very difficult thing at first, but we didn't expect that this time our luck was so good, we actually caught a big boat. Fish. It's not luck, but thanks to your well-informed. If you catch such a His Highness the Prince, whether it's a new pirate ship or a new one, pirates is not a problem, but before we leave, we have to clean the head and tail. Dispose of this ship, and then complete the transaction with the Kingdom of Hildegard in a secret identity. You can start anew. Change your identity and continue to gallop on the sea, and the things we did before, the accumulated notoriety, will drift into the sea breeze and disappear. Don't want to let yourself. His head was bounty, which is a normal reaction, and from the conversation just now, it can be heard that these two people have absolutely no intention to let the hostage live, because after the transaction is concluded, the hostage is the only possibility to leak channels of their identity. Well, I am personally very casual, so I respect your opinion of Captain. Anyway, in this era, stupid pirate can recruit as many as he can recruit. Because of this, the core members of pirates are actually only 2 people, so as long as there are 2 people, the new pirate ship will be rebuilt whenever it wants to be rebuilt. Well, apart from this, has to be rich. Sure enough, I can't think that pirate will speak any morality, not to mention the civilian passenger ship that was sunk before, and now the captain has decided to abandon his pirates. It can be said that one person made a fortune, and the whole ship ascended to heaven. There is nothing to say about the life on the pirate ship. These days, Mo Fei has been very hard-working, so he has not been abused by the pirates for the time being. If there is no problem with his sense of direction, he feels that this pirate ship has been sailing north these days. And because of a certain reason, as everyone knows, the closer to the equator, the less there is a track, so at first Mo Fei did not think much about it, but simply thought that it was the pirates after they did a big vote. Take the initiative to hide whereabouts. In fact, it is. This pirate ship has been driving towards the calm belt. In theory, of course they will not enter the calm belt. About 5 days later, one night, Mo Fei was suddenly awakened while sleeping. Their group of new people on the ship were still locked in the bottom of the ship when they rested at night, but the 2 hostages have been transferred to other places. Looking up from the bottom of the bilge, Mo Fei saw a person who had a fate. At the same time, the other party naturally saw him. Oh, didn't expect there are acquaintances here, then you are lucky, come out with me. Accord said after pointing to Mo Fei. Mo Fei nodded, silently followed the other party behind him without saying anything. After all, this is not the place where he is qualified to speak. In fact, Accord does not want to do anything extraordinarily, but this is from at the order of the captain. He had to take such a newbie with him. As for Mo Fei, he clearly felt an atmosphere of what would happen next. I can only say that Mo Fei's luck is good. The past few days he has been waiting for the opportunity but did not wait, and now, before his patience was exhausted, it seemed that something was going to happen. Chapter 17. Yagto opened several large locks with a few keys one after another, and then after pushing open a heavy and sturdy thick wooden door, he said to Mo Fei, "Next, you are responsible for moving the contents to the small boat hung on the stern. Can you understand?" "Understood." Mo Fei nodded. It is midnight to let him out as a coolie, and he seems to have taken a job that only a newcomer like him can do. There are a few boxes in front of Mo Fei. He has to be responsible for moving these things from this place to another, and the location of the other place is a bit subtle. It is obvious here this is the place where valuables are stored on this boat, so under what circumstances would Pirate let him transfer the belongings to the boat in the middle of the night? Mo Fei walked out of the cabin with the box. He walked through the deck to behind the poop of the sailboat. The whole boat seemed very quiet, only his footsteps echoed everywhere. It seemed that all Pirate on the boat were asleep, as if no one was watching at night. Even after finishing the arrangement of Mo Fei's work, Jaegertel left each minding their own business, completely ignoring that Mo Fei would be frantically throwing Pirate's savings directly into the sea. The probability. If Mo Fei is an ordinary people, then of course he would not dare to do it, because it will lead to two results: either he jumped into the sea and drowned, or he was tortured to death by Pirate. If Mo Fei is not an ordinary people but the current Mo Fei, then he will not do that. Because these boxes contain his more than 300,000 belly. As for the money other than his principal, do you need to ask? Naturally it is all interest. After arriving at the stern, Mo Fei found that the boat had already been hoisted, and it looked like it could be launched at any time. This boat is actually not too small. It looks like a dozen meters in length, and there is even a low enclosed inner warehouse behind a main mast. All he has to do is send the treasure chest to the inner warehouse. Mo Fei sighed that a group of pirates still have a sense of anxiety. He had not thought about the situation that there would be a lifeboat on the pirate ship. After several round trips, Mo Fei and Pirate didn't see it. When he finally came to the boat with a large suitcase, he found that 3 people were already seated on it. Captain Li and the 2 hostages. The suitcase in Mo Fei's hand is different from the treasure chest that I moved over. It should belong to the 2 hostages, so it is still necessary to carry it. If there is no credential, how can people believe that they are holding hostages in their hands? Mo Fei has not yet figured out why Pirate Captain chose to take the hostages and leave Pirate ship, but he has already become vigilant in his heart. The opponent is likely to choose in the next moment perform some operation on him. Some kind of operation that can be summarized as killing the mouth. Mo Fei put the suitcase in the cabin of the boat, and then, looking rigorous, dropped his hands and rubbed his trousers, and put on a flattering smile on his face. "You also get on the boat, and you will be in charge of rowing." Captain Willie said to him like this. "Oh, Mo Fei understands, at least he doesn't need to die right now. Should die later." Under the premise that Pirate Captain decided to abandon the ship and only take his confidant and the 2 hostages to leave, Mo Fei could not think of himself. Is there any reason to survive? After a while, Yagto also came to the boat, and he faced his captain nodded. In this way, there are 5 people on the boat, including Mo Fei, and they are very tacitly agreeable, and none of them speaks. 2 people who understand don't need to speak, and 3 people who don't understand anything don't dare to speak. The scene was strange and peaceful, and when Mo Fei felt that he could not hear the sound of the sea breeze in his ears, he saw Captain Willie lick his index finger, and then use the drooling "I felt it all around with my fingers." Then he said to Yagto, "Okay, Yagto." Yagto stood up and pulled the rope, and slowly moved the boat through a hanging wheel. "Put it down, let it fall steadily on the sea." It can be seen that this old pirate is very powerful. At this time, Mo Fei finally reacted. This pirate ship seems to be entering the calm belt. What they are doing now is to get off the ship before it becomes irreversible. For seagoing ships powered by sails, the calm belt is a completely isolated area, and seagoing ships that have completely lost power can only wait to die in place. More importantly, the sea territory under the calm belt is a nest of large and super large sea kings. If they are accidentally disturbed, the entire ship will be swallowed in one bite. Mo Fei didn't expect that these two pirates actually dared to approach the calm belt. It can only be said that they selected a place to be buried for their companions on the ship. Although the sea breeze has gradually ceased, the pirate ship is still sailing forward by inertia. Presumably it will not go too deep into the calm belt, and will only stop in the peripheral zone of the calm belt. However, the calm belt is the calm belt. It may become more dangerous because of excessive depth, but it will never become safe because of just being on the edge. Mo Fei propped up the oars and started rowing cautiously towards the south. To be honest, he never wanted to alarm the large sea kings, because that thing was beyond the scope of his ability. As far as Fuwa no Mi is concerned, he is not sure to float that kind of large creature into the sky and sea water. Of course, it's a different story to escape. Padded, I don't know how long it has passed. In short, Mo Fei felt the sea breeze again. Yagto raised the sails, and then the boat moved in a faster direction. After waiting for a safe distance, I don't know if it's an illusion. Mo Fei seems to hear a special roar. The sound came extremely far away and was mixed in the sea breeze. So he didn't hear it really. Yagtu, who was standing by the mast, took a look at where they were coming from, then turned his head and said to his captain, "The matter is resolved." Old pirates, there was a feeling of rest assured when I'm doing things in the tone. This sentence made Mo Fei understand something in an instant. He seemed to think these two pirates were too kind. They not only sent the pirate ship and the pirate on board into the calm belt, even set a delay device to detonate the gunpowder on the ship. Whether it can blow the ship to pieces is another matter, but this kind of explosion will definitely cause Sea King-like commotion. In other words, the boatman is dead. So Mo Fei is a bit weird. Why is he still alive now? Shouldn't he die? No reason, it's just too abnormal. Frankly speaking, this person can't wait. So I just listened to the pirate captain opening and saying, "Now let's solve another problem, which is that the food and drinking water on this boat is not enough. It's quite far from the nearest land. The distance." The voice fell. After a few people on the boat reflected the meaning of this sentence, the four pairs of eyes, including the two hostages, the next moment, stared at Mo Fei's body together. And this reaction made Mo Fei sigh in relief. He just said, "The other party has no reason to let him live." Chapter 18. Some things are unreasonable, so people are puzzled, and when it becomes reasonable, then he is in a good mood. A cruel pirate we kindly let go of Mo Fei, which is unreasonable, and now this pirate is about to do it, which is reasonable. In the night, Mo Fei stretched out his hand and squeezed his chin. Since the other party has said so, how should he respond? Captain Willie is standing by his side, with a broadsword and short blunderbuss stuck in his waist, looking like he can kill Mo Fei at any time. Don't kill me, I'm still useful. If you kill me, you will definitely not get the ransom. Only if I live, my father will hear is your money. Yes, if you don't have enough food, kill this untouchable if you want to kill. He is of no use. However, I haven't waited for Mo Fei to speak yet. Speaking, His Highness the Prince has already said so first. It should be said that his reaction is exactly the kind of reaction that the two pirates want to see. And at the most critical moment of life and death, His Highness the Prince also began to take care of himself. In his begging for mercy, he didn't even carry a word of offense. This kind of reaction is said to be such as human nature is indeed such as human nature, but it still feels like there is no responsibility at all. Mo Fei frowns looked at this His Highness the Prince. This man was constantly shaking his hands because of emotional tension, and the continuous impact of the cast iron handcuffs handcuffed to both of his hands really made people are irritable. Your fate is fate, isn't my fate? Ha ha ha. Vilai laughed happily, not for anything else, just because His Highness the Prince cooperated very well with his performance. As for the civilian who was about to die but did not respond, it made him feel dissatisfied. Should this person be weeping bitter tears? At this time, Mo Fei has completely understood the captain's habits. The other party really likes to kill another person in front of one person. There should be a deterrent element, but more probably just bad taste. How can the food and drinking water on the boat be insufficient? They can empty the materials on the big boat in a calm way, and the materials on the big boat can supply dozens of hundreds of people for a long voyage Captain Willie just want to kill. In such a small boat, 5 people are divided into 3 waves, 2 hostages, 2 pirate, 1 Mo Fei. Pirate wants to kill Mo Fei, then there is no need to say anything more. Kill him, he is of no use, must kill him. His Highness the Prince stood up excitedly, his voice became high-pitched and sharp because of his fear up. In his opinion, Mo Fei die without regret, so, someone must die without regret on the ship this day. At this moment, the boat sailing out of the calm belt seemed to feel the wind and waves again, so it bumped violently without warning, so His Highness the Prince fell directly when he was unstable. Into the sea. Regardless of whether Prince can swim or not, don't forget that his hands are handcuffed at this time. He can't swim at all, and the cold water will make him lose energy quickly. Mo Fei seemed to have an unstable foot, his body leaped forward and got closer to Captain Willie, and even hooked the opponent. Help, life! His Highness the Prince has already flopped in the water, and Captain Willie, who has always been cautious, doesn't care about Mo Fei as such a threat. Sexual civilians, he also became nervous. His Highness the Prince can't die yet, at least he can't die now. Pirate captain has blown up his original ship. If he loses his long-term meal ticket now, he will have to start all over again. Yagdo! I am coming! Yagdo quickly walked to the side of the ship, but just before he was about to jump into the sea when, suddenly a groan. He felt that something thin, sharp, and cold had pierced into his within the body from behind. He not only felt the adhesion of blood and metal, but also felt that it was continuing to move forward in an effortless manner. Pierce! He tried his best to turn his head and look back, and then saw a familiar sword hilt, something that belonged to his captain. Captain Willie, you! Yagdo was just wondering, he didn't understand why the captain would attack him suddenly. Of course, his ignorance is normal, because the person who attacked him was not his captain, but someone else. Mo Fei step by step walked to Yagdo's side, and then held the sword hilt that pierced the back of the opponent with one hand, and stepped on the opponent's back with one foot. As Pirate stepped into the sea, he drew the sword out and held it in his hand. Willie glanced at Jaeger who had fallen into the sea, then turned his gaze back to Mo Fei who had stood up and was facing him. The expression on the captain's face changed. He had never thought that this cowering man would suddenly get into trouble. More importantly, whether it was his sword or the firecracker, I don't know why it was in the opponent's hands at this time. If there is not enough food on the boat, then everyone should discuss what should be done next. I think I should have a bit of a say. But there is no need to discuss now, there are still 3 people on the boat, should the supplies be enough. While speaking, the flintlock rifle in Mo Fei's hand has been steadily pointed at the head of Pirate Captain, but after thinking about it, he moved his arm down and re-aimed at the position of the opponent's chest and heart. Who you are? Bounty hunter. Wei looked at Mo Fei with an addictive expression, like Pirate who has been around for many years. Should be thinking about how to counter-kill unexpectedly. Then, pang! Clearly put on the look of wanting to continue chatting, but didn't expect Mo Fei. The shot was suddenly fired. A lead bullet was ignited by the flintlock, and at such a close distance, the opponent was impossible to hide from it. In fact, Willie's most correct choice just now was to jump into the sea immediately, although from Mo Fei's point of view, jumping into the sea to escape is impossible, but from Pirate's point of view, if he jumped into the sea, Mo Fei would definitely not be able to find him. This pirate is still reluctant to abandon all of his net worth after all. Sorry, I just want to try to see if there are bullets in the gun. Mo Fei threw the gun into the sea casually, lifting the sword forward while each minding their own business said, as for my identity, I'm just an unknown person. You didn't ask my name when you thought you can kill me. Now the situation is reversed. There is no need to ask my name. Anyway, for us, each other is insignificant. Speaking, Mo Fei stepped forward and gave the man who had been shot in the chest made it up. In the beginning, things are very simple, so there is no reason to do it in a sloppy way. Chapter 19. Judging from the name Silver Cutter and the weapons carried by the opponent, Captain Willie should be a swordsman expert in theory, but he would appear dead if he said that. The more wronged. In the fight against Mo Fei or Mo Fei against him, Mr. Captain didn't touch his sword from beginning to end. It is not a strange incident that Pirate was suddenly killed at sea, and after removing all kinds of complicated thoughts, Captain Willie's last thought before he died was actually to admire himself. Look, he was right to decide to change his identity, right? Why shouldn't you? Isn't there a bounty hunter coming to the door? The only pity is that his movements are a little slower, and bounty hunter is too cunning. Mo Fei sat on the side of the boat and remained silent after solving the two pirates. Different from the previous boat breaking and fishing, it should be said that this face-to-face fight has a different kind of excitement. Although the battle seems relatively simple, when a person's blood soars from the position of Qi, Mo Fei still feels that his adrenaline level within the body is increasing sharply. So now he has to calm down a little bit. After a while, Mo Fei stood up again. He walked to the corpse of Pirate Captain, ready to search for a while. As a result, he searched, and he only found a compass and a nautical chart. This is something that fits the captain's identity. Mo Fei collected these two distinct things, and then straightened the captain's body. After both of his hands swung the dagger in the air for a few times, it still felt a little uncomfortable hands. Killing is one thing, but the next thing to do is still a bit of a challenge to his psychological bottom line. The Silver Cutter is worth 12 million belly, and Mo Fei doesn't want to sail with a corpse all the time, so he plans to leave something that can prove the identity of the other party, and then throw the corpse. So he moved his two finger knots, then squeezed the dagger tightly, swiped it in the air, and cut it off with a single knife. This sword is very sharp. It cuts off a person's neck bone easily. Then Mo Fei walked into the cabin with a bloody dagger and walked into the cabin. He dumped the contents of a treasure box on the ground, and then walked out holding the box. Then I saw him put the 12 million head into the box, fasten the lid, and then threw the captain's body into the sea. The sea at night is pitch black. The little red blood gushing out of the two pirates is not enough to change the color of any wave. And seeing Mo Fei orderly handling the series of terrifying matters, Faning's downtime brain finally reacted, and she understood what she had seen. So she started screaming, fear, crying and screaming. For a young girl from aristocratic background, these bloody things seemed a bit too exciting. Mo Fei said in his heart that there is still a person on the boat. Shut up, don't scream. I won't kill you, but if you're too noisy, it's a different story. Mo Fei holds a bloody knife in his hand. When speaking, there was no ups and downs in his voice and no emotional fluctuations on his face, so his threat was still very convincing, even though he was just scaring people. Faning shut up immediately. There has been no movement in the sea for a long time, and His Highness the Prince who fell into the sea is 100% dead at this time. But even if the opponent has the probability of survival, Mo Fei has no plans to return to the sea. That's really cheap. So in this boat and even in this sea territory, he and Faning are the only two living people left. Evening young lady has sassy long blonde hair and looks very outstanding. She is wearing a very big palace-style dress supported by a skirt. It's just that it's already a little unkempt. At this moment, she was sitting slumped on the boat, her back pressed tightly to the ship's side. Mo Fei took 2 steps forward, but stopped after sniffing his nose. "I'll ask. You will answer. What's your name?" "Rasmussen Ifning, born in the Rasmussen clan, 16 years old. His father is Earl Rasmussen of the Kingdom of Hildegard." Ifning restrained his fear and reported his identity with a very fast speech rate, for fear that Mo Fei would chop off his head first. Although Mo Fei is only asking her name, she has already started to apply for her account, and she does not have the aloof and remote feeling at the beginning. At this time, Mo Fei had already got into the cabin. He opened the boxes and found that the contents were indeed treasures. After he finally opened the large suitcase, he found that most of the contents contained in it were some women's clothing, and some jewelry with family crests and a seal. "So do I need to bring so many clothes when I go out? But it doesn't matter." Mo Fei just wanted to check if there are any dangerous items on the ship. As a result, he didn't find anything. He was probably the most dangerous on this ship. After Mo Fei got out of the cabin again, Ifning was still introducing herself. She has just eased a little bit, but she sees Mo Fei walking towards her with a knife, so her tension is full again. "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Mo Fei said in his heart, that I am not pirate who kills people at will, and you are not threatening. Why would I kill you? Since his words are not credible, after thinking about it, Mo Fei gave a reasonable explanation. "You are very good looking, so very useful, especially because we can't return to town. You are very useful when you can only drift to a desert island. So I won't kill you." This little girl has a practicality that she knows very well, so she probably can understand what Mo Fei is talking about. "Don't be afraid, I'll just see if I can cut off your handcuffs with this sword." The captain doesn't have the key to the handcuffs on him. "You know what it means? Is it? Say, what does it mean?" "Don't say it." She really isn't that scared anymore. She believes Mo Fei won't kill her, at least now. As for later. "Anyway, I can survive now." "It means that Mr. Captain didn't intend to let you live, even if they received a ransom." In view of this noble young lady's not very bright mind, Mo Fei explained this directly. "The hostages are the most valuable thing on this ship, so the captain of the item related to them will only keep it by himself, and the probability of another pirate carrying the key is not great. And since the captain does not have the key to the handcuffs, there is a high probability that he has never intended to open the handcuffs on the hostage. This has a high probability that he will tear the ticket. The reason is still very simple, but the noble young lady obviously didn't think about it in that way. Next, Mo Fei raised his dagger like an axe, and slashed it against the cast iron chain ticks. Because it is only wrought iron, the hardness of this thing is limited. Although the average person's manpower, it was impossible to break free, but after Mo Fei cut it for a while, he really cut it off. Because this sword is a bit sharp, Mo Fei raised the sword and took a look, and found that it has no sharp edges. How to be sharp or how to be sharp? The short blade is 60 centimeters long, about 3 fingers wide, and the spine of the sword is very thick. When held in the hand, it feels like a 5 kg. Its overall shape looks a bit like a Viking sword, but the crafting and carving are very sophisticated and exquisite, not the kind of exquisite embellishment with gems, but the kind of shape, carving and polishing that bring more resembles nature itself, metal beauty. About half of human beings like this metal cold weapon very much, and their characteristic is gender uniformity. Mo Fei carefully observed the short sword against the moonlight. The light reflected from the blade became colder. And he found the inscription on the sword blade, Bedwar. Bedwell should be the name of this sword. Mo Fei didn't say anything, he just returned the short sword to its sheath and silently tucked it behind him. Although the weapon is short, it's good quality, so he used it first. He glanced at Ifnin, who was quietly rubbing his wrists, and then said, "You wear such fluffy clothes on this kind of boat. As long as the sea breeze is slightly stronger, you can easily be blown into the sea. Go change a dress." Ifnin's hand movement stopped, her face flushed quickly. Then she lowered her head and quickly walked into the cabin. Mo Fei nodded. I can only say that he is a kind, well-knowing person who maintains people's privacy and respects people. While thinking this way, after Afnan entered the cabin, he casually locked it outside, anyway, shut it up first, and ran around. Devil Fruit Notes. The strong one is Fuwa no Mi, and now I am just a fruit pendant, equivalent to cat crawling frame. Chapter 20. After waiting for the time to come to the morning of the second day, Mo Fei released Afnan in the cabin to let the air out. At the same time, he also added some food and water. Hostage young lady, can't eat it. Mo Fei is still more humane, he is not going to make the act of eating by himself so that the other party can only watch. There is indeed no shortage of survival supplies on board for the time being. But the problem is that the content of the breakfast may be a bit bad for the aristocratic young lady Afanan. I drink cold water that I don't know if there is any spoilage, and I eat dry food that is hard enough to be toothless. Things are probably too far apart from her daily life, so she really can't speak. However, in Mo Fei's view, when she is drifting on this kind of sea, considering the identity of Afaning as a hostage or a captive, she eats very well, but she still has the qualifications. Picking and choosing, cannot eat anything, it only shows that she is not hungry enough. But after Mo Fei glanced at it and asked a question, Afaning had to eat if she didn't want to eat. She was afraid that her actions would anger this cruel man. As long as Afnan sees Mo Fei's face, he will remember his calm behavior of beheading and boxing people last night. I want to wash my face first, can I? Afni asked cautiously and quietly. If you use sea water, of course you can. Mo Fei said. Although there is no shortage of living supplies on the boat, he is not too extravagant to let the young lady use it to wash his face. So Afnan put the hard bread in his hands on the top of the cabin, and then walked to the side of the boat, with his legs on the ground, his left hand propped up on the ship's side, and his body tried to lean forward and extend the right hand to reach it. The sea water below. Mo Fei silently glanced at the other person's back, and couldn't help feeling that the noble young lady wore more clothes today than yesterday. Although the fluffy white skirt is gone, she is wearing something. This means that Admiral himself is in a more dangerous situation. It is an alternative danger that is very different from falling into the sea. At this time, she was wearing a white shirt, black vest lining and black nightsuit on her upper body, and white breeches and riding boots on her lower body. This should be a specially customized nightsuit. When riding horses, they naturally have requirements for knight's clothes. They have to wear as simple as possible to prevent being caught by saddles or other things when riding, so these kinds of clothes are often special self-cultivation, so the aristocratic young lady's body curve is highlighted in an exaggerated way. Especially, her pants seem to be made of expensive stretch fabrics, so where a pair of legs should be straight, they should be straight, and where they should be round, they are round. I can only say that he is in good shape and full of materials. So she might as well wear yesterday's long dress, or Mo Fei would like to suggest that she lie down on the boat next time she washes her face, so that she can reach the water directly. Changing her posture will be good for each other. There are benefits. Right hand changed his left hand. It took Afnan a long time to wash his face. As for more washing, there is no need to think about it. The conditions on the boat are limited. Then she started to soak hard bread in cold water. During this time, Mo Fei walked into the cabin and moved all the contents out, and after Afnan finished eating, he was going to shut her back in. Before entering the cabin, Afaning opened her mouth and finally asked, "May I know where I am going next?" Perhaps what she wants to ask is what exactly did Mo Fei plan to do with her, but after all, she didn't have the courage to ask directly. Who knows, let's figure out where we are now. Mo Fei pushed her back, tucked her into the cabin, and then was back in locked outside. After that, he began to organize things. He has always carried his own important items with him. In fact, it is different, one is his passbook, the other is his devil fruit research notes, including pirate ship, he also carries it with him hide. As for other things, his canvas bag, change of clothes, etc. were confiscated by pirate, but those things were not important. The next step is pirate's property. Mo Fei repeated what he had done before. He poured all the non-cash items into a big bag and sealed it, which made it easier for him to carry. Another big asset is Captain Willie. He was put in a box and placed separately. After finishing these things, Mo Fei threw the other empty treasure chests into the sea. Anyway, these things just took up space on the ship. At the end, he took out the chart and began to study where he was now. Sea charts are not the kind of detailed sea territory water map that requires a lot of surveying and mapping. They are just marked with general information such as orientation, islands, and routes. There is only one punctuation on this map, and that punctuation is in the calm belt position. If not surprisingly, it should be where the pirate ship entered the calm belt last night. It makes sense, anyway. Before entering the calm belt dangerous area, where and how to enter must be studied carefully. So using the position of last night as the reference point, Mo Fei can roughly judge where he is now. A small boat could not go far overnight. Mo Fei now has to thank the modern compulsory education for his ability to read pictures. The trivial things of understanding charts and identifying directions are completely nothing difficult for him. His finger slid on the chart, and finally stopped on the nearest large island, and then tapped his finger twice. Set the destination there for now. Mo Fei needs to deal with the ship's things. Firstly, he is not used to carrying so many precious metals with him. Secondly, there are valuable things on the ship that have a shelf life. Ufnan was locked in a cabin that was not very ventilated, so Mo Fei first used the power of the fruit to speed up quietly, and then began to control the boat to float on the water and start flying. He went straight to the destination, and to go the spaceship must fly much faster than the sea boat. Under the premise of not using the maximum speed, he simply reached a location where he could not reach a normal voyage for 10 days in less than a day. The big island is already in sight. Up. He waited until the sky was dark before he prepared to take his belongings to the island. As for Ufnan, it may be because the ship flew too steadily before, or it was too boring to be kept in the cabin. Anyway, she is now asleep. This aristocratic young lady who used to be inexperienced in the world is also quite miserable in a sense, because at this time it is difficult for her to return to her original living environment. Mo Fei hasn't figured out what to do with her yet, so let her stay in the cabin first. He controlled the boat to float up and hit it high in the sky, and then went to the island alone. The destination was the bank or money exchange on the island. Devil Fruit notes. Does white-skinned people in this world also conform to my inherent prejudice against certain types of race? That is, teenage girls develop extremely fast, but in more than 10 years, they will evolve into gulagas one by one? Chapter 21. The money exchange is located in a very conspicuous location in the city. The closer it is at night, the easier it is to find that kind of place, so Mo Fei just went around in the city 2 laps, and then arrived at the destination. This kind of place with a lot of cash transactions and the nature of grey area naturally has a lot of guarding power. They have to prevent themselves from being looted. After all, this is a pirate walking around, mountain bandit, occasionally the restless world that can also thrive. So that night, the guard standing at the gate of the gold exchange saw a man deliberately spreading the hair on his forehead, pulling up the collar of his shirt to cover most of his face, and carrying a pocket behind his back. The man with the treasure chest in his hand walked towards him. But they are not surprised, because many people who come here to trade will have similar dresses, and they will deliberately choose to conceal their identity. More importantly, Mo Fei has only one person, so the guards of the gold exchange judged that his threat is limited. A meticulous youngster dressed in a suit and combed his hair walked up to him, and he was in charge of receiving the guest, Mo Fei. "Dear guest, good evening, what can I do for you?" the other party said after bowing to Mo Fei. Speaking very politely. Mo Fei glanced at the other person, nodded quietly, then reached out and patted his back pocket, so a series of metal the impact sound came out like this. Then guest, please follow me. The other party naturally understood what Mo Fei wanted to do. Mo Fei followed the opponent and walked into the gold exchange. He really wasn't afraid that the opponent would rob him as a foreigner backhand, because when the time comes, it doesn't matter who robs him. However, he still likes to deal with this youngster who is new to the industry, because this kind of person does not have a deep career, does not have much contact with business, and lacks confidence, so it is easy to be bluffed, not bluffed guests, but being bluffed by the guests. Mo Fei was taken into a VIP room, and then began a business negotiation with the other party. All for cash. He sat down on a sofa, put the pocket on the table in front, and pushed it in front of him again. Said. After the man untied his pocket and looked at it, a smile appeared on his face. He had received a big job. Please wait a moment, I will find someone to come over for valuation. Yes. Mo Fei nodded. Last time it was a bank transaction, and he pretended to be a friend of Mr. Watt, so he was more relieved to let people take his treasure out for valuation, but this time is different, this transaction must be done in person. Soon, the youngster returned to this room with 3 or 4 people, and they began to estimate everything on the spot. After seeing something, several people would discuss with each other. Click, and then give a price, write it on a list. It looks very professional, but if there is nothing tricky in it, Mo Fei definitely doesn't believe it. After waiting quite boringly for a while, they finally finished their work. Youngster took the list and walked in front of Mo Fei, and said, guest, price. He just wanted to speak, but Mo Fei took a step ahead. I interrupted, just a moment please, I have another hard currency I want to show you, and we will calculate the price together after this item is included. Well, may I ask it? What? The youngster had already noticed the box Mo Fei placed at his feet, but Mo Fei didn't open his mouth and he couldn't take the initiative to take a look. After seeing the other party approaching, Mo Fei picked up the box and opened it, so a bloody and pale head appeared abruptly in front of the other party's eyes. In an instant, youngster's face turned equally pale. This is Pirate Silver Cutter Willie Dan, Bounty Gold 12 million belly. I don't have time to hand him over to Marine, so please help me deal with it. You can check his identity, and if it is confirmed that it is correct, you only need to pay me 10 million. Under normal circumstances, once this type of bounty task is completed, if it is, world government and Marine are more happy to give money, because pirate is big, world government really wants to curb this kind of momentum, otherwise they don't need to set up such a bounty. So there is no problem with this kind of transaction. Captain Willie is indeed a hard currency. More importantly, the money exchange can earn 2 million belly by running a leg here. If this is a simple transaction, then the other party will definitely be eager to agree. But Mo Fei finally took out the head of the bounty, just to warn this group not to go too far in the current large transaction. Then these treasures, the youngster stumbled upon speaking. It's all right, now in South Blue or other corners of the world, there is no longer an impossible presence of Willy pirates. Mo Fei continues to scare people. What he meant, it means that an entire pirates has been slaughtered by him, although the strength of that pirates is limited from the captain's bounty, but they kill all of them without blinking. That only shows that Mo Fei is a ruthless role. Name? What? What's your name? Seagull. After Seagull blurted out his name, he realized that something was wrong. Seagull, Mo Fei paused, as if he had really memorized the other's name. I've written down your name, let's continue the calculation. This sentence translates to you and your whole family are responsible for this transaction, either the transaction is completed beautifully, or the whole family has died of neat and tidy. Mo Fei doesn't mind that he is doing threaten employees in other people's company because he is playing the role of outlaw. On the sea, there are as many outlaws like this. Immediately, we will recalculate immediately. Seagull said. Don't say you are a novice, no veteran may be able to survive the threat of Mo Fei. Several people left the room. After discussing for a while, Seagull came back and quoted a price to Mo Fei. Sir, the total price of the treasure is 74.5 million belly, and the bounty gold is 12 million belly, the total price is 86.5 million belly, what do you think of this price? Well, it's such a simple addition and subtraction. Failed. Mo Fei thought for a while and thought that the price was about the same. A small part of the total price of the treasure was obtained from the recent robbery of the passenger ship, and most of it should be the accumulation of pirates over a long period of time. The quotation of the exchange house did not even lose bounty gold. It can be seen that the commercial exchange between Mo Fei and them is still very successful. They must make some money at this price, but the part of the money earned it is estimated to be reduced to about 20%. Because he can get the cash directly and the transaction will not reveal any identity information of Mo Fei, he is not dissatisfied. No problem, you guys are very fair. Seagull laughed, and he looked like he was strongly laughing. Then I'll send someone the cash right away. Seagull hurried to and fro. But Mo Fei with good eyes still caught a glimpse of the number written on the list that the other party was holding. The first number was 15 million. Then this number was crossed out. I can only say, I am really a black-hearted businessman. I only give a price of 10 million for something worth 100 million. Fortunately, Mo Fei is a person who is particularly good at reasoning, and his reasoning can even awaken the conscience of black businessmen. In this world, making money seems to be a simple, efficient, and happy thing. Well, this is how Mo Fei wants to go wrong. His way of making money is simple and efficient in any world. Happy, the difference is that it is easier to consume Yang Shao. P.S. Seek recommendations and favorites on Monday. Chapter 22. Are there any other needs from the guests? We can basically buy everything you want here, such as gunpowder, guns, weapons, casinos, famous wines, beauties, or slaves. When Mo Fei was walking out carrying a cash box, Seagull, who was with him, kept pushing him. There are various entertainment venues above the money exchange. People who come here in exchange for a large amount of cash can make various kinds of consumption on the spot, and the money will return to the money exchange in hand. There are only a few cases of only entry but no exit like Mo Fei. To be reasonable, Mo Fei is not completely uninterested in this person's promotion, such as beautiful women, but in general he does not want to stay in such a messy place for too long. Generally speaking, it is not needed. With that said, Mo Fei suddenly stopped, and he suddenly remembered what he needed. By the way, do you have that kind of stuff for sale? Just hands. I mean den den mushy. Mo Fei wants a mobile phone, and in his impression, the popularity of this thing in this world is not high, not particularly rare, but also not so common. Moreover, den den mushy is not a cell phone or phone that requires signal towers and lines to work. It is at least equivalent to an all-weather satellite mobile phone that does not require satellites. Although den den mushy's signal is also strong or weak, it is generally capable of realizing global communication. This is a very magical insect. Of course there is. Do you need a den den mushy? Seagull asked. Mo Fei nodded. So the two parties reached another deal. Mo Fei got a den den mushy, and Cecil received 500,000 belly, equivalent to spend 30,000 yuan to buy a portable global communications phone. There is one thing to say, the money exchange here is really black-hearted. Stuck in the door. At the moment the transaction was concluded, Mo Fei and Seagull tacitly gave each other the same judgment. Mo Fei thinks that I have done a nearly billion-dollar business with you, so can't I give this phone as a small gift? What Seagull thinks is that he has given out more than 80 million cash here, but the other party only consumes 500,000 belly, the two are not proportional at all, okay? Mo Fei didn't take a closer look. He put den den mushy away first, then turned around and left the money exchange. Under the night, the city's lights are already lit, it's oil lamps instead of electric lights, so the city is not so bright, but it is beating and ambiguous, like being deceived. Put on a black veil. Mo Fei did not leave the island in a hurry, he just went to a night market and bought some fresh food. Of course he didn't want to eat hard bread all the time. And just as he was about to turn around and leave here, there was a commotion on the other side of the city in the distance. Mo Fei listened and stared attentively, gunfire, gunfire, screaming, laughter, smoke and dust rising, firelight, struggling crowd, although I don't know what happened. But what is certain is that the blood of countless people has melted into the deep night. The world is such a world, and the era is such an era. Mo Fei's right hand was pressed involuntarily on the sword hilt behind him, and the expression on his face became a little scary. He started to walk over there, for those who are capable, the agitation in the heart is the most attractive lover. How many people can choose to live a self-disciplined life when they have the ability to act recklessly? When Mo Fei started to move, the night market also became chaotic. Fortunately, after not taking a few steps, Mo Fei stopped again. Thinking about it, the things he did after he came to in this world felt a bit terrifying. At this moment, Mo Fei felt a little stranger. After standing there for a while, he finally let out a sigh, and then released the palm of his sword. Neither justice nor evil, neither lawful nor chaotic, neither need to be pragmatic nor uphold nothingness, I am me, I am just me, nothing more. For things that have nothing to do with Mo Fei, he can watch the fires burning across the river at most, and cannot be infected by the surrounding atmosphere. Whether it is the atmosphere of the city tonight or the atmosphere of the entire world he is in. After trying to understand this, Mo Fei left the island and returned to his boat. After he left here, the crowd in the night market calmed down a bit. Someone looked at the uneven underfoot, the ground raised by different degrees of cracks, and asked in a somewhat unbelievable tone, "The ground? Has the earthquake stopped?" Well, although the earthquake has stopped, they still have to continue to flee before the commotion in the distance spreads to this side. Mo Fei first returned to the boat, and then controlled it away. He waited until he couldn't see the light on the island before he let it go again. Fall back to the sea. The time he left was not long, so when he opened the cabin door again, he found that the hostage young lady was still sleeping. It may be a little bit cold after nightfall, Afnan curled up halfway, looking somewhat pitiful. Mo Fei held the oil lamp in one hand and tapped the inner wall of the cabin with one hand. After awakening Afnan, he said, "Get up and eat." "Well, I still can't give it. She has such a good face." This aristocratic young lady can easily get wrong, and then immediately start to push her nose and face. It is better to let her learn a lesson. This is a precious life experience. This is actually Mo Fei thinks a little bit too much, and Afnan is now worried that he may be killed at any time, and he has no brain to think about the extra things. Afnan woke up, then rubbed her eyes and walked outside the cabin. She thought that the food for dinner was still crusty bread, but what she didn't expect was that she actually saw a piece wrapped in greased paper, the steaming meat in the bag. Now she doesn't mention washing her face and hands anymore, she jumps over and hugs the meat and starts chewing. After 1 minute, she succeeded in becoming greasy. Get up. Although the hostage young lady is a person who can't eat too much in daily life, she is afraid of comparison in everything. Let alone eating meat, how many days has she not eaten hot food? Mo Fei sat on the other side, cutting the meat into slices with a dagger in his hand and eating a little bit, while studying the den den mushi. This thing looks like a large snail, but it does not have such a strong stickiness. The top of the shell on its body is buckled with a microphone, and there is a dial of an old telephone on its side. As for the receiver, the earpiece is Den Den Mushi's own mouth. Mo Fei took out a small paper bag from his clothes pocket, which contained Den Den Mushi food. After pouring the granular food on the front of this Den Den Mushi, it began to eat. Get up. this thing looks very happy. Den mushi is a wild growing insect, but it is said that they do not hate being raised by humans, because they can simply eat and sleep well. It can be said that this is a kind of Buddha department of biology. Afnan, who had quickly wiped out a half of the meat in his hands, finally remembered and asked a vague question, "Excuse me, how did this meat come from?" She thought they had been drifting at sea. The light flashed Mo Fei's face flickering and dimming, and he grinned with an unsmiling smile, and then said, "Guess." Look at Afnan looking at the sword in Mo Fei's hand, thinking about what he used to do with this sword, and then looking at the meat in her hand, she suddenly felt that her mouth was extremely greasy and her stomach was churning. Then Afnan threw the meat in his hand directly, ran to the side of the boat and began to retching. "Be careful, don't throw up on the boat, or you have to clean up by yourself." Mo Fei made a very bad joke, and Afnan probably thought she just ate the thing is. "Captain Willie?" Afnan almost buried her face in the sea, and after vomiting for a while, she sank back on the boat with her face deathly pale. Mo Fei looked at this terrified hostage young lady. "Hey? I can't look away a little bit." The sea water wet the front of Afnan, and the white shirt clung to her skin, showing a translucent color, and then vaguely revealed some content. Because she was vomiting too violently, her chest was constantly undulating. So, if you want to ask the general impression that the sea gives to ordinary people, it really is salty and wet. P.S. 1. I sorted out the protagonist's psychological state to get closer to reality, but considering that no one wants to look at this, so just give it a taste. 2. The previous pirate was in a hurry, so this one is a retry. Of course, the story is completely different, but it may borrow a little bit of insignificant settings. 3. The writing goal of this article: the radio wave. 4. Please support. I feel that there is no who vote, you can vote, collect, and reward. Chapter 23. Just a little joke, you don't need to be so excited, this is just cooked sea beast meat. Wait until Afnan finally finishes vomiting, Mo Fei said. It can only be said that the evil tastes that people like vary from person to person. Seeing the calm that Mo Fei still eats, there is no discomfort at all, and then recalling the meat quality and taste of the food just now, Afnan naturally chose to believe what he said. Just now she was just cheated. It can only be said that this is purely psychological. She has never eaten the same kind of meat, so how can she distinguish it from sea beast meat? Thinking about it this way, Afnan was still a little bit unfinished. Although she was very happy just eating, she threw up all of her. Now she wants to eat something more, but the problem is that her own portion of meat has been thrown on the boat board not because of filth, but because the noble's reservation prevented her from picking up the food again. Mo Fei had to cut the meat at hand and handed it to Afnan. "I have eaten it." "Thanks, thank you." Afnan took the food, and at this moment she actually felt Mo Fei is not bad. She seems to have begun to develop a certain magical habit, or psychological dependence is more appropriate. Well, it is called Stockholm Syndrome. "You are welcome." Mo Fei suddenly had an idea. Anyway, he was idle on the way to Ganymedes. He decided to find something to do. "You can do me a little favor." These words made Afnington, who was biting the piece of meat, pause for a while, and her mouth mechanically chewed a few times and swallowed the food. After that, it appeared that Karing asked, What is it?" "Small thing, I am going to launch a zero-cost and high-yield short-term offshore fundraising project. There is just a lack of a Kanban girl in this project. So I am going to entrust you to this job." Because Mo Fei deliberately used words to beautify his behavior, Afning did not understand him at all. What is being said in a nutshell? He intends to rob all the way until he reaches the marine base. In short, he wants to round up a whole number and make 100 million. "It's okay, you will understand by tomorrow." After speaking, Mo Fei didn't explain much, but went straight back to the cabin to get a good night's sleep. Feel. The hostage young lady has been asleep for a long time during the day, so I probably don't need to sleep at night. Or if she has any plans to grab a place with Mo Fei, it's not impossible to squeeze. The night is gone, second day in the morning, the sky is bright. Afnan was leaning against the outer wall of the cabin and taking a nap. Suddenly she seemed to hear something vaguely, which made her yawn, rub her eyes and lift her head, and when her gaze was level with the sea, what greeted her instantly erased her sleepiness. Battleship, a battleship is sailing not far away, even from its course, this battleship is sailing towards her side. Afnan stood up abruptly with excitement, she put her hands in front of her mouth, but when she was about to shout for help, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Think about the consequences before doing things, stupid woman. Mo Fei would not be so safe to sleep so daringly, he must be able to hear the movements outside. Afnan thought that Mo Fei was threatening to kill her, but she was scared but not too worried about this, because battleship was not far away, maybe Marine above was watching regarding the situation here, she does not believe that Mo Fei dared to do it in public like this. But then she heard Mo Fei say, contact with Marine will reveal two facts. First, you were caught by pirate, and you even stayed on pirate ship for a long time. Second, His Highness the Prince, who traveled privately with you, died in pirates' hands. Think about it. How do people think of women who fell into pirates' hands? This does not require Mo Fei explained more, and Afnan had imagined the consequences. The other point is more subtle. The problem lies in the fact that one of the two people who traveled privately died and the other was still alive. The royal family of the Kingdom of Hildegard. What do you think of Afnan who survived? What will happen to her family? Retaliation is almost a certainty. Although Afnan is not very smart, she has been well educated since she was a child. After being pointed out by Mo Fei, she still doesn't even understand this point. So her hands dropped again, and her eyes quickly dimmed. Because she realized a fact that is more serious than her being kidnapped, that is, she has no way to easily return to her family. The death of His Highness the Prince is too fatal for Afnan. She is absolutely to be held jointly and severally responsible, and will even become a punching bag for the royal family. So after realizing the fact that I have played with my life, Afnan felt ashamed at this moment. She is just a vine attached to the family. After leaving her family, she is nothing. It seems that you already want to understand. Listen to me now. Put your hands behind you and hide them. After battleship comes over, if someone shows up on it, we have to bow down to each other together. The reason why there is such an exhortation is because Mo Fei discovered that the battleship was indeed slowing down and leaning toward this side. Although he cut off the chain of handcuffs on Afaning's hand before, it was only a chain. Now she wears an iron bracelet on each of her wrists. This thing it's hard to explain if it's seen by Marine. After a while, the Marine battleship with only half sails passed in parallel from a position not far from the boat at a relatively slow speed. Afnan was standing on the left side of Mo Fei, so he stretched out his left hand to support her waist from behind. It was actually to help pinch the two chains. The two first bowed to the battleship, as if to show respect. After that, Mo Fei lifted his head, his gaze crossed the high freeboard of the battleship, and then he saw a person standing behind the bow fence and on the deck. Sure enough, Marine was paying attention to this boat. The farther background is a triple-mounted rotating turret. Mo Fei recognized the opponent carefully, and then became a little surprised in his heart, because he actually recognized that the opponent is here. Smoker, Marine Headquarters Senior Officer. Didn't expect to see such a story character at this time and in this position. And at Mo Fei's surprised time, battleship has slowly moved past, and then it began to accelerate away. On battleship at this time. Smoker Commodore, it does not seem to be the shipwreck, but, doesn't you need to check that boat? Tashiji, who has been following this Marine Commodore, is right. Asked Smoker. Smoker didn't leave his mouth. He stepped back and sat down on a chair placed on the deck. Then he read today's newspaper and said, "No need, even though it's strange to see this kind of boat in the depths of the sea, but... Tashiji, haven't you seen it? On the boat is a pair of youngsters, and the man looks like a poor brat. From the dressing point of view, the female should be a girl from aristocratic background, and then think about where they are. Can you not imagine what is going on? Anyway, I don't want to get involved in this. In the matter." Smoker was just afraid of trouble, and Tashiji, who listened to his explanation, had already made up 50,000 words of merry soul literature. Devil Fruit's notes. The caricature is completely different from the real character. The robust man, which is nearly 2 meters tall, looks really bold. Chapter 24. After the battleship left, Mo Fei began to pinch his chin and wondered why the elite marine headquarters like Smoker appeared in South Blue. As for the almost exposed things, to be honest, Mo Fei doesn't care. Taking a 10,000 step back, even if he was taken to the battleship, the hostage young lady described his experience these days based on facts, and you can find that Mo Fei has actually done nothing about violating the law and discipline at all, with special bad attitude towards the noble young lady. Is this a major event? At least not a major event for marine generals like Smoker. As for pirate, isn't pirate as it should be by rights everyone is condemned? Mo Fei killing a pirate leader is meritorious and worthy of praise. Is pirate a bit too active, so that marine headquarters had to draw power from the ground line back to the world? Mo Fei only thought of the reason South Blue saw Smoker. Since the war on the top, pirates all over the world have become restless. Yonko Whitebeard died, Ding Ding Daimyo's Whitebeard Pirates was defeated by Marine and then fell apart. Although it was shocking, the phrase One Piece exists that Whitebeard was willing to live under Pirate King Roger before his death played a very important role. 20 years after Roger's death, the great secret treasure still had no trace. At this time, many people thought that the legend was nothing more than a legend, but Whitebeard's words once again boosted the morale of the pirates. Whitebeard has been fighting with Roger for a lifetime. He himself is a person who is not interested in One Piece, but before he died, he made an annotation and endorsement for Roger. The more arrogant the person, the more trustworthy. There are people in the world who respect Whitebeard, people who resent Whitebeard, and people who have no feelings for him, but no matter what kind of people they will not think that Whitebeard will lie before death. So Great Age of Pirates was able to continue, and ushered in another peak. Although pirate from all over the world is suddenly active, no matter how much they toss about, they are always small movements. Now the new world in the second half of Grand Line is really a dance of demons, and most of the elite forces of Marine headquarters go to New World dealt with the pirate riot, not to mention Rear Admiral Vice Admiral, even the 3 Admiral were forced to start frequently. In the case of Marine's strength, they can't completely ignore the situation of the world, so the guys like Smoker who are neither too big nor too small are thrown out to perform the task. Say he is amazing. That's really amazing. After all, Logia is very young and wealthy, but the gap between him and the real Marine peak military strength is almost naked eye. I just don't know how long this person will stay in South Blue. Seeing someone like Smoker up close, Mo Fei still feels quite shocked. On the one hand, this is the first time he has actually seen a character, on the other hand, it is because of the Commodore. Mr. Imposing manner is pressing. He is tall, wearing a white jacket, bare chest, bulging muscles, and looks like a basketball player practicing fitness. When Mo Fei was thinking about things, Rasmussen Afening, who understood her own situation, was also thinking about things, and her mood was much more complicated than Mo Fei, because it is very likely that the Rasmussen in front of her name will lose its effect. After much deliberation, considering the pitiful brain capacity of this aristocratic young lady who has always eaten and drank without worry, she certainly can't think of a good way to. Under the premise of understanding, she suddenly realized another very frightening fact at this time: the only people she could rely on seemed to be the guy who was staying in the same boat with her now. Yes, think about it carefully, Afnan and Mo Fei actually have no grudges. The person who attacked and kidnapped her was a group of pirate, and the person who killed His Highness the Prince was also pirate. Mo Fei was just a bad luck ordinary people who shared joys and sorrows with her. Even Mo Fei killed the group of pirate. The captain, this is tantamount to helping her get revenge, isn't that the benefactor? That's how people are. Once she has some special ideas, she starts to lean over there actively. For this reason, she doesn't hesitate to brainwash herself. Mo Fei didn't think she had ever taken the initiative to help. Fu Ning's thoughts, even His Highness the Prince was originally thrown into the sea by him. At this moment, Afnan has no memory of her bodyguard once did not regard Mo Fei as a human being, or she never knew such a thing, because at that time she as it should no one who by rights has seen Mo Fei. After a short time with each other, Fu Ning felt that Mo Fei was a very thoughtful and deep-minded person, so maybe he would have a way? She had to find a way to get him to help herself. The encounter with Smoker Commodore at sea is just an episode. Mo Fei didn't care much. After crossing the battleship, he continued to follow his own act in pace. Mo Fei controlled the boat back to the normal route, and then you can see a lot of ships passing by. However, passenger ships, cargo ships, or battleships are not the ships he wants to see. At this time, all he wants to see is pirate ship. Everything is for his funding plan. There are definitely a lot of pirate ships on the sea, but things are often like this. When I really look for them, I can't find them. Fortunately, Mo Fei's luck is not bad. On the evening of the 5th day, he finally found a pirate ship. In Afnan's horrified sight, the boat began to approach the pirate ship little by little. "Sell as I taught you." Mo Fei hiding in the cabin said to her like this. Afnan stood on the boat and bit her lip. She began to shout, "Help, someone, who can come to save me?" Noble background, she has never done such a thing in her life. Is it okay to invest in feelings? The voice won't make people a little bit more? Mo Fei thought for a while, felt that aristocratic education does not necessarily teach this, so he doesn't really ask for it. Anyway, the voice should be louder, shouting while beckoning, "Let them see the handcuffs on your hand." No way, Afnan can only continue to shout. It doesn't matter if the sound is not sound. As long as it can attract pirates' attention, they have no reason not to come. Mo Fei is indeed entrapment, but his bait is too tempting, so it doesn't. I'm worried about any fish that won't take the bait. Afnan only needs to wear her night uniform to stop here, without unbuttoning the front button or deliberately doing any show-off. Pirate will come to rescue her 100%. Hey, there seems to be a woman killed in the sea. Let me see. Wow, hee hee hee. Go and inform the boss. Turn right now. Sure enough, after noticing the movement on Afnan's side, pirate ship immediately changed its original voyage. Then the pirates drove on, and something strange happened. The pirate ship shook violently, and then the bottom of the ship started to flood without knowing why. Chapter 25. I'm so stupid, really. Why do I think pirate has a habit of saving? Naive, too naive. The fishing activity started for a few days, and after sinking 3 pirate ships quietly, Mo Fei sat on the bow, facing the sea and began to develop a deep self-criticism. Before he had more than 80 million belly. He originally thought it was a simple thing to make up a small goal of 100 million, but didn't expect the reality is very skinny. Mo Fei, a total of less than 1 million belly has been harvested from the 3 pirate ships. Then he began to realize the problem, that is, although pirate is active, 99% of pirate in this world is spent on the amount of money it takes. The outlaw of there is today and there is no tomorrow does not squander it immediately after stealing the money. Do you want to grab a lifeless flower for your life? All their money is spent on gambling, wine, and women. So pirates are basically poor ghosts. 2 times before, Mo Fei was able to rob pirate of a large amount of property. It was because he had just robbed pirate before he had time to spend, and then Captain Willie was always ready. Changing the owner of the hometown, that's why I save money. It's equivalent to accidents in those 2 times, but Mo Fei treats them as general laws. He thinks Pirate is very rich. Obviously, this is an empirical and metaphysical error. The small goal is really not easy to achieve. Mo Fei's offshore fundraising plan directly declared bankruptcy. There is no way, just before joining Marine, make some contribution to Social Security in advance. Besides thinking like this, what else can Mo Fei think? If you make a mistake, please correct it. Mo Fei decided not to do these thankless things, and he didn't seem to have time to do it. After guying self-pity for a long time, Mo Fei turned his head and said to Afnan, "We will arrive in Ganymedes in 1 or 2 days. There is my destination. Before this, you think about what you plan to do next." These days, Mo Fei neither physically tortured her nor ever the kind of closeness she imagined. It should be said that most of the time he treats her as if she does not exist. So when Afnan wanted to say something, she didn't know how to speak. The remaining time is running out, so Afnan is getting more and more anxious, but she never finds a chance to speak. Anxiety comes and anxiety goes. She naturally cannot sleep well, so she woke up very early in the morning on the 2nd day, and at this time something terrifying her happened. No silhouette of Mo Fei was found. Now she was completely panicked. After spinning a few times like a headless fly on the boat, she finally couldn't help crying and shouting. "Hey, where have you been? Don't leave me alone. I have searched all over the boat and there is nothing at sea." What should she do next? The things Afnan experienced seemed a bit too heavy for a young girl. After shouting for a long time, Mo Fei's voice appeared again. "Why cry? Am I so important to you? You, where did you go? Hidden behind the sails to go to the toilet. Why is it so long? Constipation, eaten at sea things are too dry. Then why don't you answer my words? I have been yelling for a long time." At the end of the question, the hostage young lady's tone unexpectedly brought it. She had a complaining and even scornful tone. Since she grew up, she didn't say that all beings are turned upside down, but there are as many men around her as she has encountered Mo Fei for the first time. It can only be said that what Mo Fei likes is actually a girl with a pure and beautiful heart. Afrin obviously does not meet this requirement. Mo Fei feels a little unfathomable mystery. "My heart said you wouldn't cry any worse than when you were caught by Pirate, right?" he said with a slight emphasis, "because your name is so good, so listen to it more." Because of this tone, Afnan dare not say anything more. She actually vaguely noticed the secrets of Mo Fei. For example, although she didn't know whether a cash box had always existed, what she could be sure of was that the treasure on the ship suddenly disappeared. Could it be that a normal person would take such a large amount of money? Is the pile of money thrown into the sea? The box containing the human head is gone. If Mo Fei were to throw this thing away, why did he chop it down in the first place? But she will never ask about such things. Since she was attacked by Pirate, she has indeed grown. In fact, Mo Fei just left the boat. He went to confirm the situation of Ganymedes, and then found that the island was in front, that is, his route was not wrong. But he still, after coming back, this man did not do anything to throw a girl directly into the sea. We sailed for another day, and as the evening approached, the island appeared in the vision of the two of them. "The destination is here, and the journey is over," Mo Fei said. Evening is silent. People tend to be afraid of leaving a relatively stable environment. For example, evening nowadays, she actually has some hope that the boat can float on the sea forever. Going ashore will make her feel at a loss, because she feels that she has no one to rely on. After the boat docked in this unfamiliar port city, Mo Fei carried his money box and disembarked. He stretched involuntarily. The long sailing was really exhausting, and he landed again. After getting to the shore, it makes people feel happy. When Afnan got off the boat, she was a little shaky and unsteady. Mo Fei glanced at her, and then stepped forward. Afnan immediately followed him with some effort, carrying her large suitcase. He speeds up and she speeds up, and he slows down and he slows down. Seeing that she has been following herself, Mo Fei was a little helpless, sighed, "Well, I will help you find a hotel to live in. After you settle down, I will go and save my money first. Will you come back then?" This question is a good question. Afnan has learned to be smart, or everyone will become extra smart when it comes to the current situation of their own existence. And Mo Fei really intends to go out of the way. It's great to leave her with a little money. After all, the two have been partnerships, and Mo Fei should give her a little reward. However, because his little escape plan was seen through, Mo Fei can only say, "I will be back." Avanan actually wants to act with Mo Fei. But she has learned the truth of not being unsatisfied, so she is nodded and still follows Mo Fei. Mo Fei took her suitcase. Well, it's just that she was walking slowly. On the premise that there is no shortage of money, Mo Fei did not think about the problem of saving. He found the best hotel near the port and said to the front desk after walking in, "The best suite in the room." "A room." Mo Fei tone barely fell, and Fanning suddenly added a correction opinion at the back. Her voice was a bit faint, and she lowered her head involuntarily, but when her eyes met Mo Fei, a little surprised, and the hotel front desk staff was full of ambiguous eyes, her voice changed to change. Resolute. "Just one room is enough." It can only be said that this is a small strategy that she can use as a woman. She doesn't trust Mo Fei that much, she is still afraid that he will just run away like this. Devil Fruits notes. Some people say that women will only affect the speed at which I draw the sword, but what I think is, oh my god, it's so fragrant. I'm definitely not that kind of person, I'm the same from start to finish. It's just. Principles are principles, and human affection is human affection. When it is time to provide humanitarian assistance to others, a person of high moral standards should still lend a helping hand. Chapter 26. Mo Fei first went to the bank on this island and put 80 million bellies cash into his account. As for the remaining fraction, he temporarily kept in his hands. Then he went to the marine base on the island, and after finding the admissions department, he submitted an application form in the name of Allendale Mo Fei as required. Marine natural, he didn't just enter as he wanted to. After a few days, he would come here to participate in the seaman selection test. Then he found a place to buy some weird and personalized props that will be available later, about saws, files, and wrenches. At the same time, he bought some daily necessities and dinner. When Mo Fei finished these things and returned to the hotel room, the sky was already dark. At this time, he found that Afnan had taken a bath and changed clothes. It was normal, after all, she was a girl, and the sanitary conditions on the ship were very limited. After returning to the land, she would naturally be anxious to clean herself. Afnan was wearing a black gothic Lolita dress, and white stockings on her legs extending to the bottom of the skirt. Just from appreciation from a perspective, Mo Fei actually prefers night clothes. Now this skirt suit feels more suitable for smaller women to wear. It's a waste of her figure to wear it on a Fanning, and the previous clothes are more suitable for her blonde hair. It's a pity that she has been wearing the previous suit for 10 days, and it must be full of the breath of a girl. Sit. Mo Fei just looked her up and down, then pointed to a chair by the table and asked her to sit down. I have to say, after tidying up, she is completely different from the dirty people before. After Afnan sat down properly, Mo Fei took out a pile of things he bought and took out a saw. Anyway, take your handcuffs off first, don't move it. He pressed Avanan's right-hand wrist on the table, and then began to use the saw, cautiously saw off the cast iron handcuffs and then switched to the other hand. After taking off the handcuffs she wore for a long time on both hands, Fanning felt an unprecedented sense of relief. She stood up, moved her wrists, and then involuntarily I turned a few times in the room with my toes. Turning around, she approached Mo Fei's side, and then suddenly embraced one of his arms with both hands, and then almost put the weight of her whole body on his body. "Help me, I just want to go home, I know you must have a way." Afnan himself, her brain is not that flexible, but she knows that someone has a very good brain. Mo Fei said in his heart that this is really the case. This kind of thing is difficult to say, easy to say. In fact, he helped think about this problem when he was on the ship. "Don't get excited." Mo Fei stretched out his hand and stroked her back, as if trying to calm her down, but this action actually made her body, her emotions became tighter and tighter. He could feel the curve of her smooth back being concave and then bulging. As a result, Afnan avoided her palm instinctively, but she couldn't really avoid it, so under this psychological contradiction, she completely showed the waist of the young girl, straight and enchanting. Afnan unconsciously put the curve of his back to the most lithe and graceful state. "If you want to go home, you must rely on your father's help, so you must first understand one thing, your father, will Mr. Earl be willing to help you?" What, the meaning, I do not understand. Simply put, when your father learned that you were involved in Prince's death when he is in, he will choose to protect you or kill you, short tail survival. Isn't that difficult to understand? Prince is dead, after all, it's a major event. Mo Fei said, as if Prince's death had nothing to do with him. He is not instigating the relationship between Afnan and her father, but this situation is indeed possible. The bond of family affection will sometimes be stronger than imagined, and sometimes more fragile than imagined. Both of these situations exist. Mo Fei's speculation shocked Afnan. Shouldn't her father naturally help her? Is there a day when her father will become an enemy? Although she had never imagined this kind of probability, she must be able to understand this concern after Mo Fei said it. Afnan thought for a while, and then said, "My father always loves me. He has only me as a child. I will inherit the title of Earl in the future. What about the illegitimate child? No, even if there is, the illegal child does not have the right of inheritance. The kingdom will never let the illegal child inherit the official title." Mo Fei nodded. Since Afnan has uniqueness, then her value to her family seems to be irreplaceable, so whether it is based on family affection or benefit, her father will unconditionally protect her. Second question, how many people know about your private trip with that His Highness the Prince? No one knows, it was a private agreement we made. That's how few people know, let your father handle these things cleanly. Mo Fei doesn't believe that no one knows this kind of thing. Then the next thing is easy to say. It has been a long time since you left. Now the rumors of you and Prince's disappearance must be circulating in the capital at the same time. The next thing to do is to let the disappearance of the two of you can be distinguished. Although you two are missing, they are not missing together, understand? Avanan nodded. Then why did you disappear? Find a reasonable reason. In fact, it is not difficult to think, what is most likely to make an aristocratic young lady run away without a word? Avaning shook the head, she had no clue, so Mo Fei continued, it's very simple, it's an elopement with the poor brat of the common people. Funing became even more surprised, and then she immediately began to shake her head non-stop. This kind of thing will make me laugh for a lifetime. Mo Fei's palm was slightly harder, softening the body froze again. Now you don't have that many choices. Our purpose is to let you avoid the worst ending. Depending on your father's level of operation, your elopement may be smiled isho, or laughed heartily or wantonly mocking. This is your father's job, it depends on his ability. But it's best if your elopement object can be caught, with such proof, then, dead men tell no tales. And you move fast, you must preempt the prince's incident before it breaks out. The thing that makes you elope spreads in the capital first, and then you have to if you are found. Prince's matter has little to do with you. In short, you have to keep the two things out of each other as much as possible. Of course, elopement is just a suggestion, if your father can have what is better, more persuasive, and can completely protect your rhetoric, that would be great. Mo Fei feels that elopement is actually a very good reason. His job is very simple. He is only responsible for making ideas. As for the details and the scope of the actual operation, it is not his responsibility. Be fast, if you want to be clear. Go call, you should be able to reach your father. With that said, Mo Fei took out his den mushi and placed it in front of Afning. Afning bit her lip habitually, then picked up den mushi and went to the bedroom in the suite to call. This woman is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Mo Fei thinks that she is not smart, of course it's okay, but she is also working hard to do some things. For example, as a young lady of aristocracy, why would she be with Prince? Traveling privately together? The cause of the matter is very problematic. But once there is no mortal danger and IQ goes online, she knows how to use her capital. She is not smart, Mo Fei seems to be smarter, but in the end her problem is still solved. After a while, Afnan walked out of the bedroom with red eyes. She returned den mushi to Mo Fei, and then said, "My father will greet me as quickly as possible to deal with the method is basically what you said." That's good, isn't the matter solved? Afnan lowered her head and pinched the corners of her skirt with her hands, her eyes gleaming, and a pair of moist lips whistling. After a little entanglement, she finally asked in an insignificant voice. "Name? What? Name? I don't know your name yet." The voice has improved a little bit. Chapter 27. Considering that den mushi is a portable communication device in the world, contacting the Hildegard Kingdom from a remote island does not seem to be a difficult task. But let's not talk about the troublesome incident that Afnan has fallen into. Taking a step back, even if she can contact her family, but relying on her own words alone, she probably can't survive to welcome the arrival of the people. How can such aristocratic young lady survive for more than 3 days in a completely unfamiliar environment without any money? This is too difficult. So she had to need a little help, even if she had to pay some price for it. Afnan walked to the bedroom window barefoot, step by step, opened a gap in the thick curtain, and then looked down the street. The room is a little messy. At this time, she is only wearing a white silk nightgown. Under the nightgown is the carcass of smooth, soft, and glossy skin. The white hem perfects her exquisite body. The concealment is hidden, and the concealment under this single layer of clothing leaves an infinite space for imagination. If you carefully recall the experience during this period of time, Afnan has a dreamlike sense of unreality. If you use a more concise language to describe it, you should say so. This aristocratic young lady has a valuable life asset and wants to invest. Her original plan was based on appreciation demand. Make a long-term investment, but reality forces her to only make short-term investment based on survival needs. So she will inevitably compare the differences between different investment targets at this time. The direct evaluation index is the performance when facing Pirate. When His Highness the Prince encountered Pirate, he trembled, stern and selfish, and completely ignored her as a companion. As for Mo Fei, at first calmly, the thunderbolt strikes at the critical moment. No matter what the main visualization technique is, Afning really depends on Mo Fei to survive. As for the relationship since the past few days, Afning felt that she was treated as equal, independent, and with a plain and sincere feeling and attitude. This was also the same as when she got along with Prince. The arrogance shown is different. Afnan's left hand went around her abdomen, and her palm flicked over her slender waist and stroked her swollen buttocks. Such thin clothes still couldn't stop her good figure. Thinking of this, she recalled her response from awkward to enthusiastic and wanton, but this lingering and tactfulness seemed not as attractive as she had imagined, Afnan until now. She is a person who is very confident of her own charm, but her current experience has made her self-doubt. For a moment, Afnan even had a certain hallucination. She felt that it would be a happy thing to live quietly with such a person in such a place. Fortunately, she was timely. Rank to repentance. To sum up, Mo Fei was born with a human value far higher than that of His Highness the Prince, but a certain quality of His Highness the Prince is what Afnan has been pursuing for all the time: status. There is nothing to say, Mo Fei is also pursuing status. Someone who just left the hotel and walking on the street seemed to realize her sight, so he waved his hand without looking back. Afnan kept staring at his back, until he was completely integrated into the crowd, then he retracted his gaze and closed the curtains again. This unexpected journey allowed Rasmussen Afning to learn a lot, although in short, she has grown to a considerable extent. Elendel Mo Fei. The name was pronounced again in an insignificant voice, and Afnan decided to make this time either lucky or unlucky. Her experience is kept deep in her memory. Then she will return to her noble life. For Mo Fei, things are not that complicated, but some small decorations at the end make his journey more interesting. I would express my experience like this: there are things that happen to you in the world at all times. This is not uncommon, nor is it worth mentioning. Encounters are nothing more than encounters. When it comes to the association with this kind of aristocratic young lady, the shorter the time, the more valuable it will be, because it will make people remember her beauty while not caring about her being a noble. The problem. Simply put, she will be the kind of person who needs to be served even when she puts on her clothes and takes off her clothes. Of course, this is very interesting as a mood, but if it is part of daily life, it seems very terrifying. So Mo Fei didn't hesitate when he got out. To put it simply, this is the same as a famous wine. When you can't get it, you will look forward to it. When you get it, you should taste it carefully, and then think about it afterwards. Many times there will be a nameless the feeling of just like that. After waiting for a while, he will start to remember and miss again. Well, the most fundamental point lies in Mo Fei's perception of certain things. In such a world, there are so many beautiful scenery, and if you talk about one of them alone, it is often worth a moment of intoxication but not long infatuation. If you want to ask the reason, the answer lies in the mystery. Because there are so many. Mo Fei's conscience is that he left some money to young lady, a young aristocrat who has no money concept, and this money is enough for her to wait until the arrival of the people. After coming to this island for a few days of expenses, plus such expenses, it can only be said that Mo Fei originally had more than 7 million belly in cash, but now there are only 100 more than 10,000. The front desk staff of the hotel has been given an extra job since she moved in, and that is to help her run errands. It's also fortunate that this is a big city with consumption power that matches the size and prosperity of the city. Otherwise, Mo Fei has money and has no place to spend. Some words may appear disrespectful. People, so Mo Fei can only slander a little bit, such as nobles are really expensive and the like. Today is the deadline for the seaman recruitment information published in the newspaper and the day when the selection test begins. So, on the 5th day of landing Gain Métis, Mo Fei officially entered the base of Marine 54th branch for the second and first time. Devil Fruits notes. Today's scumbag talk: nothing can stop a man from running to the sea. For some people, wives and children can throw away, even more how is a lover. Chapter 28. As for the marine military installations on this island, it's actually not comprehensive enough to be called marine base, because it has both a land part and a part that extends into the sea. The marine base on the coast actually includes a military port. The military port is next to the civilian port. On the side facing the sea, you can see several old forts, and a battleship docked at a certain berth. The past few days Mo Fei wasn't just busy, he asked about the 54th branch. The highest commander here is called Gerd Fran, a commodore. Apart from this there is a captain and 3 majors. The 54th branch has 5 main battleships, more than 20 other large and small ships, and seamen about 3,000 people. The main battleship of course cannot be compared with the big guys of Marine headquarters, but playing pirates' wooden sailboat in South Blue is also an ultimate weapon: 1 general, 4 school officers, and senior officers get-together exists, although the generals in the branch and the generals in the headquarters are two concepts. Therefore, the 54th branch has sufficient armaments, and it is indeed a marine military base of the fulcrum level. However, Mo Fei also only inquired about the news that he could ask casually. After all, objective conditions are restricting his intelligence search activities. What is his main energy these days? Needless to say, the place. Because Mo Fei had already signed up before, so this time he received a card directly, and then was guided to the marine base. His name, age, and origin are recorded on this card, which is a certificate for the examination. This exam or selection, to put it bluntly, is just choosing seamen, and it is not an exam for officers or military academies, so it does not have such high requirements for the overall quality of qualified candidates. Mo Fei thinks that next the assessment should not be that complicated. He will definitely pass the exam. There is no reason why he will fail. When Mo Fei came to the large playground inside the base, he found that many people were already waiting here. This time the 54th branch seems to be adding 100 seamen. Mo Fei roughly at first glance, there are about 600 to 700 people present. In other words, there is a pass rate of at least 1/7. This ratio is so-so, and surely there are number 100 high-quality soldiers out of the 700. The examinees are all around the periphery of the playground, and a lot of testing equipment has been placed in the middle of the playground. After Mo Fei looked outside for a few times, he started to squeeze in without a word. This person found that the card in his hand did not have a number printed on it, which means that when the exam starts, there is a high probability that it will be first come, first served. Start early and finish early. He has no intention of waiting here forever. And now Mo Fei also understands the content of the exam. Just look at those things in the playground, and then it should be just a physical test. He is involuntarily nodded, so the test content is reasonable. Marine, this is just picking ordinary soldiers, so what kind of bicycle is needed? Mo Fei squeezed to the front of the crowd quietly, so that when Marine in the middle of the playground announces the start of the exam, he will be the first to step over there. However, just as he thought about it, there was a commotion around the crowd. Mo Fei turned his head and took a look, and then he found that a robust man appeared in the back. He didn't know when. It was kind of a crane in a flock of chickens. At first glance, the guy was at least as tall as possible. 2 meters 3. This world is like this. No, it should be said that it is like this everywhere. This is a basic law. The larger the size of a creature, the greater the energy contained in his body. The physique and strength gap between men and women is far less than the gap between normal people and giants. The reason is the same as boxing on platform. Lightweight players can never compete with heavyweight players. Therefore, Marine Headquarters wants to obtain giant race soldiers, and world government will have large experiments. Therefore, people like Whitebeard and Kaido should be born powerhouses. Get out of the way, you mud legs, get out of the way. There seems to be a group of boys around robust man. They crowded him and squeezed forward together, and because of them his actions were so rough and his steps were so impatient that many people behind were instantly squeezed and turned on their backs. It's Lucio. Someone around Mo Fei recognized the identity of the robust man. The robust man seems to be a local, quite famous. For such marine recruitment matters, the people on the island who came to the scene the most are the local people on this island. Those who have traveled over thousands of miles like Mo Fei should be only a few of them. Ha ha ha, all of them look like bean sprouts, and still want to be seamen? Is this to give the pirates a head? Go home and have milk. In a blink of an eye, the robust man named Lucio has come to the innermost circle of the crowd. He slapped a small man to the ground, and laughed heartily while mocking. Mo Fei was also pushed aside by this group of people. Talk to talk, don't squeeze me. People are arrogant, he just don't give face and said. Elementary school students, who is tall and who is awesome? And this person is only 2 meters 3, What's so arrogant about this? At least you have to wait for 5 meters to come again? Mo Fei persuaded these people not to squeeze him, it was for the good of each other. Think about the consequences of those who pushed him, pulled him, and squeezed him so far. Although Mo Fei's voice is not loud, but when everyone around is photographed by Lucio's height and sturdy and no words are spoken, his voice naturally reaches the other party's ears immediately. Lucio glanced at Mo Fei with a very violent gaze. He looked at Mo Fei up and down, and then the expression on his face became full of mockery. Very well, I remember you. I hope you can pass this exam and join Marine with us, but, with a small sword on your body, are you a swordsman expert? Or at all don't know how to use a sword? Ha ha ha. Although Lucio is very dissatisfied with someone daring to talk to him like this, even if his mind is full of muscles, he knows that he can't be in such a situation. Make trouble. Thank you for your blessing. Although he said so, but the other party seemed to hit Mo Fei's painful foot with a crooked hit. He had a sword on his body, but he do not understand swordsmanship. The exam has started, you all come over one by one. The Marine officers in the middle of the playground can ignore the small commotion in the crowd, they just announced the beginning of the exam. Lucio was the first to walk out, and his little brothers followed. Thank you. It's just a small matter. As for Mo Fei, he first pulled up the little man who was shot down. Then he followed behind the group. Then the people around realized that they should follow along. Height is 235 centimeters, weight is 153 kg. My height seems to be growing, what should I do? It seems to be too much to get rid of you, ha ha. When Fei walked forward, he heard Lucio's voice again. The other party had already measured the basic physical data, and then went for a strength test. Bench press, 374 kg. I was in charge of testing the lower-level officers who were a little surprised by Lucio's performance. He recorded this number on the opponent's card and gave it back. When the other party said, "Your physical fitness is very good. So, Mr. Seaman." Lucio admired the expression and tone of this seaman very much, but this was not enough. He was going to shock the group of people along the way, so he took the card and continued on, preparing for the next test. However, before he could take a few steps, the seaman's voice came from his ear again. This time the other party became stumbling. 500 kg. Lucio's physique can have that kind of power, and the officer is naturally able to accept it, but how does this inconspicuous person in front of him do such a thing? Don't say his physique is strong, he can only be considered well-proportioned at best. Thank you, can you write it down for me? Mo Fei just said after laughed. When, of course. Mo Fei is not a stingy person, so let's take a half-ton first. He's not being naive because he's going to give tit for tat with Lucio just now. In fact, he didn't put the other person in his eyes, and he didn't pay much attention to what was just now, just. Of course he would endure the part of Cain's tolerance, but of course he would take care of himself when he should stand out. Anyway, let's set up an innate divine strength personality first. Mo Fei silently thought in the heart. He chose to enter Marine as an ordinary seaman, but he did not come to be a seaman. Chapter 29. After the test started, when facing the active Marine in Marine's field, candidates who were civilians had to obey the rules obediently and honestly. If you continue to play prestige, then equivalent to hit Marine in the face without giving any face. This is a simple reason, so no one will be so foolish to find faults all the time. From the perspective of purpose, everyone is here to participate in the seaman selection, not for selection. So Lucio, who was the first one, could only watch the data he brushed out after only a short period of time, and then it was overwritten by one again, or he was looked down upon by one. The little man like bean sprouts is covered. At this time, Lucio's mood must be particularly interesting, because his proud physique does not seem to be very proud. Of course, no one but himself cares about his mood. Mo Fei is only obediently and honestly, step-by-step testing. As he thought before, the selection test is a physical fitness test, and it is not complicated, and even literacy is not within the selection criteria. As long as it is not a technical unit, the ordinary seaman only needs to be outstanding. It doesn't seem to matter if you are illiterate or physique. Mo Fei's card was quickly printed with a set of data: bench press 500 kg, snatch 500 kg, bounce 4 meters, 100 meters speed 8 seconds, 10,000 meters speed 14 minutes. Maybe it is because they can only test everyone in one day, or they may have such a simple quality requirement for seamen. In short, Marine's introduction test is just that, but it is considered to have both endurance and explosive power assessment. Mo Fei thought that at least there would be tests such as swimming or seasickness, but apparently there are no tests. Although such tests are necessary, they may be too time-consuming. As an ordinary people, Mo Fei's series of data is exaggerated. The same data from the 2 strength tests shows that this is not his limit. Bending his knees on the spot and being able to jump 2 heights or more is a bit contrary to the physiological structure of an human, and then he simply ran 10,000 meters at a sprint speed of 100 meters. As long as the place is loudly roared, it can be transformed at any time. There is no doubt that Mo Fei's performance is very excellent. He cheated a little with his fruit ability in the exam, so he appeared a little outstanding. It can only be said that cheating is shameful, but it works. As proof, he was the first to be allowed to enter a certain office in the Marine base, who was a little behind to complete the test. Leaving the playground, walking into the base building, and stopping in front of an office, Mo Fei reached out and knocked on the door lightly. After getting permission, he pushed the door and walked in, and then closed it again. Good door. There was a young officer sitting behind a desk. After seeing Mo Fei, he reached out his right hand and tapped the table with his index finger. Mo Fei reacted immediately and handed the card in his hand to the opponent. Hey. The young officer glanced briefly, and seemed to be a little confused and said, "The result of this test, hey." He confirmed Mo Fei's name, and then said, "Mr. Mo Fei, have you had any special training before?" Mo Fei stretched out his hand and scratched the back of the head, then he said, "Does fishing count?" Such performance and answer made the young officer shake his head and laugh. He realized that his question was a bit stupid. Yes, if you have specialized, system and long-term training, your performance is more than that. Mr. Mo Fei, your test data is good, or it should be said to be quite good, as an ordinary people. However, Mo Fei can be evaluated as excellent. The benchmark is ordinary people rather than combatants, not to mention Marine elite. This kind of physical ability data is not uncommon, and most people can reach it after training, so it's not surprising. However, if you use such data as the starting point or origin before training, it's a different matter. So the young officer got Mo Fei's aptitude judgment. Hildegard was born in the kingdom? I remember that country is far away from here. Yes, sir, my hometown is Er's Island. Then it's not easy for you to be here, but it doesn't make sense to talk about distance or nearness. Pirate exists in any corner of this sea. Mr. Mo Fei, I have a key question I need to ask you. What is your attitude towards pirate? Has pirate ever appeared in your family, close and distant relatives? Or yourself, have you ever worked for pirate? Mo Fei said to his heart that no wonder he felt that this guy in front of him was obviously an officer but looked extraordinarily kind. It turned out that he was engaged in political trial work. I personally or my family have not encountered pirates' infringement, but I have witnessed the tragedy caused by pirate many times. I am not pirate. My family has been relying on that impoverished, closed island before. Fishing for a living, sir. Mo Fei has never done pirate, he has done pirate. That's good, please forgive the rudeness of my question. After a few chats with Mo Fei, the young officer finished his job. He only needs to roughly judge whether MOFA is pirate or not. This is a very rough review. After all, more than 90% of people in the world have neither mastered nor need to master the skills of lying. Furthermore, this officer is just reviewing seamen's qualifications. If MOFA has the opportunity to become an officer or even a senior officer in the future, then world government and Marines intelligence agencies will definitely conduct detailed investigations on him. Because Mr. Officer may have to talk about 100 people today, so the process is going very fast, he will not talk to new recruits about the ideal of eliminating pirate. Even because MOFA's score is very good, he has actually wasted a lot of time. Okay, Mr. MOFA. Welcome to the 54th branch of Marine. Thank you, sir. Not MR, it's sir, do you understand? The young officer is not emphasizing his own identity, but emphasizing the identity of MOFA. This is to tell him that he is now and just now. It's different. Yes, sir. MOFA put his heels together and straightened his body replied. His assessment was no surprise passed. The young officer put a stamp on MOFA's card and changed it to him, so that the officer's job is completed. Then MOFA went to the next office. He handed in his card, refilled a piece of information and took another photo, and then went to the last room that seemed very monotonous and waited. This wait is most of the day. In general, the process was unexpectedly smooth and the procedures were unimaginable. In fact, MOFA has become a seaman at this time. Someone entered this room one after another, until the afternoon, a total of 20 people gathered here, including MOFA. These should be qualified people. After a while, a man in a Marine uniform who looked about 40 years old walked into the room. He held a pile of materials in his hand, at first did not speak, but silently looked at everyone in the room. When everyone stood up straight under his gaze, he said, "My name is Kui Delier, you can call me Sir or Cao Chong, new recruits, from today you are under my jurisdiction." Devil Fruits notes. Cheating is definitely not right. People can't deceive themselves, so I cooperate in public cheating and write real data in the diary. This way my heart is balanced and it shows me an honest person. It's time to make a small summary. Name, Aelindel MOFA. Gender, male. Born, Kingdom of Hildegard. Family relations, none. Height, 189 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Age, 18. Wrist strength, 180 kilograms. Bounce, 1.95 m. 100 m, 10.6 s. Fruit ability, Fuwa no Mi. Scope of influence, radius 50 m. Activation method, contact. Attachment time before launch, 5 minutes. Maintenance time after launch, permanent, on the premise of keeping consciousness awake. Limit weight, unlimited within the range of influence. Floating height, unlimited. Control ability of ability control objects, dark iron level. Fruit development, none, in the stage of exploring and familiarizing. Position status, 3rd class soldier of Marine 54th branch. Prestige, entered class. Wealth, 84.652 million belly, a sharp decline, may there be more wealthy pirates on the sea. Self-evaluation, LV 0.5. Chapter 30. Kui Delier Cao Chong should be MOFA's next direct supervisor, if it is not surprising that it is also possible to train instructor for new recruits. In general, Mr. Cao Chong is still very important in places like the military where the upper and lower classes are particularly emphasized. Considering that some of you are native Icelanders, and some are remote Icelanders from afar, the situation is different, so the upper level of the base decided to let you go back to deal with personal affairs before officially starting the training. Give you 3 days. After 3 days, you must return to the base to report before 10 o'clock in the morning. The time has been given quite enough, I hope you will not be late when the time comes. A friendly reminder, now that you have become seaman, so don't try to challenge Marine's rules. Didn't expect the 54 branch here is quite humane. Mo Fei thinks the assessment is complete after that, they will directly pass the qualified person to the base. In fact, he still thinks too much. His common sense and inherent impression have caused a small problem in his judgment. Mo Fei subconsciously believes that the military is a very demanding place, especially the technical service such as marine. There is nothing wrong with this idea, but it still has to be analyzed in detail. If it is marine headquarters, then his idea is 100% correct, but if it is in the marine branch outside of the Grand Line. Frankly speaking, this is not called humanization, but called lax management. Mo Fei quietly took a look at this Cao Chang. The opponent looked about 40 years old, and his height was similar to Mo Fei. As a soldier, his skin was pale and his face slightly obese, a bit blessed. Actually, there is a feeling of lack of exercise. But Mo Fei is not incapable of understanding this kind of person. Cao Chang is also a sergeant, but the sergeant is not an officer, but a soldier. To put it more simply, Treadley is equivalent to a blue-collar who has worked in a certain company for 20 years, at most equivalent to the team leader. The professional attitude of a person like generally speaking is easy to figure out. Going to work means going to work. He will do what he should do, and he has no interest in interfering with what he should not do. Do you understand? If you understand, you can disband. Sure enough, after just a few words, Treadley announced the dissolution. Maybe because this sir acted too succinctly. After he announced his dissolution, for a while, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and they all wondered if it would be good to just leave like this. Mo Fei was the first one to stand up and walk out the door. And when he passed by Cao Chang's side, he smelled a very obvious smell of tobacco and a little alcohol. Oh, so he could really understand how he should get along with this sir. Mo Fei left the marine base and went straight to some brand shops in the port area. He bought a box of good cigarettes and a bottle of red wine in the wooden box, and he spent a huge sum of about 300,000 belly. After shopping, he hurried back to the base. Of course, Mo Fei had no problems with his brain, so he wouldn't do the stupid thing of standing in front of the base with his things. Treadley may stay in the base all the time, but Mo Fei thinks that the opponent will go out in the evening, so he is going to try to wait and see. It's okay if you can't wait. Loss. Human relations, that's how it is. Of course Chang Kui Delier Cao Chang has the probability of being a man of noble character and no sand in his eyes, but how great is this probability? When the new recruits all left the base, and when the sun was about to set, Treadley walked out from the door as expected. Fortunately, he came out alone, so he would be more accessible. Up. Chang Kui Dalal. After Mr. Chang moved away from the base, Mo Fei stopped him from behind. You are? Oh, I remember your name is Elendal. Mo Fei should be in this batch of new recruits the one with the best quality, so Treadley was a little impressed with him, but when he was called from outside the base, Mr. Cao Chang's first reaction was not very happy. The reason was simple, because he had already left work. Seeing the other party obviously didn't have too much patience to listen to his nonsense, so Mo Fei straight to the point said, Cao Chang, I will move to the base soon. After I start my life as seaman, I don't need things anymore, and I'm from a remote island, so can these things be temporarily stored with Cao Changju? As long as Treadley's brain is fully developed, he will naturally understand that Mo Fei is in say what. Treadley glanced at the two boxes Mo Fei was holding in his arms. He naturally recognized the nameplates on the outside. If he didn't recognize it, then he could only say that Mo Fei's 300,000 pieces were white flowers. Up. Walking and talking. Treadley has lived for several decades, and of course he will not directly take his subordinates. Everything must be prelude. The two walked near a coffee shop. Tridlier motioned to Mo Fei to sit at an open-air table, and Mo Fei was winking and ordered 2 cups of coffee. I remember that you are from the kingdom of Hildegard, right? Mr. Cao Chong began to chat with Mo Fei. Yes, Chong Cao. I came to Gani Métis after I accidentally read about the recruitment of the 54th branch in the newspaper. So I said although I passed the assessment relatively smoothly, I actually don't know much about 54 branches. Mo Fei said. The completely unfamiliar environment makes people uncomfortable? Don't worry, as long as you can abide by Marine's rules, then your seaman life will go smoothly. The military's interpersonal relationship is very simple, it's too complicated to think about things. As for the taboos in the branch, it didn't matter before, but now, Gerd Commodore hates tall and huge bodies, especially people with big faces. It is said that it is the psychological shadow left by the previous participation in the war on the top. You have no problem in this regard. You only need to pay attention to the word shemale without the premise of Commodore. Yvonne Sauce. Mo Fei's mind involuntarily came up with an image of a person. Monster King Ambrio Ivankov is indeed a person who easily leaves a psychological shadow on others. On the one hand, his image is very problematic, and on the other hand, his strength is very strong. But this should be considered a more useful piece of information. Since the first chief in charge of the 54th Division, Good Fran Commodore, can be called up to the top of the battlefield, it means he to be a capable person is certainly not a waste at least. As for the problem that Mr. Commodore is likely to be violently beaten by the Monster King on the battlefield, this is a normal phenomenon. At the top of the war, Ivankov can be won on the battlefield. There are a lot of people, but it certainly does not include Commodore. After chatting with Cao Chong for a few more words, Mo Fei left at the right time. As for the thing he just held, of course he accidentally forgot to stay where he was. Before he left, he settled the account. Tide finished his coffee at a moderate pace bar, and then left here with 2 things in his arms. The things sent out must be heard, it depends on whether Mr. Cao Chong understands the rules. For Mo Fei, having a good relationship with his sir is neither completely unnecessary nor particularly necessary, but again, there is no harm in having a good relationship with the other party. The only hidden danger it was because he was more generous, and I was afraid that Tridley was an insatiable person, but that didn't matter, it was enough to change the way of coping when the time came. This is the first time that Mo Fei knew that someone had participated in the famous war in such a close place. Devil Fruits Notes. Pirate King Luffy, 3-Sword Lu Zoro, if there is an opportunity, I would like to meet them. Chapter 31. Mo Fei is now officially seaman, so he started to engage in crooked ways first. His thinking is very clear, if there are crooked ways that can be done, why should he follow the right path? That's a little far away. But through such an attempt, Mo Fei has figured out what level the Marine branch is. The lower level non-commissioned officers have no psychological barriers to accept bribes. The Commodore with the strongest battle strength did not fight Pirate but was beaten by Pirate. Mo Fei will definitely not stay here for long. At best, this marine base can only be used as his springboard. After separating from the sergeant, because there are still 3 days to go to the marine base to officially report, Mo Fei will have to find a place to live. Of course he will not go back to Avening. Because at this time, if he went back to look for the daughter of the noble family, although the other party could not refuse, the nature of the matter would change. Be careful about everything. To be honest, Mo Fei thinks that the other party should not want to see him again at this time. Compared to the lonely night, of course, it is the girl's side that is more nostalgic. However, this kind of thing must pay attention to the basic law. Fate can only taste the end. Everyone is not a world person, so it's better not to be involved in this way. After eating something in the evening, Mo Fei found another hotel near the port to stay. Next, he plans to stay here for 3 days. And when he lay down on the bed at night, he immediately felt that he had lost 100 million yuan. As a human being, he still couldn't be too ridiculous, otherwise he would really suffer. Can't sleep either, Mo Fei began to think about Fuwa no Mi's ability to use. You don't need to think about big moves like Shiki for the time being. It is not something that you can't do, because it is Shiki's development, and those are violent uses that seem to have little technical content. Belongs to the scope of single force subduing 10 meeting. Fuwa no Mi can not only float objects, but more importantly, ability user can control this kind of floating. It's not just floating upwards, in fact, any direction is fine. So as a Fuwa no Mi user, the easiest thing to use is self-evident air, ground or sea water, first of all is air. The first thing that Mo Fei thought of was to use the power of the fruit to control the surrounding air, and then make the free air to be concentrated and then compressed, so that when the ability is relieved, the compressed air will naturally explode like a shock wave, somewhat similar to Bartholomew Bear style, which is a kind of air cannon. Just do it. Mo Fei tried to control the air in the room to start to compress, but then he discovered the problem. Since his control of Fuwa no Mi is not yet in place, this as a result, the compression rate of the air is very problematic. If extreme compression is not possible, then the power of this move is naturally limited. The framework of style is there, and the next step is to gradually improve it until it is completed. One by one, to be honest, Mo Fei is not particularly anxious about fruit development, because he knows that Fuwa no Mi is already very strong. So compared to this aspect, he actually cares more about the exercise of physical ability. He always thinks that this is more fundamental. For example, Clark Dale, Suna no Mi's ability is outrageous, but in the close combat, he was almost crushed and beaten by Straw Hat Brat. 30 million violently beat Shishibukai. Of course, this is due to the fact that the rubber fruit is first time to kill. On the whole, the rubber fruit is very suitable for fighting, and its anti-strike ability is a bit exaggerated. Of course, there is no problem with the fighting system restraining the superpower system, but it is also true that Clark Dale is not very good at fighting. Mo Fei has to find something, then go to the Marine headquarters of the Grand Line as a matter of course, otherwise he can only wait for the big conscription to start. Marine headquarters can get valuable training. 3 days passed in a flash. When Mo Fei went to report on the Marine base, he received 2 uniforms. This can be regarded as a real sailor suit. How ugly is how ugly. At this time, Tridlier was already waiting there first, so that a standard office worker could go to work early, which shows the importance of humanity and sophistication. Mo Fei, come with me. Tridlier was specifically waiting for Mo Fei, so after seeing him, he motioned to follow him. Mr. Cao Chong took Mo Fei to the place of accommodation. This is a certain building in the base, or a barracks is more suitable. Then he stopped in front of a door, opened the door and said to Mo Fei, "From now on, this will be your dormitory, just an ordinary 4-person room, but you are unfortunate. This time, qualified new recruits happen to appear a person. So you can only live by yourself for the time being. Look, this is the art of talking." Mo Fei obviously has a single room, but he is still relatively unfortunate. Of course he is unfortunate, because can't integrate into the group. Ordinary 4-person room doesn't matter. Mo Fei is already very satisfied to have his own private space in the barracks. It can only be said that there is a reward for paying, and you can get special treatment if you spend money. Cao Chong, thank you very much, I really trouble you. Tridlier was just nodded, he didn't say anything about this matter. After changing clothes, I will go to the playground to gather later. After saying that, he left here. Looking at the silhouette of the other person leaving, Mo Fei silently in the heart raised his evaluation of Tridlier. People can do things if they receive gifts. You have to know that in this world, there is a lot of dry harvest. The ceremonial person. Mo Fei took off the dagger that had been hanging behind him, put the backpack on the bed, and changed into the sailor suit that was ugly to his hometown. His marine career officially began. After he came to the playground, within a short while, the 20 new recruits under Tridlier were assembled, and Mo-Fei's psychology was immediately balanced. Everyone was wearing the same ugly. Today's training officially begins. Let's not say much, first run 30 laps. Tridlier looked at his watch and said after finding that it was already time. One person with 20 people. Mo-Fei at first thought it was small class elite teaching, but then he found out that he was wrong again. Only new recruits are running. Kui Delier the goods were sitting on the playground drinking tea. Mo-Fei can't help but wonder if he is really a professional soldier now. This marine base seems to be very watery. Devil fruit notes. There is a little research result. Fuwa no Mi's ability to activate is not completely unrelated to weight. For a simple explanation, such as stacking the upper and lower boxes together, suppose that only the Fuwa no Mi ability is applied to the lower box and not the upper fruit. In this case, if the weight of the lower box is higher than the upper box, then the two boxes can float together. If the weight of the upper box is higher than the lower box, the fruit's ability can be activated but it cannot support floating. In this case, the ability can only be applied to the upper box. If it comes to living things, then I can only fly with people who are lighter than me, but not with people who are heavier than me. For example, I'm impossible to take an elephant directly. Fly together. Solving this kind of problem is also very simple, that is, put the elephant on something heavier than it, such as a boat, and then use the boat to carry the elephant to fly. In this case, I can only say how unfair the world is. In this life, I probably can only take off directly with the smelly younger sister. Chapter 32. Mo-Fei's first day of marine career was spent in very limited physical training and casual Q training. His amount of activity this day is only a little sweaty, so that Mo-Fei can't help but feel that he is wasting time. This amount of exercise is not as good as the previous few. Nothing. It is said that after 2 weeks of such adaptation training, more practical training, such as fighting subjects, will be carried out. The first half of the entire new recruit training is only 3 months in total. In time, he will be able to board the ship in 3 months. But after the experience of this day has made the bottom line, Mo-Fei's expectations for training after this have been reduced to the lowest. Get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, start training at 7 o'clock, and have a 1-hour meal time at noon. The afternoon training lasts until 6 o'clock. After 6 o'clock, it is time for free activities. Apart from being unable to leave the base for the time being, new recruits can basically do anything at night, because they have nothing to do at all. In general, the rigor of the training content of new recruits is not even as strict as that of high school students, at least high school. There is still late self-study. Correspondingly is Mo-Fei's salary level, the so-called how much work you do, during the new recruit period. His monthly salary is as high as 30,000 belly, equivalent to $1,800. Considering the degree of fragmentation of this world and the overall price level, in fact, this salary is not unacceptable, or even too low. Wang Luffy is almost enough to eat 30,000 belly a day. It can be seen that Mo-Fei is very generous when giving gifts to Mr. Cao Chong. He gets 10 months' salary when he makes a move, and the other party is just a little boss. There are naturally no entertainment facilities in the marine base, and Mo-Fei did not join marine for entertainment. Since the new recruit training has no content, he is ready to start his own training. At first it was just the most basic strength training. But even if it is the simplest way to build muscles, it is definitely better than nothing. At this moment, Mo-Fei is carrying a heavy barbell in a training room doing squats. Although this training room looks like it hasn't been used for a long time, theoretically Mo-Fei, a new recruit who has just enlisted in the army, is definitely not qualified to use this training device. It can only be said that the enthusiastic Mr. Tridlier helped again. He is a small favor. Willpower determines a person's behavior and mobility. Mo Fei is a person who is unwilling to be mediocre. He hopes that he can become a powerhouse as quickly as possible. People are like this, they are most afraid of competing with themselves. Mo Fei started doing monotonous and boring strength training at 7 o'clock in the evening, and stopped until 11 o'clock in the evening. The training intensity during the period is very exaggerated, at least for a novice like him. After all, this guy is a person who can chew and eat the entire devil fruit slowly, and there is no doubt about his patience. It is of course unscientific to do such a large amount of exercise as soon as he comes up. Mo Fei feels aches all over when he sleeps. At this time, he regrets it a bit because he is worried that he will not be able to get up tomorrow. Mo Fei fell asleep and fell asleep. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when the eyes opened again. However, unexpectedly, he did not feel how heavy his body was at this time. On the contrary, Mo Fei felt my body is a little hot, it seems that I am longing for a greater amount of activity. The soreness of the muscles is almost negligible. Mo Fei tried to shake his fist. He felt that his arm strength was stronger than yesterday. This is definitely not an illusion, because this feeling is abnormal. Strong. He half sit up, feeling a little hard to understand. This training effect is too immediate, right? After a little thought, Mo Fei thinks there are 3 types of probability. First of all, although both seem to be humans, the Earth people and the people on this planet are actually 2 kinds of creatures. The latter can break through the limits of the human body at a relatively small cost and in a relatively easy way. Secondly, there is a certain internal function of devil fruit. Devil fruit's gains are not only manifested in various abilities, but also increase the basic physical fitness of the owner. Mo Fei is not 100% certain at this point, because it has to be analyzed in detail. It is certain that most Zoan and some Paramecia's devil fruit will definitely increase the physical fitness and physical ability of the owner, but I don't know if Fuwa no Mi has such an effect. Fuwa no Mi does not look like this, the effect of the fruit, but also uneven. Again, Mo Fei is a martial arts genius. This is more magical, so there is no need to discuss it. But no matter what the reason, this is a good thing anyway. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. This cruel world has shown its incomparable kindness. Mo Fei got up at 4 o'clock. He opened the window to observe the surrounding situation. After finding that there was nothing unusual, he flew away from the base in the dark and came to the sea. There is no who on the sea, which can achieve the effect of avoiding human ears. What he carried out at night was physical training, and he planned to use the time he got up in the morning for ability training. Mo Fei floated on the surface of the sea. He squatted down and inserted his right hand into the sea. After spreading his power, he saw that the surrounding sea was lifted up in an instant with him as the center. There are 2 indicators for ability training. One is to extend the ability range to 50 meters away, and the other is to minimize the time for ability to pass from him to the edge of the coverage area, and strive to be instantaneous. Hair. Mo Fei previously rated himself as LV 0.5, that is not undervalue oneself, his self-recognition is quite objective. Now he wants to upgrade first, from LV 0.5 to LV 1, otherwise he feels that he doesn't even have the qualifications to get out of the novice village. He has 2 relatively simple qualified numbers in his mind. The range of influence of the ability extends from 50 meters to 100 meters, and the level of wrist strength is at least 1 ton. It can be seen that Mo Fei has a big heart, or he is a bit greedy. These 2 indicators are compared to his current actual level, one directly doubles, and the other is simply increased to 5 times the level. Improving my ability is a bit difficult. To describe it is a bit like constipation, it has to be strained, the process is more difficult to give birth, but as long as the first obstacle is broken through, it will be a huge drop in the back. Of course, Mo Fei hasn't reached the point of sweeping down. After 2 hours of water play at sea, Mo Fei returned to the marine base, ready to start a new day of new recruit training. No, the description of new recruit training is not accurate, more accurately it should be. He is going to work. P.S. I have a question. Later on, Luffy could easily carry 30 to 50 tons of stones while wearing Karoski handcuffs. This is Karosaki. Has the setting of the ability user been changed, and the resistance of the ability user has been increased? Do you know how to answer? The Wano Country chapter is too long, I haven't read it yet. Chapter 33. After the new recruit's life lasted for 5 days, all the newly qualified seamen became lively and relaxed, because after a few days, even the dull people were already aware here comes the fact that being seaman doesn't seem to be such a serious matter. At least MOFA this squad is like this, because Chief Kuideli only cares about his duties, not people at all. Limited by intensity, the training of new recruits in the 54th branch is not hard, but a little boring. In addition, there is actually nothing in the marine base, so the most common means of entertainment after the training is completed every day is small talk, and some people are mixed. After the training of this day, many of the seamen who stood for a day sat directly on the ground, and then either complained or talked and laughed. Be more lenient than self-discipline, this kind of thing couldn't be more common. The training of new recruits has nothing to do with it. If you can get through it during training. I just don't know if this group of people will laugh when they meet pirate. But this kind of thing doesn't seem to be particularly worrying. Although there are many pirate ships at sea, 90% of them will directly choose to escape when they encounter battleship. However, accidental will always happen. Battleship and pirate ship will always meet on the sea. Seamen will also have violent conflicts with pirate. For MOFA, if in the case of either you bleed or I bleed, it is of course you bleed. But other people don't seem to be so aware. MOFA involuntarily shook the head, and when he was about to leave the playground, go for a meal and continue training, suddenly someone stopped him behind him. Mr. MOFA. MOFA stopped, he turned his head, and saw a slightly familiar person. You are. My name is DeVille, Mr. MOFA, thank you for helping me on the day of the assessment. The other party continued. MOFA just remembered. This man was a short man who was pushed down by Lucio on the day of the assessment. He didn't do anything at the time, but just pulled the opponent up easily. This is so worthy of thanks. Thing? It's just a small matter, you don't need to care, and didn't you thank you at that time? Hehe, DeVille stretched out his hand and scratched his head, I'm honored to follow Mr. MOFA is in the same team that trains instructor. The past few days I have always wanted to talk to you, but I haven't found the right opportunity. You don't seem to realize that we are in the same team. This man smiled shyly, but he felt that his words were very problematic, making others seem to have to remember him. MOFA said, you who are you, I care if you are with me in the team. Dawir looks younger than MOFA, of course, it may also be because of his limited height that gives people the illusion of youth. Just call my name directly. We are peers and we are still in the same period. Don't be so polite. Then, MOFA, meet again, I am Dewey yet. MOFA was just being polite with the other party, didn't expect this person to be quite polite. To be honest, everyone is a new recruit, and of course the status is equal, but I am really unfamiliar with you, at least please respect my exam first status. He doesn't want to engage in messy intrigue in such a place, but things like Chi and Wang Duo seem to be out of his control. After a few words with the other party, MOFA is ready to leave here, because this kind of dialogue is meaningless. However, he seems to be bad luck today, and he is destined to have no way to get out so easily. It may be that after a few days in the marine base, everyone started to idle a little bit pain. Anyway, Lucio walked towards MOFA. The people around avoided the robust man involuntarily, but DeVille, who had suffered a loss once, simply hid directly to the side. He was just watching the situation here from a distance. Lucho went round Mo Fei and kept talking. Didn't expect you actually dare to blatantly mix into the marine base. Fuck? Ah, thanks to your blessing, Mr. Lucio. Yes, Mo Fei had to cooperate. Lucio stopped abruptly. He stared at Mo Fei with a vicious look. Although I don't know what you have done, it's impossible for someone like you to be so strong. Strength? I'm a little curious, how did you fool the examiner? He can't understand why Mo Fei is stronger than himself, especially in terms of strength. How could Mo Fei have such a physique of bean sprouts? Strong wrist strength? So after thinking about it, he came to a conclusion: Mo Fei cheated. The magic is that this conclusion is actually correct. If you doubt the fairness of the exam, then you shouldn't come to me. Isn't it better to go to the Commodore? I can't solve the problem, but Commodore can definitely. I didn't say that. Lucio is not that his brain is underdeveloped. How could he go to the chief in charge of the base because of this kind of thing? The man rolled his eyes and said after putting on a smiley face, Mr. Mo Fei, do you want to compare with me? This kind of small test does not violate the rules of the base, it is please advise. Speaking, he made a wrist wrestling motion. The other's expression management is not brilliant. Mo Fei caught a glimpse of cruelty in the corners of his mouth and eyes when he spoke. Lucio asked for such a test, probably wanting to break Mo Fei's arm, at least one arm while breaking his wrist. So what kind of hatred is this? Mo Fei laughed and said, of course it can, but if it's just a little game like this, it doesn't make much sense. Why, shall we add some chips and bet on something? 200 won belly or? How about a finger? These words made the expression on Lucio's face quickly converge, and his face became gloomy and uncertain. Get up, because the bet is too big. Mo Fei's attitude is too confident, so he is a little undecided. If Mo Fei had cheated during the assessment, there would be something wrong. Lucio was afraid of self-defeating. Seeing this, Mo Fei seemed ready to take a step back, so he said, it's just cracking a joke. Speaking, he walked out of the playground. However, when he was passing by the other person, he said in a very small voice that was not heard by people watching the excitement around him. Neither has money, nor dared to fight, then you say a hammer. And cerebral palsy, can you be bluffed? I did cheat during the exam, but do you have any evidence? Mo Fei's mockery based on facts made the opponent a little unbearable, and Lucio suddenly clenched his fists. On the contrary, Mo Fei decided to play a monkey and have fun. Chapter 34. Half a month has passed since becoming an official seaman, and today I finally have something that can be regarded as formal training. There is an additional shooting subject in daily training. Marine-equipped rifles no longer have a musket. They are all rifled, guns. However, the bullets used are still spherical lead bullets or iron bullets. The filling and shooting method is front-loading. The overall hit rate and shooting distance are okay, but the rate of fire is very touching. The technological development of the world seems to be very uneven. Metal shells with fixed gunpowder have been used in some areas. However, the marine standard equipment of the 54th branch is still backward. My autonomous training is also proceeding in an orderly manner, and the results achieved are very impressive. If you use quantitative data to explain, my strength level is increasing in days, and it's about 0.5% month-on-month growth rate. It's a super fast. If I can keep it up, I'm almost the same. It takes 30 to 40 days to complete the 1000 kilograms goal. Correspondingly, my training volume is also increasing, and it is getting harder and harder. But think about it carefully. If you think about it, this kind of thing seems to be in line with the facts. With reference to the growth rate of the Straw Hat Group, starting from East Blue and arriving at the Red Line mainland through the first half of the Grand Line, the entire journey of the Straw Hat Group took a little bit of time. There are more than 2 quarters and 1 quarter, but their strength before and after is judged such as cloud and mud. Of course, the training method of the Straw Hat group is a bit extreme, but I still suspect that they have all eaten Jin K La, and I ate a lot. Well, this is the stage summary of Mo Fei. After coming to this world, he has always maintained the habit of keeping records. This is not because he has a rigorous personality and is keen to do this kind of things, but there are things he can't tell anyone at all, so he can only write it down by yourself if someone else can get his notes and understand the little secret he wrote on it with some special text that doesn't belong to this world. The actual it's not a bad thing. Unfortunately no one understands it. For Seaman who is not going to sea, life seems to have been calm. He had encountered a small episode before, but after the Mr. Lucio was frightened and mocked by Mo Fei, nothing seemed to happen. Mo Fei didn't want to have a good relationship with his new recruits of the same period, but he has become more familiar with Cao Changchun these days, and even he can go out every few days. The chance of wind. And whenever he goes out for a walk, he will bring Sir some small gifts, something that is not very expensive or cheap, but also practical. After this day's training was completed, Mo Fei left the base with Tridlier. Unimaginable is that Mr. Cao Chang, as a professional soldier, does not live in the military camp. He will go home to rest at night. Mo Fei, you have been training hard. It seems that you joined Marine not only for slurping food. It's good, youngster needs to be a little bit motivated. I wanted to have it 20 years ago. With this kind of enthusiasm, it won't look like this anymore. As a person who often helps Mo Fei, he roughly knows what Mo Fei is doing. So there will be such emotions. It's just a small chat and then emotions. In fact, he is very satisfied with his current life. It's not so exaggerated, Chang Cao. On the one hand, as Seaman always goes to pirate, he is responsible for his own life by earnest training. On the other hand, just like Cao Chang said, within Marine, improving strength is the best way to improve your status. I think it is like this. Mo Fei followed Cao Chang a step back a bit, say so. After getting acquainted, he has become more casual with this sir. And given that Mo Fei is more human sophisticated, Tridlier did not treat him as a general new recruit, so everyone got along fairly happily. That's true. Grab 1 or 2 pirates with a surname and show your face in front of Commodore. You will be able to stand out quickly. In terms of hands, promotion in Marine is relatively quick, after all, only talents are promoted. However, in Tridlier's view, the so-called prominence is to be an officer in this 54th branch. He never thought that Mo Fei would not care about this base at all. In fact, there is a faster way. Chang Cao, does good Commodore have a daughter of the right age? So Mo Fei simply joked. You brat! Commodore's eldest daughter is exactly 20 years old, but already has a fiancé, and the youngest daughter seems to be only 10 years old. Then you can wait. Tridlier patted Mo Fei on the shoulder and said with a smile. Let's talk about the boss's gossip. It's nothing, as long as it's not heard by Mr. Commodore. After a few more chats, Mo Fei separated from Mr. Cao Chang. He went shopping and Mr. Cao Chang chose to go home. What Mo Fei didn't know was that when he left the Marine base, someone was lying next to a window on the 3rd floor of the barracks, looking at his back with a vicious look. Don't ask, it's Mr. Lucio. What Mo Fei didn't take seriously is an extraordinary shame and humiliation for the other party. The so-called extraordinary shame and humiliation, that must be retaliated back. Big brother, what should I do? He was with Lucio and several of his younger brothers who passed the assessment together. Lucio kept reminiscing about the scenes where Mo Fei had played with him before, and his face became more and more gloomy. Follow, maybe there is a chance to do it in the city. He intends to find the right opportunity to at least beat Mo Fei half to death. After finishing talking, Lucio also started to walk outside the base. This is really ready to follow Mo Fei. That poor brat, it seems to go out often recently. I asked, that brat was born in a poor place where birds don't shit. I probably haven't. I've seen such a prosperous place. Although he has no money, it's okay to go out to see something new. You can also see the women on the street enjoying themselves, ha ha ha. Discussion and ridicule followed. These people followed Mo Fei quietly, speculating about his poor brat's psychological reaction after seeing all kinds of new things. At this time, Mo Fei was wearing one marine uniform, nothing on him, looks really poor. The voices of the people behind did not stop for a moment, but as they said, their voices suddenly stopped. Because a gorgeously dressed person passed by accidentally in front of me, a fair-looking, blonde noble girl, then after she saw Mo Fei, she walked over naturally, and took his arm. Lucio and the boys were stunned on the spot. What is your special? Chapter 35. When Afnan came over, Mo Fei was actually a little surprised. It was not that she was surprised that she had not left the island after half a month, but that she was surprised. Actually leaned forward, shouldn't everyone pretend not to know each other at this time? Of course, this encounter was accidental, just because everyone happened to be around the port. After parting with Afnan, Mo Fei didn't plan to meet her again. Is there any problem? Afnan asked when Mo Fei stopped. It's nothing, it just feels like you have become a little different from before. Mo Fei said, and then let Afnan hold himself. He walked forward. After so many things, I have to learn something. Afnan said, she seems to have grown a lot, mainly manifested in the level of psychological maturity. Recall that when Mo Fei first met Afnan, her pretentious look was totally different from what she is now. It's you, are you really just going to be seaman? Afnan looked up and down Mo Fei's clothes, and then continued to ask with some curiosity, aren't you quite capable? Mo Fei was very clean when solving pirate. When Afnan wanted this kind of strength, he should be able to directly serve as an officer. Because in this world many places are more taboo to bring in art investor, they prefer the new account. The former is easy to make people suspect that there is a problem with loyalty, like you. The little girl doesn't understand this aspect. If it comes to the strength aspect, Mo Fei will take the initiative to expose Fuwa no Mi unless he has a bag in his head. On the one hand, the former owner Shiki killed quite a lot of marine with this fruit. He almost captured marine headquarters Marine Ford. Shiki must have killed more marines than Mo Fei had seen. Ghosts no marine. Will it hate the house and the black because of this kind of thing? On the other hand, and also the most important aspect, the value of Fuwa no Mi is undoubtedly worthy of the Blackbeard Pirates team dispatched 2 or 3 captain-level battle strengths, and even collectively dispatched to attack Mo Fei. Then the question is, will Marine deploy corresponding forces to protect him? 1 Admiral, 5 or 6 Vice Admiral, protect him as a new recruit around the clock? What is your dream? Marine is so trustworthy. Mo Fei chooses to believe in himself, because only he is trustworthy. Listening to Mo Fei's words, Afnan didn't refute, she was very obedient and nodded. What's the matter with such a good girl? Is there anything coming out? Mo Fei stopped talking about his own affairs, but asked Afnan. It's just shopping. It's best not to come out by yourself, especially at this time. Mo Fei looked around. A woman like Afnan is very attractive when walking on the street, especially the combination of a man and a woman with him will be more attractive. Thanks to this, Mo Fei noticed that someone behind him was quietly following him. After thinking for a while, he probably guessed the identity of the person behind him, but he still decided to scare this unsuspecting noble young lady. Although outstanding appearance is not a sin, it can easily become a motive for other people to commit crimes. Someone is already watching you, so you don't want to experience any strange things before going home. These words made Afnan's arms holding Mo Fei's arms suddenly clenched. Although Mo Fei was deceiving her at this time, she chose to believe him. It's better to stay obediently and honestly in the hotel before the person who greets you. If you want to buy something, you can continue to entrust the clerk to help. It's because my boat is coming soon, so Ufnan whispered against Mo Fei's ear. So sighed in relief. Mo Fei shook the head, as if dissatisfied with her naivety. Come with me, I will take you back to the hotel. Talking about him, he hugged Ufnan's waist and quickly walked into the side alley, then hugged her up and left the area at an exaggerated speed. Throwing away people like Lucio, it's not difficult. Ufnan only felt her feet lifted off the ground and then landed on the ground. In a very short period of time, she had already arrived at the door of the hotel. A few more days, when will the ship arrive? Mo Fei asked, standing in front of the steps. 3 days later, everything in the royal capital was arranged, so it took a while. Ufnan said this first, and then she stepped forward. And just before she was about to enter the hotel, she didn't know what her mentality was. She stopped, turned around and asked Mo Fei, in the afternoon 3 days later, will you come to see you off? If you have time. Mo Fei gave an ambiguous answer, and then, without waiting for Ufnan to say anything, he turned around and left here. Ufnan opened her mouth, but she looked at his back. After all, she didn't speak again. After Mo Fei left the hotel, he was about to turn around and go back to clean up the guys who followed him. It was still too idle to train all the time. He was going to find something to do. While walking and observing the surrounding situation, Mo Fei wanted to pick out the few people as quickly as possible. However, when he passed a bazaar and his eyes swept over someone inadvertently, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Uncle, give me a copy of this apple. The other party is standing in front of an apple stand buying apples. Mo Fei was a little skeptical at first, but gradually his doubts began to fade, and finally became convinced. It was a youngster with golden curly hair. He wore a certain black top hat on his head. There was a hideous wound on his face from the front of his forehead to his left cheek, more importantly, that the guy carried a steel pipe behind his back. It can only be said to be very distinctive. Mo Fei only came out for a walk because he was a little bored. Didn't expect, inadvertently seemed to have really encountered a great character, the kind of great character with a very valuable head. Devil fruit notes. If a person stays in a limited space with a familiar face for a long time, 1 time will become boring, 2 then everyone's shortcomings will be magnified. Marine bases like this, even more. How is a small boat? So Luffy's adventurous character is not incomprehensible. The number 1 thug on the boat has been autistic for a long time, either sleeping or punching iron. The ship doctor is a wild beast with a strong body odor. He loses hair every day. What's more outrageous is that he has the right to bathe with female crew members. Navigator makes a careful calculation for deducting a dime, and what he is best at is stealing things and selling teammates. The archaeologists have a gloomy personality, do not speak human words, and have the ability to peep around anytime, anywhere. The chef is a greasy licking dog, licking it regardless of the enemy or me. The battle strength has fallen out of the first echelon without knowing it. Musicians should have entered the soil a long time ago, but they live very blatantly every day, sexually harassing female crew members from time to time. The boatman is simply a metamorphosis and cannot be evaluated by human standards. The most outrageous is the sniper. If you have nothing to do, just lie, do what you can't do, run away from the first place. And even more outrageous than the most outrageous is that the protagonist halo of cerebral palsy is much brighter than the protagonist. In this case, who doesn't want to run outside? As the captain, Comrade Wang Luffy is under great pressure. Of course, if you look at this captain from the standpoint of other people. Let's live it out anyway, how can you stay away? P.S. Seeking collection, seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 36. If Mo Fei's eyes and memory are okay, then he feels that he has indeed seen Sabo, the number 2 character of the Revolutionary Army. Generally speaking, Marine, Okashi Shibukai and Yonko are the forces on the sea, but the Revolutionary Army is not counted among them, because the nature of the Revolutionary Army is much more serious. For world government, even Yonko is just a thief. The purpose of pirates' activities is nothing more than wealth, fame, or status. The content of the activities is mostly looting, so their hostile object is at most marine. But the Revolutionary Army is different. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army's activities is to overthrow the world government. So for the world government, most of pirate is a piece of cake. Pirates' affairs can be handled directly by marine, but the Revolutionary Army is a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. It is a must unplugged. I don't remember the specific number Mofe, but he remembers that Sabo's head is worth more than 500 million. This number only shows the degree of Sabo's threat to the world government. Mofe is not yet overestimate one's capabilities. To really worry about these 500 million belly. If you want to worry about it, you will also worry about it later. Because the Revolutionary Army is engaged in terrifying activities defined by the world government around the world, it is not surprising that Sabo will appear in South Blue. But correspondingly, since the Chief of Staff is here, it means that the Revolutionary Army is likely to make a big move. Sabo doesn't seem to have any intention to hide his identity at all. He just walks the street shopping magnificently. After the man bought the apples, he simply wiped a few times on the front of his chest, then stuffed it into his mouth and began to nibble. While eating and walking, Sabo observes the surrounding scenery and people with a curious gaze. It looks like an atmosphere of sightseeing. Mofe stood on the spot, his eyes drifting behind Sabo. He stretched out his hand to pinch his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly had an idea, as if thinking of something, and then, he quietly followed behind Sabo. In the blatant activities of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo is not theoretically stupid, and this is the problem. So Mofe followed a person who was able to use Kanbunshoku haki proficiently all the way. After following an alley, Sabo in front of him suddenly turned around. "Mr. Seaman, is there anything behind me?" Sabo deliberately pressed down on the brim of his hat, and then said in a very low tone. At the same time, there was a slight landing sound from behind Mofe. He turned sideways to take a look, and then saw a big-breasted girl blocking his back. This woman is called what name comes from? In short, she is also an important figure of the Revolutionary Army, and seems to often work in partnership with Sabo. Mofe remembers that she is a fishman unarmed Taoist, so don't say Sabo, if it is really meet force with force, he will definitely not even be able to beat this woman. It's just a little curious, I'm not sure if I saw an acquaintance. Mofe was calm, seemingly unaware of his current dangerous situation. He was really curious, or sighed. After he didn't expect to come to this world, he didn't see Wang Luffy. He actually saw Sabo first. This is the first major one. Plot characters. Are you sure now? Sabo's question interrupted Mofe's sigh. Of course, I don't know what you do in South Blue. Mr. Sabo of Revolutionary Army. Is it recognized? Mr. Seaman, you can only say that your luck is bad. Now that you have been discovered, do you think you can still get out of your body? This at that time, Sabo's right hand was already pressed on the steel pipe behind him. In Sabo's surprised sight, Mofe immediately made a two-handed surrender gesture. I didn't mean to fight the two, because I started. I will definitely be killed. I know some of the Revolutionary Army philosophy. If the Chief of Staff can kill people at will, why do you call it the Revolutionary Army? Isn't it more appropriate to go out to sea to be pirate? According to the purpose of your organization, shouldn't I be the one to be saved? Mofe is right about this, not to mention personality, just because of the special position and identity Sabo is impossible to kill at will. Sabo. I don't know why, he felt that before he said a few words, the dominance of this exchange seemed to have begun to shift. Mr. Seaman, you are following us, don't you want to say that you agree with our philosophy? No, I just want to get the number 2 of the Revolutionary Army. It's just evidence of the character's activities in South Blue, and then act in line with the identity of a seaman reporting to the upper level of the Marine base. This is justice, isn't it? If you can take a photo of you, if you do, then it's the best. Mr. Seaman, you really dare to speak. Sabo was even more surprised by this bold statement, and Mo Fei not only explained it. I prepared a small report, and even satirized Marine's justice without any psychological pressure. Sabo approached Mo Fei with Kral, who was blocking behind, as if he was about to do it immediately. Mo Fei put his arms flat, and his palms on both sides of the narrow alley. The fight was impossible, but if there was a conflict, he didn't escape. The probability. Everyone takes what they need, he said. Sabo stood at a distance of 2 or 3 meters from Mo Fei's body. He looked at Mo Fei seriously, and finally released his hand holding the steel pipe. If possible, we still want to leave this kind of thing to a more clumsy guy. It will work, and Sabo has roughly understood what Mo Fei is like. People are bold, careful, smart, and ambitious. So you say, happy cooperation. Sabo looked towards the person behind Mo Fei, and then said, Hey, Kral, lend him the camera. Don't expose my name in front of Seaman, Sabo. Klar reprimanded Sabo while throwing a camera at Mo Fei. Can you turn around? After all, this is the important information that I secretly photographed at the risk of mortal danger. In theory, it is impossible to take a frontal photo. Mo Fei started taking pictures casually. Direct this great character to stand. In order to make the photo look less like a pose, Mo Fei asked Sabo to use a proper position for the pose. After Mo Fei got the qualified photos, he simply bypassed Sabo's side, and then left the alley without hesitation. The process was as smooth and natural as Sabo just bought an apple. After he left for a while, Kral said, It doesn't look like an ordinary seaman at all, Sabo, is it okay to leave things to him? Will ordinary seamen communicate in a calm and completely reciprocal manner when facing the No. 2 Revolutionary Army? Kral felt that Mr. Seaman carried a kind of self-confidence or arrogance that was inconsistent with his strength. Well, no problem. He should be just a new recruit, but this kind of person will soon be able to get ahead. I honestly don't like this kind of person too much. Seaman's business has nothing to do with us, I'm just worried about screwing things up. Are you sure you can trust him? It's just instinct, and I don't trust him, I just understand how he will handle this. Of course, Mo Fei doesn't know what Revolutionary Army wants to do, but he sees it. Just after he came out, Sabo was fishing, then he took a bet, and then he guessed it right. Chapter 37. In the early morning, the sea was foggy and the sky was still dark. A huge air column was suddenly pressed down from in midair, leaving a U-shaped groove extending straight forward and deeply undercut on the sea surface. This is certainly not a miracle of nature, but Mo Fei is using Fuwa no Mi to practice air control. He used Fuwa no Mi to float the atmosphere, aggregate, and compress it into a monotonous column, and test the strength of this compression with water pressure. The current scale is already the limit he can achieve. After all, the time for him to get the fruit is still too short. However, if this style is applied to combat, then this scale does not represent the limit of its power, because, next to the sunken sea, it appears again a trace of the same. Limited by the ability to control Fuwa no Mi, compared to the one-sided pursuit of a single use capacity, Mo Fei should do more to build power by stacking the number of uses. Things, this will enable him to have battle strength faster. After another half an hour, Mo Fei wiped the sweat leaking from his forehead. After a while, his breath calmed down, he was ready to return to the marine base. Today's practice has been completed. Considering that there are still important things to do next, so he has to go back quickly. After returning to the dormitory and changing his clothes, Mo Fei did not go to the new recruit training on time this time. Instead, he walked to the main building of the marine base. Well, he was also responsible for the small report. It's an important mission. After a short while, the door of the innermost office was knocked from the outside. The Supreme Sir Gerd Fran Commodore of the 54th branch was sitting behind a desk with a newspaper in his hand and was browsing today's news. After hearing the knock on the door, Commodore was slightly frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with being interrupted by the quiet reading time. "What's the matter?" An officer walked into the office. He first gave a military salute to Commodore, and then said, "Gerd Commodore, there is the name new recruit claims to have important things to report directly to you." New recruit? Gurud doesn't think that a new recruit can have any important things, and as a company the highest chief in charge of Marine Base, he personally doesn't like this kind of leapfrog reporting. Yes, it is the new recruit who joined Marine this month. He has a serious attitude, claiming that it can only be reported to Commodore. It doesn't look like it is cracking a joke. The officer continued. Gerd Commodore subconsciously wanted to reprimand, but after thinking about it, he felt that occasionally listening to the idea of a lower-level soldier was also part of Sir's job, so he instructed the officer, "Let him in," hoping that the major event piece in his mouth is not a contradiction with his training instructor or other new recruits. There must be new recruits because of this kind of short appearance to disturb Commodore's words. He must have suffered somehow afterwards. "Yes, Commodore." The officer left the office, and then returned here with Mo Fei. So since becoming seaman, Mo Fei saw the highest sir of the base for the first time. Gerd Fran is a tall and burly middle-aged man. His face is a little sickly pale. Considering the gossip he heard from Cao Chong before, Mo Fei thinks this sir should be recovering from his wounds. As a marine officer who participated in the Top War and directly fought Whitebeard pirates, it is estimated that the injuries suffered by Gerd Commodore will not be so easy to recover. But now is not the time to speculate on Mr. Commodore. After Mo Fei entered the office, he saluted Commodore first, and then put the photos directly on Commodore's desk. "Commodore, this is a photo I accidentally took when I was out last night. If I read it right, it seems that a dangerous person has come to South Blue." After Commodore picked up the photo, Mo Fei explained, "This is enough, he shouldn't say too much." Gerd Commodore didn't care much at first, but when he caught a glimpse of the photos, he stood up abruptly. "This is..." Commodore read each photo carefully, then opened the desk drawer, flipped through it and took out the bounty sheet. The bounty sheet is printed with Sabo's photo. The amount of bounty is very exaggerated, 602 million bergs. Commodore compared the photo with the bounty list, and then said, "Sabo, Revolutionary Army General Staff, why appeared in South Blue?" The scar on Sabo's face is very symbolic sex, so Commodore confirmed his identity in an instant. "When and where did you see this person?" "Because it is a new recruit going out after training, the time should be around 7 p.m. As for the location is in an alley in the port area." Mo Fei would not give a particularly precise time because it seemed deliberate. "The photos you took? Did the other party notice?" "I was shooting in a crowd, and I personally felt I was not discovered, Commodore." Mo Fei only talks about his own feeling and will not express that particularly confident attitude. Even if he says to Commodore that his candid camera has not been noticed by Sabo at all, Commodore will not choose to believe it. "You did good, but, it's rare, you can recognize this dangerous person in the crowd." "It's just a personal interest, Commodore. Since I became seaman, I have paid more attention to that kind of high-stakes bounty, because I want to find out what kind of super vicious criminals look like. But when that kind of person really appears next to me at the time, I was actually a little unbelievable, Commodore." Mo Fei said so, and the reason he gave was not a problem. Pay attention to high-stakes bounty criminals, and then use them as an after-hours conversation. There are many people who have this kind of interest or habit. Although you say that, your observational power is indeed worthy of praise. What is your name?" "Alan Del Mo Fei, 3rd class seaman." Gerd Commodore took a serious look at Mo Fei. Although Mo Fei is a new recruit, his performance is very mature, so Commodore is very satisfied. Mo Fei's attitude in reporting the news is neither exaggerated nor exaggerated. Not excited, ask what to say, speak clear, concise language, and speak the situation very clearly. Very well, Elendil. Your information is very important. I already know it. Now, go back to your post. The Revolutionary Army appears in South Blue. High-level news is of course very important. Commodore will report this kind of matter to the center of the world government, and will also make targeted military investigations. However, these matters will of course not be the same as those of Mo Fei. Discuss. Mo Fei saluted Commodore and then left the office. Commodore must attach great importance to this matter, not only because of his role as Marine, but also because of his personal relationship with the Revolutionary Army. After Mo Fei finished the short report, there was no movement in the base for a few days. Just when he thought that Sabo had fled here and there would be no follow-up, all the members of the 54th branch on this day Seaman has received the summoning instructions. Chapter 38. Gain Métis. In the port area, there is a ship docked at a berth that clearly looks different from other ships. In short, it's the kind of ship that can be seen at a glance. I understand that it belongs to the nobleman's ship, and its appearance is very gorgeous and arrogant. Ufnan lay on the side of the ship, looking at the city that was about to leave. For a nobleman, this kind of action seemed a little lack of etiquette. No, if you look closely, you can find in fact, her gaze has been on a small boat thrown on the beach. Eldest miss, please go back to the cabin, we will set sail soon. A middle-aged man dressed as a deacon came behind Ufning and turned towards her. After bowing and saluting, he said so. He is indeed a servant of the Rasmussen family for many years, and he is loyal, so he can come here to be responsible for welcoming Ufnin this time. Ufnin glanced back at the deacon, so the other's head was lowered. After putting on the clothes of the nobleman and taking back the identity of the nobleman, of course she also regained the eldest Mrs. Majesty. Deacon is a little worried about being scolded, because eldest miss used to have such a character, and her identity determines when she scolds people whenever she wants, and she scolds whatever she wants. But to his surprise, Ufnan didn't say anything this time, but silently returned to the cabin and entered his room. Eldest miss didn't lose her temper, but she seemed a little unhappy. In a flash, Deacon got this judgment. This Deacon is not particularly clear about what happened during this period. He only knows the general fact that eldest miss was abducted. Based on this fact, Deacon got a bold guess. The original eldest miss is likely to become the current second-hand eldest miss, so he has to be careful not to touch her. Otherwise it is very likely to be tied to a stone and sink into the sea. After Ufnan returned to her room, her face remained gloomy, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she suddenly felt something across her vision. Ufning came back to his senses, looked up, and saw a white thing circling in the room. Origami airplane? Ufnan glanced at the open window on the sideboard, as if this thing had just flown in from outside the window. The strange thing is that the paper airplane circulated unreasonably in the room for several times before it slipped down and landed right next to him. Ufnan seemed to have thought of something. She stretched out her hand to take the paper airplane apart, and then she found a few lines written on it. The origin of good dreams is the easiest to wake up. I wish you all the best. Em. Since people have no way or no consciousness to come if you get here, then the best thing to do is to be cold and let the other party leave without doing anything. This kind of involvement, can only say that scum is scum. Ufnan folded the plane again, and then with a flick of his wrist, the paper plane flew out of the window and fell into the sea again. At this moment, the door of the room was knocked lightly. Deacon Brace oneself walked in, and then he said to Ufning, "Eldest miss, just got a call from the port because the 3 battleships are now when sailing. Marine occupies all the routes, so our ship has to wait a while before leaving the port." Silent, the long silence made Deacon have to continue to speak. "Eldest miss, I'm here. Just go to negotiate." The ship did not set sail on time, indicating that his job was not done well. In theory, this would inevitably be severely reprimanded. However, Afnan's words made Deacon a little uncomfortable. "Believe in your ears. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you wait a while. Is there any problem?" "No, no, eldest miss." Deacon lowered his head and exited the room. I don't know why, he feels that eldest miss's mood seems to be better. Afnan's gaze turned away from the porthole. In her vision, the 3 battleships, with the help of the tugboat, slowly left the military port next to them one after another with the help of the tugboat, and finally with full sails outside the port, it speeds up to the open sea. In a certain cabin of the last of the 3 battleships that have set sail, Mr. Kui Delier, Cao Chong, and his 20 new recruits are waiting. It's here. So far, everyone does not know why the marine base suddenly closed, and then Gerd Commodore led 3 battleships to sail. Mo Fei only guessed that the matter was related to Sabo and the Revolutionary Army. As for the specifics, he didn't know what was going on. At this moment, Mo Fei is sitting obediently and honestly in the crowded cabin. He is wearing a marine uniform, a marine hat on his head, a musket behind his back, and his own waist in his back. The dagger seems to have a special temperament, the miscellaneous temperament that will inevitably be killed on the battlefield. About 2 hours after sailing, Chief Kui Delier Cao was called out of the cabin, and half an hour later he returned again, explaining to everyone what had happened and conveying the combat mission. A few days ago, Gani Métis discovered the trace of the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. Sabo? Revolutionary Army? Is that Sabo? It should be, is it? That kind of character, why? Cao Chong ignored the arguments of the new recruits, but used higher the voice overwhelmed the discussion. After the 54th Branch's emergency investigation and CP6's assistance, we have now figured out the Revolutionary Army's intentions to launch riots and rebellions, to subvert the world government member country, the Kingdom of Saint Norbert. As Marine, we have the obligation to assist the world government participating countries, so the destination of our sailing this time is the Kingdom of Saint Norbert, ready to deal with possible riots. Do you understand, new recruits? Mo Fei was told not to leak information about the Revolutionary Army, so Mr. Cao Chong didn't know that the person who discovered the Revolutionary Army was actually Mo Fei. According to Cao Chong, Mo Fei believes that the main force responsible for investigating Revolutionary Army activities should be CP6. He does not think that a marine branch can have much intelligence investigation capabilities, and even so, the intelligence came a bit too quickly. If the Revolutionary Army's actions were really so simple and were investigated, then they would have already done it in one go. However, Mo Fei has been in contact with Sabo, so his guess belongs to the preset position. Naturally it is easy to find the problem. For CP6, this information was obtained at a great price or even sacrifice, and they naturally trust its accuracy. The attack on the member countries of the world government is not only a beating brother but also a face attack, so Marine will of course take action. Chong Cao, amphibious warfare, transnational land intervention, this should belong to the work of elite seamen. Why should we bring new recruits like us? We must know that we have not even completed the training. Participate this kind of serious military action will probably only slow down. Mo Fei originally wanted to say, "This is the job of the Marine Corps," but he immediately remembered in this world. This type of unit, so all kinds of tasks are done by Marine. However, his doubts are reasonable, and he is not talking about disgusting tasks or greedy for life and fear of death. He is just expressing doubts normally. This is Commodore's decision, probably, for the new recruits to grow up quickly. Kui Dalil Cao Chong can only give this answer. In fact, he does not want to implement this kind of task. Changes are always faster than planned. Mo Fei originally thought that his first mission after becoming seaman would be to fight pirate in a battleship, but didn't expect to go to a strange country to fight terrifying elements. P.S. Seeking collection and recommendation ticket. Chapter 39. When the Revolutionary Army's No. 2 Sabo appeared in South Blue and news of targeted activities was reported to the world government, under the scheduling of the World Government Hub, almost the entire film most of the Marine forces in the area were quickly concentrated in the past. Not only the 54th branch, but the military forces of other Marine bases were also transferred to the Kingdom of St. Norbert. Super Ability User World often has such a characteristic. A great character accidental activity can affect the overall situation. This is only the Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. If Monkey D. Long appeared in South Blue, the scene would definitely be more lively. The Kingdom of St. Norbert is not far from the 54th branch. After only a day and a half of short-term sailing, the 3 battleships led by Gerd Commodore arrived in the capital of that country. Mo Fei, carrying guns, lined up and walked down the battleship. They first stopped at the port for a while, and then marched towards the city according to the unified dispatch of the superior officer. This new recruit squad finally moved into a stronghold among. A total of 6 squads of the same size are arranged here. They are all from the 54th branch. The top commander is a lieutenant. Among them, only the squad of Mo Fei is a new recruit. On the way to the march, Mo Fei saw the kingdom guard of this country running on the street several times. There were very few people on the way. In a hurry. It seems that this country has already tightened up first. It can only be said that this self-conflict approach is equivalent to directly telling the Revolutionary Army that your actions have been discovered. It may not be self-conflict, but deliberately. This is probably hoping that the Revolutionary Army, which knows about the leakage of its own action information and the enemy kingdom's precautions, will be able to retreat. A part of seamen was scattered and deployed to various areas of the city, and the main force of seamen was guarding near the palace. This was to prevent the Revolutionary Army's large-scale impact and decapitation. Comparing the differences between the 2 deployments, the large units hug around for warmth feel relatively safer, and the scattered small units are equivalent to scouts and chess pieces, which appear to be weak. However, if a war really breaks out, the palace will definitely be attacked immediately. After entering the stronghold, Chief Kui Delier was called by the lieutenant to instruct him for a while. No way, the new recruit team is just like that. Seaman has entered a state of combat readiness, the atmosphere is still in place, and the new recruits seem a little nervous. The so-called combat readiness means that the seamen are fully armed, staying in the stronghold without doing anything, ready to dispatch and participate in battle at any time. The waiting time is tight, boring, and difficult to endure. Why don't you find something to do for them? Cao Chong, don't we need to go out on patrols? This way we can keep track of the city's movements in time, Mo Fei asked Cao Chong. To be honest, he didn't know seaman's tactical arrangements. I know that the last time he participated in a collective armed operation was a group fight among primary school students in his previous life. Patrol and transmission of information are both the work of the Kingdom Guard of this country. Our mission will not begin until we have discovered the Revolutionary Army's whereabouts. Cao Chong said, according to his instructions. With this kind of explanation, seaman only needs to be responsible for doing it. Mo Fei. Is there any problem? It's not a big problem, but I have always been able to claim other armed forces of the same camp for the friends lack trust. Seamen belonging to different bases is not necessarily trustworthy, even more how places like the Kingdom Guard are armed, and Mo Fei seriously doubts the guards. The battle strength. He actually doubted the battle strength of the seamen after leaving the battleship. At this time, only Cao Chong whispered in a voice that no one else could hear, I actually lack trust in the military power of this country, so it is best that the Revolutionary Army can be scared back by the current battles. Look, there are many people who are expecting the Revolutionary Army to retreat by itself. Mo Fei just wanted to open his mouth and ask, how long will such a task normally take? If the Revolutionary Army has not moved, then should we stay squatting in this place all the time? He said, I passed the barracks window and saw that the side door of the stronghold was opened. First, an officer walked in, and then behind him followed a girl with short hair wearing a water blue dress and round eyes. She was carrying a very large backpack behind her. As a result, when she stepped across the threshold, she first stepped on the loose laces of her right foot with her left foot, and then stepped forward with her right foot. After a sudden stop and a violent knock on the threshold, the whole person instantly fell down and came into close contact with the ground. Then everything in her backpack was scattered all over the floor, all kinds of bottles and cans, pen and ink, and a few cameras. There are normal cameras and den mushy cameras for photography. In this period, women should not enter the military camp, but combined with her personal items, Mo Fei seems to have guessed the identity of the other party. This seems to be a war reporter. She blushed and wanted to get up quickly, but unfortunately because she was too anxious, she fell again. After she finally got up, she packed up her things while apologizing to the officer who led the way. The whole person protruded into a busy, in short, Mo Fei immediately produced this war reporter and it was easy to stay completely. Impressions of the battlefield. Reporter. Marine seems to care more about the image of public opinion. But this matter has nothing to do with Mo Fei. Anyway, the reporter is also impossible to interview him as a soldier. I stayed in the capital of a strange country for 3 consecutive days, but nothing happened outside. However, in view of the intelligence section of the world government, it is certain that Sabo will stay. I haven't left in this country, so the seamen must continue to stay here. This coping method seems to be relatively passive, but there is no way, because this matter can only be solved by South Blue Marine. At present, the elite forces of Marine headquarters are concentrated in New World, and they are busy to suppress all kinds of chaos in New World. This may also be the reason why Sabo is more arrogant, because he knows that Admiral is impossible to come to South Blue during this time. For 3 days in a row, the tension of the seaman's nerves was almost untenable. And when Mo Fei was still asleep that morning, an explosion suddenly awakened him, and then there were alarms and assembly signals from the stronghold. The small soldiers can only act under the command of the officer. Mo Fei only felt that after turning around for a few laps, he followed the assembled team to leave the stronghold and proceed to the location where the explosion occurred. In the early morning, most people have not gotten up yet, so when everyone saw the silhouette of the shadows in front of them, they immediately adopted a hostile attitude. Stop! Loading! Raise the gun! Kui Dalil Cao Chang's voice is fairly clear. Mo Fei obeyed the order to install good bullet, then raised the musket to aim at a silhouette in front. However, before he heard the command to shoot, and did not pull the trigger, he saw the group of people in front lying directly on the ground, and then began to cry. Aya, I was killed. It hurts, my body hurts. It's so cold on the ground. These people, the acting is extremely exaggerated. Mo Fei was a little dazed. Let's not say that the first time he officially performed his mission was to shoot in the small pile of soldiers. Why was the enemy killed before he shot? In order to show that his marksmanship is accurate. Chapter 40. Funska, Gerd, the Revolutionary Army's Sabo appeared, near the palace. Marine is hidden in the command post in the city. The officer of the highest rank told everyone about this important information. Did it finally show up? Do we Vice Admiral, then we should also welcome the dangerous guest. Guru de Commodore stood up all at once. No, Rear Admiral and I are going to deal with Sabo. Gerd, you stay here to command seamen. The capital is already in chaos. Here you need to stay and command the soldiers to suppress the chaos. But execute the order, Commodore. Haven't your injuries recovered yet? Yes, Vice Admiral. I can only say that this assignment is very reasonable. While Gerd Commodore left to command seamen's military operations, Vice Admiral, the top commander, and a Rear Admiral were going to meet Sabo while Mo Fei was staying in the city. Forefront combat, combat that doesn't even need to shoot. At this time, he was holding the barrel of the musket front and back, first slammed it up and then slammed it down. A butt shot an enemy to the ground. This was the last thing here. An enemy now. Lieutenant, these people are all hooligans in the city. Someone gave them a sum of money to create chaos at this time. They were also told to surrender directly if they encounter seamen. Chairman Kui Dalil is reporting the information he hastily interrogated to the lieutenant. Obviously, this group of enemies who are easily subdued by them is not actually an enemy. The lieutenant was a little silent. The farce in front of him made him a little annoyed. After a while, he said, "No, even if these guys are not Revolutionary Army, they are at least pirate, understand?" This confusing speech made Mo Fei stunned, and then laughed dumbly. "Isn't it? Isn't the enemy caught by seaman pirate? Hooligan and pirate have different weights, which are related to the merit and reputation of Mr. Lieutenant. But now the whole city seems to be in chaos. One or two groups of hooligan can't do such a thing." Cao Chong did not comment on the lieutenant's words, but continued. "Express their doubts. At least they should first figure out what they are fighting. It seems that it is not just the Revolutionary Army. The news that the Revolutionary Army will take action in this country has spread for a long time, so once there is any chaos in the city, it is easy to be associated with the Revolutionary Army. There must be other criminals trying to take advantage of the chaos caused by the Revolutionary Army. The royal family until now that controls this country are all under high-pressure rule, and the dissatisfaction of the lower class is constantly suppressed, which means that this country is actually gunpowder barrel, so it is so easy to believe that the Revolutionary Army will take action here. The current chaos in the city is a kind of chain reaction." The next statement made by the lieutenant let Mo Fei know that the officer is not only greedy for credit. Probably, many people are profiting from somebody's misfortune in the city at present. During the war, this is an inevitable and impossible thing to avoid. Leave a few people to escort these people back to the stronghold, and the rest will march towards the palace while suppressing the rebellion. Then the lieutenant gave such an order. The person in charge of miscellaneous tasks is naturally the new recruit team of Kui Delir Cao Chong. His squad divided into two, leaving 10 people responsible for escorting criminals, and the rest will continue to follow the battle. The closer you get to the palace along the way, the more the chaos gets worse, and the seaman team's progress is getting slower and slower. Mo Fei, I didn't see you shooting along the way, Tridlier said to Mo Fei during the interval. Although he has taken a lot of benefits from Mo Fei, this sir does not want his subordinates to be cowardly people who dare not even pull the trigger. Chong Cao, I just don't think there is any point in shooting. Mo Fei said. He felt that in this turmoil, one more lead bullet and one less lead bullet are actually a problem. No supplement. Even if this war can really be counted as a war, its level is not high. So far, Mo Fei has not even seen the shadow of the Revolutionary Army. Combined with his previous conversation with Sabo, at this time he has roughly determined the fact that there is no Revolutionary Army in this city. There is no Revolutionary Army other than Sabo. This is actually a conspiracy. As long as Sabo uses himself as bait, Marine and world government have to bite the bait. Hey! Tried Liar wanted to say something more, but at this moment someone in the team suddenly yelled, "Shell attack! Avoid it!" A cast iron cannonball is slamming towards the seaman team. And in the next moment the seamen showed their trained side, they immediately scattered and fled. Mo Fei rolled over to the alley on one side, and the swelling air lifted him away for a moment, and then he turned over and landed steadily. As the ability user of Fuwa no Mi, it would be a little funny if you were injured so easily. Boarding one after another, in this kind of heavy fire suppression, the formation of this seaman team was broken up in this way. Is there really pirate? Mo Fei didn't know who was firing the gun, but he immediately thought of pirate. When the sound of the cannon stopped, he just wanted to return to his original position, but at this moment he heard a scream from the opposite direction, a female scream that was quite terrifying. Mo Fei turned his head, and then saw a fierce man with a knife pulling a woman on the opposite street at the end of the alley. The other party's clothes made Mo Fei feel a bit familiar. Considering Seaman's responsibility to help kind citizens, especially kind female citizens, Mo Fei decided not to turn a blind eye to this scene. I saw his gaze circling around, and after seeing something near his feet, he immediately bent over and picked it up. Then he took his arm around and threw it over there suddenly. Well, it was something light red, square-shaped, commonly known as slab. Under the action of Fuwa no Mi, the flight path of this thing is straight like a laser. More importantly, although this thing is as light as nothing in Mo Fei's hands, in fact its weight is still the original weight, and it has not been reduced in the slightest. Weight, speed, inertia, and impact, apart from the defect of insufficient penetration, is this thing not more useful than lead bullets? In the next second, this brick photographed the gangster's face, and then the whole scene was lifting your skull. The guy directly covered his face with blood and rolled his eyes. It fell straight down. The rescued person turned his head subconsciously. When she saw Mo Fei naturally saw her face. As expected, the other party was the reporter who had appeared in the stronghold. Mo Fei just nodded to her, and then quickly returned to the team. When he reunited with the team and the team he was in finally rushed to the vicinity of the palace, Mo Fei just witnessed a good show. A Marine Vice Admiral and a good show of Marine Rear Admiral being KO'd by the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army at the same time. It's a bit unfair. It seems that the strength of the two warring parties is not on the same level. Chapter 41. First of all, make it clear that even if it is also Vice Admiral, the quality and battle strength levels of Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters and Marine Vice Admiral of other places are different. Secondly, revolutionary the battle strength of Army Chief of Staff Sabo is hard to say compared with Admiral, but at least he is completely above the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. So the Vice Admiral was dealt with as soon as he showed up. This is normal, because there is water in his rank. Not every Vice Admiral is called GARP. Although Mr. Vice Admiral's determination and courage to take the initiative to confront Sabo is commendable, if you can describe it in an unceremonious way, his behavior is tantamount to giving away his head, successfully creating an implementation for the enemy opportunity for beheading operation. Fortunately, Sabo appeared in this country not to kill, so Vice Admiral was just knocked out instead of being killed. Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral were solved in an instant. What should I do? Seeing that the highest commander was eliminated in this way, the morale of the large number of seamen concentrated in front of the palace was also shaken, first surprised and even frightened, and then. The enemy is only one person, don't be afraid. The artillery team, fire. Because of the lack of unified command and the panic of our own side, the sound of the guns pi li pa la seemed very messy, even the firepower was projected. Without concentration, it's hard to imagine how this kind of coping style will have an effect on Sabo's expert. However, for ordinary soldiers like Mo Fei, shooting at this time is actually their only means of coping. Otherwise, what else can they do? Didn't you see that Vice Admiral was killed instantly? But launching a long-range attack is by no means a good choice. Firstly, the opponent can avoid it completely, and secondly, the opponent's way of avoiding, Sabo, standing on the square of the palace, rushed into the seaman crowd in the next instant among. In this case, everyone can only stop, because random shooting will only cause accidental injuries. Seaman, I can only say that you chose the wrong opponent. After rushing into the crowd, Sabo said. Revolutionary Army, what are the reasons for your presence in this country? Someone in seamen shouted to Sabo. What do you think? With this method, there is no way to get information from the enemy. The number of seamen near the palace is more than 2,000, but they are standing in the enemy crowd. Among them, Sabo seemed calm. This person has been staying here obviously to attract attention and delay time. Mo Fei from start to finish also did not see other revolutionary army. If you are playing games, 2,000 people will definitely be enough for a while. When facing a powerful enemy, some people will be unable to act because of fear, and some people will become impulsive because of an imbalance in their mentality. At this time, in the circle of seamen standing around Sabo, someone rushed towards him without getting any orders. Then they were just fiddled with by Sabo, and then they fell to the ground. Mo Fei, who was on the outside, looked at him for a while, and said to his Cao Chong, "Cao Chong, are you going to try it? Hey? Don't mess around." Tried Liar was a little dazed by this sudden question. Just now he was blaming Mo Fei for not daring to shoot, and now he feels Mo Fei's brain is sick. Strength to bully the weak is an important criterion for military operations, and this reverse operation is an illustration what? In fact, there is nothing wrong with Tridrill's idea, but from Mo Fei's point of view, it is another matter. He just wants to give it a try. Try to see if your style can take effect. Cao Chong, the enemy did not resort to overkilling attacks. Seamen who faced him only broke a few bones at most. Mo Fei explained to Kui Delier, and then he added a whisper. As ordinary seamen, we have few chances of being able to heroically meet the second person in Revolutionary Army. At the reminder of Mo Fei, Tridlier turned his attention to the seamen who fell around Sabo. As a result, he found that one of those goods called worse than one, and one more confident. Cao Chong fell into deep thought. Then he looked around him again and found that the lieutenant no longer knew where to go, so he could direct his soldier directly. New recruits, listen to my orders. All the staff raise their guns and aim. Needless to say, the enemy is only trifling. New recruits, it's time to show courage. The prestige of training instructor is still there. After kicking the procrastinator's butt twice, 10 new recruits lined up under the command of Cao Chong. Rushed towards Sabo. Soon, under the gaze of all the friendly forces, this 11-man squad came to the forefront, and then they lined up in crescent floss around the enemy. Raise the gun, Cao Chong ordered again, and then slammed his arm downwards, fire. The gunshots of 10 muskets and the flames of the muzzle were neat uniformly. This kind of mantis trying to stop a chariot action even highlights a kind of heroic atmosphere, and then 10 out of 11 people were hit instantly fall down. The only one who didn't fall to the ground, Sabo probably recognized Mo Fei, so he gave him some special treatment. Seeing that his teammates had joined the ranks of the Screams, Mo Fei threw the rifle to the ground, and then drew the short sword behind him. "Mr. Seaman, do you know swordsmanship?" Sabo's tone brought a certain kind of real curiosity, because the gap between the two sides was too big at this time, so he took a glance. It can be seen that Mo Fei's level of strength comes. Simply put, it is no level. I don't understand very much, but I am going to create a new sect. Of course, this is not a place to chat, so the two of them only have one sentence each, and then follow the process. Mo Fei should also be on the street. Mo Fei's line of sight can't capture Sabo's movements at all, but he knows that the next moment the opponent's attack is coming. So, something surprising happened to Sabo's. Originally, he wanted to hit Mo Fei's shoulder with a punch, but I don't know why his hand couldn't fall, like something blocked his arm from below. No, it wasn't just blocking, some kind of strong air current made his arm flick away. Mo Fei propped up the defensive barrier. He used Fuwa no Mi's ability to make the air around him instantly lifted up, because the upward speed was too fast, so the oncoming resistance like a wall being pushed. A little surprise. Mo Fei said. Very interesting style. Sabo didn't know what Mo Fei did just now, he only knew that his attack was blocked. Well, this is called Hidden King Third Layer Walnut. The first time I used such a trick, Sabo's attack was prevented, but Mo Fei did not. I don't think there is anything to care about. Others just casually tie A with a playful attitude, but he has already begun to develop skills. Devil fruit notes. The prefix is used to indicate the different application series of the fruit, the number is used to indicate the number of times the fruit can be activated instantly, and the suffix is it is a beautified visualization nominal. So the actual name of this move should be like this. Fuwa Fuwa no Mi Application Series I. The ability is activated 3 times in an instant. High nuts. Chapter 42. Sabo immediately suspected that he had met Devil Fruit's ability user, but because the contact time was too short, he couldn't judge the ability of the opponent, but it's not a have to figure out the problem. Next moment, Mo Fei felt a sharp pain in his ribs. For a moment, his breathing became stagnant, and then he felt that he had lost control of his body, and he fell to his knees when his legs became soft on the ground. But the loss of consciousness is only a momentary thing. Mo Fei covered his right lower abdomen with his left hand subconsciously. Although he did not see Sabo's movements clearly, he felt that he should have been photographed by the other party just now. At this time he had broken at least 2 or 3 ribs. Hope there is no visceral damage attack in this move. Fracture is enough. Struggling to suppress the pain from the injury, the rapid breathing started to calm down. I was coded by a move. This is the result of as it should be by rights. Mo Fei is just a new recruit who has just trained for less than a month. Can you really expect him to block Sabo for a while? Is it? That is to say that Sabo is playing, so Mo Fei dared to go to the front to join in the fun, otherwise he must hide how far away. But just being beaten is not Mo Fei's character. He took a deep breath suddenly, then held his breath, and used the right hand holding the short sword to wave towards Sabo who was attacking other seamen not far away. A sword came out. The so-called sword aura is probably a special fluid flow created when a thin metal blade slashes through the air. The technique of flying cutting requires a long period of cultivation and tempering. This is swordsman after reach a higher level can do it. But Mo Fei is not the same. Again, he can use the fruit to slash the blade sharply, and then use Fuwa Fuwa no Mi's ability to continuously accelerate the weak air current. In this way, he not only turned the air current without any offensive power into a truly offensive flying slash, and even the power of this flying slashing would not increase with distance. And weak, on the contrary, it will continue to strengthen, at least within the range of 50 meters. Sabo felt the fast approaching breath behind him, his head was subconsciously turned, so this sword aura wiped his side and flew past. Then the voice of Dang King reached his ears. Sabo turned his head to look behind him, and then found that the hollow water pipe on his back was cut. Although this thing is Sabo's usual weapon, it is really just an ordinary water pipe. Without applying Busos Hoku Haki, an individual can easily bend it. Look at this half of the water pipe first, and then Sabo turned his eyes to Mo Fei further behind. He murmured, although it is not difficult, it is not something a layman can do. The translation means that this is not something Xiaobing can do. Although I don't know how to swordsmanship, it doesn't prevent me from preparing to be a sword saint. Mo Fei said after a few breaths. Sabo turned around after being attacked and walked towards Mo Fei again. Hey, it's almost done. Several ribs are replaced by a water pipe. How can I say that you have earned it? Mo Fei is a little worried that he will hit him again. But at this moment, someone suddenly stopped Sabo. Sabo, the task over there is completed, should the farce here go on? We should retreat. Mo Fei is already in a half-street state so he can only hear the voice, but he can't see the person who is talking hidden in the crowd. But someone in Seaman knew this man who suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Is it Lightning Imazuna? It is Imazuna Revolutionary Army who escaped from Impel Down during the war. Should he not be in the Grand Line, why did he appear in South Blue? No, not appearing in South Blue, but returning South Blue. He was originally from South Blue, and he organized violent actions in South Blue at the beginning. The enemy turned into 2. This change made Marine temporarily stop attacking. You say me, Mo Fei listened to it, and it seemed to understand who the extra enemy was. Revolutionary Army Ivankov's subordinates, Paramecia Scissor Fruit ability user, but sometimes Mrs. Lightning is sometimes the person of Mr. Lightning. As proof, there is another silhouette rushing across the battlefield, and this silhouette goes straight to Imazuna. Using the high-speed moving style in Rokushiki to shave, without the slightest hesitation that went straight to the enemy was Guride Commodore of the 54th branch. Gerd Commodore. Commodore rushed to the battlefield, but this should not only be for the justice of Marine, but also for personal grievances. Commodore seems to be the ladyboy's half-hatred. Mo Fei also wanted to appreciate the Battle of Commodore, but fortunately or unfortunately, Marine had a special battlefield medical rescue team, so Mo Fei was caught by two while the enemy was not paying attention. A medical soldier stuffed it into a stretcher and then lifted it down. This is normal treatment. No one cares about the wounded, and the practice of letting them wait for death on the battlefield is a problem. It's a pity that the medical soldiers are stronger than a stronger man, and all of them run fast. Farce. Before leaving this place full of fire and medicinal smell, Mo Fei gave his own definition of war, and Sabo this a person of this kind of strength can only say that it is too early for him. Marine and the world government were put together by the Revolutionary Army again. Well, although the chief of staff appeared in this country, but he was obviously just a decoy. Revolutionary Army's real goal was a large-scale cargo ship of the world government. Yes, it's actually Dutchy in Spangheim. Anyway, it's a good thing that this country didn't really have riots. Really? I think if the Revolutionary Army's goal this time is really our saint, the words of the Kingdom of Norbert are a good thing. In a hospital in the royal capital of Saint Norbert, the conversation of doctors kept reaching Mo Fei's ears, who was lying on the hospital bed. 3 days have passed since the war. As a seaman, he actually knows more. The real purpose of the Revolutionary Army coming to South Blue this time is the cargo ship of world government, and the cause of this incident is in a country called Spangheim Duchy. It is a very common country in South Blue and even the world. If there is anything special about it, it is. It is not a member country of the world government. So the citizens of this country are not recognized as human beings by the world government. The so-called freight ships transport things are nothing but slaves. The war on top has attracted the attention of the whole world. And if something is too dazzling, then it must be able to hide some other things. For the world government, not joining is equal to hostility, and destroying a country is even easier than dealing with a great pirate, so after the top war, the world government quietly disposed of that country. You don't even have to bear much pressure on public opinion for this compared to the death of Whitebeard, the collapse of Whitebeard pirates, the execution of the son of Pirate King, and Blackbeard's Yonko. What is a major event for the destruction of a country in the corner? After the destruction of Duchy, all the citizens were captured as slaves, and the world government prepared to transport them to the kingdom on the bridge in East Blue. The Revolutionary Army, which obtained specific information, took the opportunity to attack the world government transport ship. Compared with the farce of the capital of Saint Norbert, the sea battles that occurred almost simultaneously were much more tragic. Officials of the world government, seamen responsible for escort operations, slaves who were escorted, and the Revolutionary Army in action has caused a lot of casualties on all sides. But in terms of the final result, the Revolutionary Army should have achieved their goals. After they rescued most of the slaves, they successfully evacuated with them. In short, Mo Fei suddenly realized that this world is more cruel than he thought. Chapter 43. Note: in the Saint Norbert King's riots, the battlefield's supreme commander Dewey Vice Admiral was knocked down and Marine lost his unified command. Elendil Mo Fei drew his sword and rushed towards the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. During this battle, all 11 members of the squad from the commander Kui Delier Cao and the following were bravely wounded. Gerd Fran Commodore put the newspaper in his hand on the table, then he glanced down and reconfirmed the title of the large photo. Well, it's called Courage. The headline is ordinary, but the photos are taken very well, otherwise it will not occupy half of the front page of the newspaper. Seaman drew his sword and rushed towards the enemy. His figure was very low during the run. The camera lens over his shoulder just shot the villain Revolutionary Army from the perspective of looking up. The figure appears tall and large, casting a huge shadow in the early morning, like an insurmountable barrier, so it just reflects the courage of Seaman. Is this news report true? I have some impressions of Cao Chong Tridlier. In my memory, he is not the kind of person who will lead a soldier to charge heroically. After putting down the newspaper, Commodore said. The officer on the side asked. Commodore, this news is true, there is no problem. Chairman Kui Delier and his squad members are all lying in the hospital now. The officer said. There is only one enemy. Although the battlefield is messed up, it is relatively simple to investigate such things. Is that right? Triddle's luck is good. Gerd's gaze fell on the photo. It was only a few days after the incident. Of course he wouldn't forget Mo so quickly. Fei's name. According to the facts, the Marines' battle against the Revolutionary Army was the latter's victory, because the Revolutionary Army had achieved its own combat goals, and Marine was being played round and round. But things cannot give such an official characterization. The world government cannot directly admit its failure. This is related to its authority. Since the official tone cannot be used to speak of the failure of maritime operations, the corresponding emphasis can only be on the heroic fearless of land operations. The reality is so funny, the farce here. After the end, Marines participants were actually rewarded. Chairman Kui Delier should be promoted directly to warrant officer or lieutenant. As for Mo Fei, he was the first to discover the Revolutionary Army's whereabouts and the battlefield performance. Gudra Commodore is about to remove him. New recruits camp, transferred to yourself as an officer training. Currently, Commodore is still in the capital and has not returned to the 54th branch. His previous battle with lightning on the battlefield had no results, because the opponent was just running away and had no sense of fighting at all. Commodore and Seaman have no way to keep them. While Gurud was busy dealing with post-war affairs, while regretting that he hadn't caught the she-mail, the door of his temporary office was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Gerd Commodore, oh, it looks pretty idle. Smoker, you're the same. You're late, the battle is over long ago. Gerd Commodore said after a glance at the visitor. You can't say that. I didn't catch up with the battle here. It doesn't mean that I didn't participate in the battle. Did anything interesting happen in the farce 2 days ago? It was not someone else who opened the door and walked into the office. It is Smoker Commodore who has been active in South Blue for some time. So that's how it is. Since the other party does more work than himself, it is no longer convenient for Groud to complain. Smoker, I heard that you are going to be promoted again. Even in South Blue, are you so well informed? A small promotion is nothing, now I just want to quickly end these house-playing tasks on my body, as quickly as possible go to New World. Smoker said. New World is not a topic that Gurud, who is in South Blue, can worry about. You just asked about interesting things, right? You have been in the army for less than a month. The new recruit singled out Revolutionary Army No. 2, is it interesting? Gerd threw the newspaper on the table to Smoker. When he spoke, he was completely cracking a joke. Tone. There is such a thing. Smoker took a look at the newspaper, and, hey? Why does he look familiar to the two people in this photo? To be more precise, one person is not only familiar, but the other is not familiar enough. Mo Fei, who was in the hospital, naturally noticed that he was on the front page headline, but he only took a second look. The newspaper was thrown aside, because this newspaper is only a local newspaper in this country, not a globally distributed newspaper like the World Economic News. So even if the reporter's photo was taken very handsomely, Mo Fei only thought he had been in the Blackboard newspaper once. If he has gained anything from the previous farce, one is that he feels that he should have left a deep impression on the top commander of the base, Mr. Commodore, and the other is he thoroughly understood that he could not engage in high-level fighting. Autonomous training is one aspect, and how to increase strength next is indeed a problem. Just as Mo Fei was thinking about what to do next, someone knocked gently on the door outside the ward. After Mo Fei heard the sound, he turned his head subconsciously, and then he saw the guest entering the ward. "Are you, that reporter young lady?" Even though neither party has said a word before, but this time they are considered to have played 3 times. They met each other, so Mo Fei was quite impressed with each other. The reporter young lady was holding a fruit basket in her hand. After entering the ward, she reached out and pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose. After turning her eyes around in the ward, she finally got stuck on Mo Fei. Then she walked over to the bed. "Is it Mr. Mo Fei, Mo, ah?" After reaching the hospital bed, reporter young lady performed a flat fall again, but this is not the point. The point is that as she threw forward, she gave Mo Fei a head mallet in the abdomen. "You said that by coincidence, his ribs are now in a fractured state, you can only say, this is a special meeting." Mo Fei took a sharp breath, and the pain of twitches made his forehead ooze cold sweat. "Reporter young lady, I should be the one to scream. Sorry, I actually came to thank you." The reporter young lady lifted her head, but her legs were still kneeling beside the bed. While apologizing, she kept groping with both hands on the hospital bed, hoping to find the glasses that had fallen down because of the fall. Mo Fei stretched out his hand and handed the glasses to the opponent's hand in order not to continue being injured. Thank you, ah. "No, I did not thank you for the glasses thing, but for the things of the previous 2 days." Mo Fei feels this young lady talking nonsense, but he decided to forgive her for her sluggishness and accept her gratitude. "Well, reporter young lady is a cute spectacle lady." Chapter 44. During the previous riots in the capital, Mo Fei rescued the reporter young lady, so she came to the hospital to express her gratitude. Mulek Dietrich. After hearing the name reported by the other party, Mo Fei suddenly felt a little familiar, and then he remembered a little bit what? Then he picked up the newspaper lying aside. Sure enough, the name of the photojournalist written under the cover photo was Mulek Dietrich. "Dietary young lady, if you say thank you, this picture is actually enough," Mo Fei said after shaking the newspaper in his hand. Didn't expect the reporter young lady looks clumsy, but the camera technology is actually very good, or is her professionalism okay? In short, the technical requirements of capturing an image in an instant, adjusting the angle and light and then pressing the shutter are definitely not the same as the swing shooting. No, this is my job. It's not a reward. Is Mr. Mo Fei's injury serious? 3 ribs were broken, but because the enemy's technique is very exquisite, only the bone is broken. The injury is not serious, but it seems that it will take 2 months to recover completely. Mo Fei said. Most of the injured seamen, including him, have similar injuries. To put it simply, the injuries are never fatal, but they cannot recover for quite some time. If this is the case, then this is. While speaking, Dietrich puts a box of ointment-like things on the bedside table of Mo Fei. The ointment specially used to treat this kind of injury will definitely have an effect on Mr. Mo Fei's injury. Daidly young lady, are you not a reporter? Is it still a part-time doctor? I am not a doctor, my younger brother is a doctor, and he is also a famous doctor with excellent medical skills, but recently he went to sea to a place called Trino Kingdom. I have gone to study in the country, otherwise Mr. Mo Fei will be healed faster. The Kingdom of Trino. Mo Fei thinks this country's the name is a bit familiar. Has it ever appeared in the story? Well, it's a special island country on South Blue. It is said that there is a huge tree growing in the center of the country. Dietrich doesn't know much about that country, so she can only give such a rough explanation. When I heard about the huge tree, Mo Fei directly thought of things like Treasurewood Atom or Sun Tree Eve, completely ignoring the probability of reindeer or civet cat growing on that tree. Really, that's a shame. It would be nice if the younger brother of the famous doctor can come back soon. Mo Fei said out of courtesy. Look at this reporter young lady, then her younger brother is about the same age as Mo Fei at most. Too young famous doctor, Mo Fei would not believe the other's medical skills so much. Treating fractures with ointment sounds a bit unreliable. Well, my younger brother's name is Hitchcock, Mulek Hitchcock. I hope he can come back soon. I just chatted a few more words. After that, Dietrich soon left. She was just here to express her gratitude, and there was no need to stay here for long. Just after Dietrich opened the door and left, Mo Fei heard a falling sound from outside, followed by a series of apologies. She seemed to hit something again. And soon, Mo Fei knew what she had hit. The door of the ward was pushed open again. A tall man with a tall body, short white hair and 2 cigars in his mouth walked in. It was Smoker. Although this robust man has a fierce look, the cigar in his mouth is not lit at this time, probably because this is a ward this guy is unexpectedly careful. He followed the female seaman as always. After Smoker walked into the ward, he came directly to Mo Fei's bed, then pulled a chair and sat down. For me. Mo Fei felt a little unfathomable mystery. Just become seaman? Smoker asked after looking up and down Mo Fei. Mo Fei came back to his senses. He saluted the other party first, and then said, "Yes, Commodore, I am a new recruit who has been in the army for less than a month. I still know the rank of Mo Fei, so he should also recognize the person sitting next to his hospital bed as a great character based on common sense in the military. I heard about your brave performance in the previous battle. Now I want to ask you a question. What do you think of Grand Line?" Smoker asked again. Grand Line? Compared to South Blue, there is a more dangerous place, but it is also a more suitable place to achieve your ideals. Facing this sudden problem, Mo Fei thought about it and only gave there was a simple and empty answer. He had to figure out why the other party would ask such a question first. No matter what reason you joined Marine, your performance in previous battles is worthy of recognition. I understand, reputation and status are all things you want, right? But Grand Line is not such a simple place. You must be aware of it. Mo Fei said in his heart, what do you understand? Why don't I understand? And why does he think that Tashiji looked towards behind him is a bit weird? Before I came to South Blue, I was instructed by old fogey above. If I saw a good seedling, I would take it to the Grand Line. How about, dare to go, Irindel 3rd class? Can't ask for it. This is indeed something that Mo Fei can't ask for, but the problem is that he doesn't quite understand the two people in front of them had some weird attitudes. Mo Fei didn't take the matter of encountering Smoker at sea before at all, and naturally he didn't know the current brain activities of these two people. Very well, Tashiji, write down his name. Yes, Commodore. Smoker stood up, and the two of them just left the ward. Smoker Commodore, this seaman is indeed the person we met at sea before, plus the rumors among the nobles that we have heard of in a certain country. The huge barrier of identity is blocked between the two who love each other. For the girl he loves, he joined Marine directly, and dash on bravely with no thought of personal safety when facing a tyrannical and dangerous enemy. New recruit, is this the power of love? As Tashiji said, his eyes became leisurely and fascinating. Stop talking nonsense, Tashiji, outsiders like us just shut up and watch in silence. Smoker Commodore lit the cigar in his mouth and reprimanded. The female subordinates of Love Brain, well, although this guy looks like a tough guy, his brain supplement ability doesn't seem to be much worse than his female subordinates. Chapter 45. Mr. Mo Fei, we will depart for the Grand Line in about 2 weeks. Your transfer procedures have been completed, and you will be temporarily under Smoker Commodores. Follow us until we arrive at the training headquarters. Sometime later that day, Tashiji returned to Mo Fei's ward again and informed him of the next arrangements. This a series of related procedures are definitely required for class transfer. That. Captain, can you tell me a more specific destination? Mo Fei asked. He wanted to know where he would go. Tashiji's current rank is captain, and she should be a better talker, so he asked. Ah, it's rude, I forgot to explain, it's Marine Ford. Marine Ford? Isn't Marine headquarters there? Let me elaborate. Anyway, it's also a semi-public news. Then Marine Ford will lose the function of Marine headquarters and gradually change to a base for training headquarters, military academies, marine hospitals, and other ancillary functions. Marine headquarters has a it may be replaced, which is also a follow-up effect of the top war. Tashiji explained. Have you made such a decision? It turns out that this is not a move that Akainu made after taking the stage. Mo Fei thought of it silently. Think about it and you will understand that the original Marine Ford was a huge fortress, but now this fortress has been damaged, and even more than that, the foundation of the entire Marine Ford Island has been shaken. Many years ago Shiki, not long ago Whitebeard, especially the latter, these two invasions made Marine Ford no longer unshakable. So Marine headquarters is better to change place. Does it feel too far away, Mr. Mo Fei? The distance from Marine Ford to the Kingdom of Hildegard is a huge obstacle. This is a test given to you by God, Mr. Mo Fei, you understand? Tashiji put away the notebook in his hand, and suddenly reached Mo Fei's eyes and said. This kind of overly intimate and caring tone and exaggerated closeness make Mo Fei a little uncomfortable. Actually, Mo Fei still doesn't understand what she is talking about. The Kingdom of Hildegard is his hometown, so is he worried that he will miss home? The distance? I feel, okay, not too far, hee. After entangled for a while, Mo Fei finally managed the warm-hearted female captain sent away. In general, this battle against the Revolutionary Army has brought unimaginable benefits to Mo Fei. Reality is always full of variables. What Mo Fei didn't expect was that he got the chance to go to the Grand Line so smoothly. The impact of the war on the top is still going on. The battle strength lost by Marine headquarters in that major event needs to be replenished in time. It is equivalent to saying that Mo Fei exchanged 3 ribs for a ticket. It's not only Marine's internal conscription, according to the current situation, it seems that the big conscription is coming soon. I will leave in 2 weeks, so can I hurry up with my injuries? Mo Fei does not expect his injuries to recover after a sleep or a meal come here, but when there is a chance to go to the Grand Line, the 2-month full recovery period is still a bit too long. Thinking about this, he cast his sights on the ointment on the bedside table. Would you like to try it? Anyway, what is applied externally, in theory, even if there is no effect, it will not cause much harm. What is surprising is that this thing seems to be really effective, quite a feeling that who knows who uses it. With the help of ointment, after a week in the hospital, Mo Fei was able to get out of bed and walk normally, and he didn't even feel any obvious tingling sensation. Then he followed Battleship back to Gainmetis Island where the 54th branch is located, but he still stays in the hospital. No matter what his physical condition is, he no longer needs to participate in the new recruit training here. Next, he just needs to wait for Smoker's battleship to come here. Chairman Kui Deli, should be called a lieutenant. In short, congratulations on the promotion, sir. This afternoon of the day, Treadley came to Mo Fei's ward with a cane and arms hanging. This was the first time the two had met since the battle that day. This sir was actually promoted, and this person has also picked up a leak. The official appointment has not yet come down, and I am still the head of CAO. Treadley shook the head, but he was in a very good mood at this time. It's you, really want to follow the headquarter Commodore heading to the Grand Line? That sea territory is extremely dangerous. Well, it should be if nothing else, sir. Okay, everyone has their own ideas and goals. Mo Fei, I hope you can get ahead a little earlier. Tried Liar thinks this is a pity, and he thinks going to the Grand Line is one thing. This kind of unthinkable courting death behavior. Secondly, Mo Fei is a rich man with a generous shot, so he regrets the departure of this subordinate. After another week, a Marine headquarters battleship docked at the berth of the 54th Military Port. At this moment, Mo Fei is packing his luggage in his dormitory, but it seems that there is nothing to pack. When he came here, he only had one backpack, and now he has only one backpack to leave. After finishing everything quickly, Mo Fei was carrying a backpack and was about to leave here. When he walked to the playground, 3 or 4 people stopped him. Hey, Mr. Mo Fei, I heard that you made a big show a while ago? How about it? Do you feel that you are expert and extraordinary now? That Lucio. Mo Fei did not consciously be expert because of the previous news, but Lucio was quite jealous of him. Mr. Lucio, are you still doing this kind of thing after so long? But it doesn't matter, don't worry, I won't hinder you anymore. Mo Fei stopped and laughed, said to this group of people. Serve softly? You don't think you are going to be softer until now, the previous things can be wiped out. You have a problem with your ability to understand. What I mean is, say I will leave here soon, so I won't hinder you anymore. Retired and go home? No way, Mr. Mo Fei, you will be scared to go home after only one battle. Well, thanks to the newspapers that praised you, I remember that the headline is called Courage. Is this your courage? Not going home, I'm going to the Grand Line next. Ha ha ha. Next, what rang out was the laughter of these people. Grand Line? They seem to have heard a very funny joke. If you are scared to go home, say scared to go home. Grand Line? Will not lie? Ha ha ha. And in the laughter of this group of people, Mo Fei boarded the battleship from the Grand Line and prepared to return to the Grand Line. The ridicule Mo Fei heard clearly, but he didn't care at all, because he didn't care about it at all. The so-called a summer insect cannot discuss ice, nothing more than that. P.S. Seeking collection, seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 46. Now I will take you to take a look at the main weaponry of this battleship, the triple-mounted rotating turret at the bow of the ship. Such a large-caliber rear-mounted cannon is very useful in the sea territory outside the Grand Line. Rare. At this time, Captain Tashiji led a team of seamen who had just boarded the battleship for a tour of the ship. Smoker Commodore's battleship has left Ganymedes and is currently sailing west. The first destination seems to be Reverse Mountain. This time they will probably enter the Grand Line on the normal route. If it is not particularly necessary, the battleship of Marine Headquarters does not seem to try to cross over the Com Belt easily. Although Marine has the technology to cross the Com Belt, no one can guarantee that the Com Belt is a super crossbow. See, the King class will never be alarmed, so there are risks. Smoker Commodore's battleship brought some young, talented people from South Blue to the Grand Line this time. There are a total of 20 people including Mo Fei. Of course, only Mo Fei is impossible. He doesn't have that much face. Speaking of which, Mo Fei, since becoming seaman, this is the first time he has officially walked on the battleship. He has learned a little bit about the internal structure of this large-scale battleship. He is quite good about it. Interested in? Captain Tashiji, is this battleship a level 1 battleship? Level 1. Tashiji froze for a moment, and then understood what Mo Fei was saying. It means the battleship with the most powerful firepower, right? No, this ship should be considered a level 2 battleship or level 3 battleship. As for the level 1 ship, you will understand when you see it, Mr. Mo Fei. Mo Fei nodded. He understands, the battleship should be bigger and more capable of firepower projection. Maybe the battleship that can participate in the Buster Call can be regarded as Marine Headquarters level 1 main battleship. The group of idlers continued to follow the captain, but Mo Fei stopped as he walked. He stopped at the door of a training room. After the battleship set sail, someone who was idle was doing strength training inside. Needless to say, it was Smoker Commodore, the top commander of battleship. Commodore naturally immediately noticed that he was being visited, but he didn't say anything. Although Mo Fei and this group of people are temporarily under Smoker's jurisdiction, they are not strictly speaking of which they are not his subordinates, so he is too lazy to say anything, let alone treat them like his real subordinates strict. After a while, Smoker may have completed a round of training. He took a breath, walked to the side and wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, and then poured a large amount into his mouth. Glass of cold water. Do you want to move your body, new recruit? Seeing that Mo Fei has been standing at the door and not leaving, Smoker said. Can Commodore? I have been recovering from my injury since the last incident, and I feel my body is rusty. Recovery is too slow. In short, after seeing Smoker nodded, Mo Fei stepped into the training room. He just speculated a little about Smoker's character, and now he guessed it right. Although Smoker looks vicious and looks like a stranger not entering, in fact he is considered reasonable, people who can communicate normally. Of course, if Mo Fei is an official subordinate of Smoker, that is another situation. After 2 weeks of training, Mo Fei felt that his injury was no longer a major problem. He picked up a dumbbell and began to exercise his upper limbs. Have you done similar training yourself? Smoker was sitting on a chair. He watched Mo Fei mess around for a while, and then asked. Well, I did self-employment exercises during the new recruit. It's useless, Smoker shook the head, I didn't breathe properly, and I did not work hard. Then Mr. Commodore yelled at the outside, Hey, Tashiji, if you have time to do those boring things, it's better to come over and teach new recruits how to breathe. This is at least somewhat meaningful. Look, Smoker is so yelling at himself, but he is more polite to outsiders like Mo Fei. Yes, Smoker Commodore, I'm sorry, Smoker Commodore. Taken at Commodore's lewdness, the young woman seaman almost ran into training in a frantic and scrambled manner. Room. Respiratory training is it? Introductory training. Hey, should it be? Mo Fei is a little irresistible. Is it that he has lived for several decades and will not pant for breath? Or do you have to pay attention to the depth when you breathe? The correct way of breathing is the beginning of controlling the body, muscles, and strength. If you can master it, it is still very meaningful. I will show you. Inhale, exhale. P. Captain Tashiji has already started explaining and demonstrating. It is reasonable. I didn't understand what Mo Fei the captain explained, but what she demonstrated was very beautiful. After waiting for a period of practice, Mo Fei was convinced that there is a way to gasp, and after practicing, he understood what he was practicing. This is probably introductory training for a return of life. Of course, these all are later, anyway, let's watch the captain's demonstration first. Mo Fei just stayed here just now. It was a bit exaggerated to say that he wanted to get along with Smoker Commodore. Different people have to be treated differently. If he wants to give this Commodore some little gift, it's hard to guarantee that he won't be thrown directly into the sea, so he has just been watching Commodore's training. In fact, he just wants to learn something secretly. Now stealing learning is impossible, it is clearly just an honorable learning. This is what Mo Fei can't ask for. Because the currents and wind directions are very smooth, so after only 5 days of sailing for this battleship, the Red Line mainland is already in sight. Precipice continent, how did this thing come into being? When Mo Fei saw the Red Line continent with his own eyes, the actual existence of this spectacular scene still made he was a little surprised. The canal climbing upward, tentatively, it can be explained that, compared to the huge ocean current and the Red Line continent, the canal of Reverse Mountain is like a thin line, so the anti-gravity upward movement is barely understandable. But the question is, why does the Red Line mainland exist? It's incredible. Battleships handling and professional marine sailing skills are not comparable to those of ordinary pirate, so in addition to Mo Fei's initial surprise, Smoker Commodore and his ship overturned Reverse Mountain without any problems. It's nothing more than climbing the mountain first and then going down the mountain. Unlike Pirate, who entered the Grand Line for the first time, Smoker Commodore is very familiar with the route here. After crossing the Reverse Mountain very smoothly, this battleship did not stop at all, and then it went straight to Marineford. Just after entering the Grand Line, I greeted Mo Fei with an unpredictable. The storm seems to be able to tear the sails at any time, and the rolled-up waves are like clouds and sky. The huge battleship is like a fallen leaf, which may be swallowed by the sea at any time. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Mo Fei felt a little seasick. But, what should I say? For a person entering the Grand Line for the first time, there is no more formal welcome ceremony than this kind of weather. Chapter 47. Smoker Commodore's battleship went straight to Marineford by the permanent record pointer. The world government's dedicated ocean current was used in the middle, so they sailed for about 2 weeks after entering the Grand Line. Arrived at the destination in about time. This speed is much slower than directly traversing the calm belt, and much faster than using the record pointer to sail one island by one. It can barely be regarded as with one's heart set on speeding home. At this time, Smoker is thinking about going to New World as soon as possible, but considering his current strength, if he wants to transfer to New World there are a lot of formalities to go through. He is a senior officer, but not that senior, he is very strong, but not that strong. So Smoker is actually a half-hearted thing, and half-hearted things are generally difficult to handle. Is this Marineford? When the battleship slowly entered the huge half-moon harbor, Mo Fei walked to the deck and looked up at this a huge fortress that has experienced wars not long ago. There are some undismantled scaffolding on the outer heights of the fortress, and the outer wall facing the harbor is covered with traces of bullet holes, huge, solemn, and cold, the so-called war machine, probably that's it. There is only a breeze on the sea. In the sky, heavy snow is falling. Not only does a piece of white cover the island, but even the surrounding sea is covered with a thick layer of snow. At this moment, the sea seems to be a piece of land. The weather on the Grand Line cannot be judged by common sense, but if you want to talk about the seasons in the Northern Hemisphere in the 4 seas, it really happens to be winter. So when Mo Fei walked out of the cabin and looked towards the island for the first time, he didn't even realize it was Marineford, but thought he had come to a snow country fortress. Trainers, please come with me. We are going to the training headquarters on the back of the island by boat. After the battleship was parked on the berth, Captain Tashiji took the lead. A small boat dropped from the battleship, and then greeted new recruits like Mo Fei to board the boat. Marine headquarters is still in Marineford. The upper level of this fortress has Marine Fleet Admiral's office and Marine Central's confidential department, so new recruits are not suitable for running around here. This is still the face of Marine, and Mo Fei where they are going is on the back of the island. Captain Tashiji, shouldn't we pass through the island? Someone asked Tashiji. He seemed to be hoping to visit this island. Let's take a look at Marine until now the core island. Secondly, I want to pay tribute to the battlefield on top of the war. No, it's faster to take the boat. Tashiji said seriously, she didn't realize the other party's mood at all. So Mo Fei and the others got on the boat, left the port again, then circled Marineford half a circle, came to the back of the island, and then they landed here. Thunder. When the boat rounded the side of the huge fortress in the middle of the island, Mo Fei faintly heard the roar in the atmosphere. He thought it was thunder, but gradually he noticed something was wrong. No, is it, the sound of a cannon? Mo Fei heard the sound more like a cannon sound, but this constant sound is somewhat different from the sound of a cannon. It seems to be sharper and more piercing. More permeable. But here is the Marine headquarters, why is there continuous sound of cannons? Is anyone fighting here? Veterans like Sengoku, Garp, and Crane, plus at least one admiral under normal circumstances, will stay here, so apart from the Yonko forces, who dares to come to this island to make trouble? The engagement is impossible. After coming to the back of the island, this kind of sound became more obvious. Not only Mo Fei, but other people were also attracted by it. After the boat stopped, Tashiji led the new recruits to the training headquarters to report. In theory, she does not need to do such a thing, but in fact the main procedure is the irrelevant captain. Sir helped to handle it. People like Mo Fei are only responsible for signing and confirming the reporting procedures. By the way, what's the matter with this constant sound? Cannon sounds. Tashiji was also curious about this, so she couldn't help but ask. The person responsible for the procedures here is a lieutenant. Captain Tashiji has rank suppression against him. Even more, how Tashiji is an official first-line combat officer. That lieutenant is just an officer of the training department, so whether he likes it or not, the lieutenant will answer Tashiji's questions. Ah, it's the gunshots, Captain. Can you see the rubble over there? Some of the ruins of the building caused by the previous war were not cleaned up, but moved when I got there. It was changed to a practical training ground. Someone has been training there recently, but, calculating time should be over soon. So it was training. Tashiji raised his head and looked at the conspicuous ruin. A gunshot? Mo Fei was a little puzzled. What kind of gunfire would be so deafening? The sound of the gun is fired? But, as expected, the gunfire stopped soon. While Mo Fei and the group were waiting for one after another to sign, someone walked out of the ruins. Mo Fei went outside. When the temperature outside was very low, he involuntarily raised his hands to his mouth and let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked over there. The man is wearing a white marine uniform with almost no logo, a white flat plush hat on his head, a white silky long hair hanging behind him, and a scarf around his neck. She covered most of her face, leaving only one pair of eyes outside. After the other party got closer, Mo Fei immediately noticed those very special eyes. The pupil color gradually changed from dark red on the outer circle to clear blue on the inside, and then it was pitch black and calm like a deep pool. Pupils. How do you describe how this person feels? When the other person step by step walked over, Mo Fei felt like a snowbird from winter, smart, elegant and cold. After that, Mo Fei noticed the weapon she was carrying behind her back, an oversized musket, which was a lot taller than her height. The cannon sound just now must have come from this thing. When I saw a weapon, Mo Fei had a feeling of déjà vu, and then he remembered something called PTRD-41 he had known in his previous life. Well, it looked very similar. While waiting for the other party to pass by, Mo Fei smelled a strong smell, a medicinal smell. Afral F Delta Warrant Officer. Next, he heard someone calling the name Snowbird. The snowbird is indeed a snowbird, but Mo Fei now thinks that the snowbird is probably a Russian snowbird from Siberia. Devil Fruit Notes. Aflira F Delta Times. Aflira B Delta. Div. Chapter 48. Mo Fei didn't pay much attention to Seaman, the woman who crossed with him and appeared to be slim. At the moment, he just thought her eyes were very special. Mainly because the other party has wrapped himself up very tightly, he can only see his eyes. However, judging from the equipment Afriel is carrying, she seems to be a sniper. Captain Tashiji, thank you for your care along the way. Thank you very much. After completing the check-in procedures, before Captain Tashiji boarded the boat and left, Mo Fei told him expressed gratitude. No, I didn't do anything, don't be so serious. Captain Tashiji pushed her glasses somewhat sorry, and then she barely restrained her emotions, lifting her head to show the attitude of Sir said, next, I hope you can continue to work hard. Some of the new recruits salute the leaving captain just like Mo Fei, and some dismiss it at all. Mo Fei feels that it is necessary to be polite as a person. Tashiji really took care of their new recruits along the way. More importantly, she taught him how to breathe. If you want to be grateful and seeking to repay the kindness, you can stay here and talk about it. It's two different things to come to the training headquarters and to stay in the training headquarters. You come with me, next arrange your accommodation and training courses. After Tashiji left, the group of Mo Fei naturally came under the jurisdiction of the lieutenant here temporarily. Next, Mo Fei was arranged to live, and then he was told to look for a training instructor tomorrow, and start training directly at Marine headquarters. As the lieutenant just said, they were taken from all over the world like this to the newbie of Marine headquarters. Despite a rough round of selection, the overall quality is definitely uneven, so there will definitely be another round of formal selection here to kick out unqualified people. Room 502, Room 502. Mo Fei walked in a dormitory building with his luggage and some supplies that he had just received, looking for his own room. It was his miscalculation that he didn't bring thick clothes before coming to Grand Line. Fortunately, there are thicker ones in the training clothes just reissued. He quickly found his dormitory, then took out the key to open the door, and then found that it was a double room, and someone had already moved in before him. The room is fairly clean and tidy, which is quite satisfying. At least the roommate is not a sloppy person. Mo Fei simply tidied up his belongings, then made the bed, and then waited for the return of his roommate while doing nothing. Although he is more interested in Marineford, he also wants to go out and visit at this time, but he just came to this kind of military fortress. It is best not to walk around like him. If you see something, it's not very good if something you shouldn't see is caught as a spy. Mo Fei waited for a long time, until about 8 o'clock in the evening, his roommate returned to this dormitory. "Ah, newbie! Welcome to Marineford." The roommate almost dragged his body back to the dormitory. He just glanced at Mo Fei and slapped after greeting. He lay down directly on his bed. This person seems to have no curiosity about his new roommate. No, it should not be that he is not curious, but he has no energy to be curious. "Hello, I am Elendil Mo Fei, from South Blue." Mo Fei briefly introduced himself. "Garand Gawain, from East Blue, I came here a week earlier than you. You just came to Marineford. You must have a lot of doubts waiting to be answered. As a roommate, out of politeness, I should talk to you can talk more, but... Sorry, wait until tomorrow, say." This man named Gerant has not finished speaking yet, it is already asleep in bed. It can be seen that he is quite tired after a day of training. Mo Fei is a little curious about what training this person has gone through in a day. What makes a 2-meter man tired like a dead dog? East Blue, the weakest sea. This roommate is from East Blue, sea territory with the worst pirate quality and average strength. In terms of average battle strength alone, East Blue is more despised, and a fishman can run wild. However, what is interesting is that the pirate king who once dominated the Grand Line was the East Blue man, and the legendary seaman who was against the pirate king was also the East Blue man. People who walked out of the weakest sea once stood at the apex of the times. Mo Fei, who has been sailing for a long time, is somewhat tired. After all, the boat is different from the land. How should I put it? It is really more reassuring to sleep on land. Mo Fei fell asleep soon after lying down. This night, he slept very soundly, until he was awakened by a violent knock on the door. "New recruits, hurry up. A new day has begun." After hearing this voice, Mo Fei saw Gerant on the opposite bed shivering. And then started to get up numbly. "Hurry up, newbie, Mo Fei, my name is Mo Fei." Obviously, the other party hasn't remember his name. "Mo Fei, move faster, the new recruit instructor has a bad temper. It's good if you follow behind me." "Okay." Mo Fei slipped on the seaman suit and followed behind the roommate. The sky outside was still a little dark. Gerant took Mo Fei all the way downstairs, and then the two came to a corner of a large school together. The instructor was already waiting there. After everyone completed the assembly, instructor walked around the front of the team, and then said, there are a few newbies entering the team today. Introduce myself, I'm Donofio, more Major Nofio. There is only one thing you have to do next, that is to absolutely obey my orders. Now start morning exercises and go around 20 times. There is no need to say anything more about instructor. This line of about 100 people started to run around the school ground. After 20 laps, it looks like at least 20 kilometers, but listening to the other party's tone, it seems to be just appetizer. However, Mo Fei still appreciates this attitude of just saying work, because the army is not a place to make a fool of. Speed, keep the speed. You must complete morning exercises within 40 minutes, and 30 minutes after a week. Don't waste too much time on such trivial matters. Instructor was also following the team to perform exercises. After running for a few laps, he yelled and kicked the person who ran at the end. This training intensity seems to be incomparable with Mo Fei's new recruit training in South Blue. Instructor will make new recruits have to run out of the world record without saying a word. If you run completely on your own strength, this kind of training is somewhat difficult for Mo Fei, but he doesn't want to cheat by using fruit ability on this kind of appetizer, otherwise it will lose the meaning of training. Up. After running a few laps, Mo Fei felt his physical strength began to decline, and at this moment, he almost involuntarily switched his breathing method, and then, his physical strength was maintained. Thankfully, when Tashiji taught him the breathing method, he took it very seriously, and he has been training in this way for more than half a month on the boat. Look now, this training actually worked. Since most of this team were new recruits from all over the world, only about half of them completed the training after 40 minutes, and the rest left the team to varying degrees. People who have completed the training will go to eat, and continue without completion, but as a punishment today, don't even want to eat a grain of rice all day. Mo Fei and all of the roommates completed the training, except for the help of breathing methods. Only then did he realize that he was the kind of person with very good physical fitness. Mo Fei, although speaking of which is not good, but if I were you, it would be better to choose not to complete this kind of training. For newbie, the real suffering is still to come. Then it's breakfast time. Instructor led the team to the canteen next to the school grounds. During this period, Gerant whispered to Mo Fei. At first Mo Fei didn't understand what this meant, until he came to the cafeteria. If you can eat, you will have strength. New recruits, you must have 3 bowls of rice every meal. This is the iron rule. Go down. The instructor yelled there again. Only eating 3 bowls of rice, Mo Fei didn't think there was any problem. He could barely eat it, until he saw what the so-called bowl was. It was a cylinder with a diameter of 25 centimeters, a height of 30 centimeters, and a volume of more than 12 liters. The rice pile inside was pointed. Frankly speaking, this thing can be directly used as a trash can. I haven't moved the chopsticks. After just one glance, Mo Fei feels that his stomach is full. This is probably the trial of rice. Marine headquarters training is much more difficult than he originally thought. Devil fruit notes. ADC, a kind of cash crop that grows under the canyon, is the destiny that it must face to save the team. Bringing victory is its inevitable mission. Chapter 49. For combatants, diet is indeed very critical. Nutritional balance and calorie supply are indispensable. Therefore, there are often conventions of strong strength and large appetite, but appetite is not the same as rice bucket. Originally, after a lot of exercise, it affects appetite a little, and a person who requires a normal appetite suddenly starts to eat that many things. At this time, Mo Fei feels a little harder for the future. Instructor has been patrolling around in the cafeteria. Mo Fei also started to eat, but some things can't be done simply with a little effort. This stuff has physical limitations. His stomach's with such a large capacity, how can it be possible to eat that many things? So no matter how hard he tries, let alone 3 bowls, buckets, it is estimated that 1 bowl, bucket, can't be eaten. As I eat, the rice is already piled up in my throat. Although instructor said that 3 bowls must be eaten, in actual operation, he is still more human, belly. Like the previous breathing method, Mo Fei feels that this appetite requirement is actually related to Sime Kikan, or does not use such a special reference to increase body energy, increase endurance, recovery, and the degree of recovery itself is a basic training. Don't even say, just as Mo Fei was struggling to swallow, there are really people who ate up 3 bowls of rice quickly. Haha, I'm eating now, all thinners are like toothpicks, little seaman, can't you even eat this thing? I was eating. It's more difficult. Who is still talking coldly here? What's wrong? Mo Fei looked up with his cheeks bulging, and then he saw an old man wearing a white suit and a particularly strong figure. Monkey D. Garp, that's all right. Vice Admiral Garp. Is that the Vice Admiral Garp? Of course it is the Vice Admiral Garp of Hero of the Marines, this is Marine Ford. The appearance of Vice Admiral Garp caused a commotion in the cafeteria. Fighting Rock's pirates alone, driving Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times, and arresting Shiki, this old seaman is undoubtedly a living legendary. Although this is Marine headquarters, if it were before, Vice Admiral Garp is not so easy to meet. However, since the war on the top, considering the issues of age and mood, Vice Admiral Garp is no longer a frontline officer, but has been transferred to the new recruit training department. In other words, Garp is now a new recruit instructor, and it is his job responsibility to manage newbies like Mo Fei, so it is not unusual to see him in the training headquarters. Things are up. I have to say that this old man is a bit irritating. If he can't beat him, let's not say it, everyone here can't beat this 70-something-year-old old man. Garp only showed up in the restaurant and left here soon. Mo Fei estimated that this appearance should not be Garp's own will, but the idea of other people. Let a legendary character like him show up. On the one hand, it helps to stimulate the morale of new recruits, but Garp himself does not expect to take the initiative to do such careful things. After eating breakfast, Mo Fei followed the instructor and left the restaurant. The next morning was high-intensity strength training. It was very hard at first, but because he ate too much, it turned out that the degree of hardship is doubled directly. Then it was lunchtime, and stuff was stuffed into the stomach again. The training in the afternoon is a little bit relaxed. Compared with the morning, there is a feeling of endurance training. But in general, the training rhythm this day is a bit breathless. Mo Fei feels that it takes a while to get used to it. It can only be said that it is Marine headquarters, this is just the basic training for new recruits. The waste must not be able to stay here. After dinner, the training venue was moved indoors, and the new recruits were finally able to sit down and rest for a while. Major Donofrio pulled up a blackboard and seemed to be ready to explain some other knowledge. The number of my squad is already there, and there will be no increase in the number of students in this period, so in addition to the basic training during the day, we can now carry out some more in-depth training. New recruit training officially started today. The training period is only a short month after that. The results of this month are related to whether you can be qualified, can you continue to stay here for more in-depth training or go directly to your hometown. New recruits, don't shame me, when the time comes, I don't want my team to have fewer qualified numbers than other teams, understand? Understand? Mo Fei followed and shouted. People who come here don't want to go back to their hometown as long as they don't have any problems with their brains. It is very rare to come to Marine headquarters for advanced studies. If it were not for top war, many people might not have the chance to come here in their lifetime. Very good, the physical training during the day is just the basics. Now what I want to talk about is the specific combat techniques and methods based on the basics. In Marine training, some styles are systematic, highly practical, and powerful. What's more important is that everyone can master these styles as long as they undergo rigorous training, that is to say, as long as they work hard, anyone can become a powerhouse. Here, Mo Fei already feels that there is something wrong with this instructor's statement. Can everyone become a powerhouse? Isn't this pouring chicken soup for the soul? After a long-term training summary, there are 6 styles of all styles that are very practical. They are Soru, Jeppo, Rankyaku, Shigen, Tekai, Kami, and this Rokushiki is also. I will mainly explain the content in the future. For you, the more you master in a month, the more you can pass the chance. 1 to 6, 1 and 6 are different. There is a problem. This instructor's statement is really problematic. It sounds like he wants to teach everyone Rokushiki all in one brain. However, the problem is that Mo Fei and the others are all new recruits. How can they adapt to this kind of duck-filling teaching? Strictly speaking, mastering one of Rokushiki in 1 month can be regarded as one of the rare talents in 100. Do you want to master many or all of them? Isn't that a foolish dream? This instructor is not at ease. Mo Fei thinks that a marine major of the other party is almost impossible to master Rokushiki. Otherwise, this person is not just a major, but he wants to teach what he will not his students. Mo Fei glanced quietly at the classmates around him, and found that all of them had eager eyes. These new recruits from all over the world often have a characteristic, that is, they are greedy, big, and complete when facing new and advanced combat skills, because they are in all over the world. Things you can't learn at all. So this instructor throws out what everyone desires at once. Is this for everyone's good? No, this is harming people. The result of greed is often that you can't learn anything. Moreover, Mr. Instructor also induces everyone to learn a lot in language, as if Rokushiki is not difficult to learn. Mo Fei knows Isho. Although he doesn't know the plan of the instructor, but the other party is willing to teach, what is the problem with him? Well, he was pretty good. After all, pretentiousness is a common problem that everyone can commit. At the same time, pretentiousness is one of the qualities that people in this world should have. Devil Fruit Notes. One Piece World Survival Rule. 1. Some old man is very terrifying. 2. Try not to provoke people who wear slippers. Chapter 50. In a lounge of instructor, 2 people who are idle are having a rather boring conversation. Major Donofrio, I heard that you are tossing your students again. Tossing? Don't say things so badly, I'm just following the above requirements. It's just about educating and training them. If I really want to speak of which, I can do better than ordinary instructors. I teach all the knowledge and skills they can learn at this stage to the students. It's the kind of professor who is unreserved. A student who can stand out from all over the world must have a pretentious part in his heart, so they will eat everything you teach. You and I know well, don't be sloppy. Major Donofrio, you still don't understand the youngsters who can easily come to Marine headquarters, don't you? How do you teach your students? Naturally it is your freedom, but I would like to remind you, don't make things too ugly. In case when the time comes, none of your new recruits can be qualified, how can this be explained to the above? If the students are unable to pass, it is because of their abilities that have a problem, or that sentence, is there a problem with what I teach? The major is the instructor. Of course there is no problem with the way, although there is no problem, he is certainly not the kind of person who works hard to cultivate talents for Marine. Mo Fei has noticed that there is something wrong with his instructor, but he doesn't care too much. Be aware that this is the Marine headquarters, in front of one's eyes among the Marine high levels. Even if someone wants to make small movements, the degree of such movements is very limited, unless this person doesn't want to. Mixed in Marine. Even more how the Marine training headquarter at this stage is not only powerful, but also rarer that the top managers are the kind of fairer people. One is the hero of the Marines who has just been transferred. Garp, the other is the former Admiral Zephyr who has worked in the training headquarters for many years. After coming to in this world, Mo Fei has always paid attention to newspaper news, and so far he has not noticed the changes in Shishibukai Whitebeard Jr. Edward Weibull has not become Shishibukai, so even though Mo Fei has not heard about Zephyr, in theory this former admiral has not left Marine at this time. On the first night of coming to Marineford and starting formal training, Mo Fei listened to instructors' general knowledge of Rokushiki. I have to say that this progress made him very satisfied. According to his personal understanding, the most practical value in this Rokushiki is shave, and his personal favorite is the passive defense Tekai, because in his impression Lifen was the one who used Tekai to forcibly defend. In the end, he was knocked down because he didn't defend the enemy's style. Shaving this high-speed movement skill, of course, has corresponding skills, and the basic conditions for using this style are closely related to three elements: strength, special lower limb power, explosive power, especially lower limb explosive power, and the user's self-respect. To put it simply, the proficiency and power of shave this move are directly proportional to strength and explosive power, and inversely proportional to the user's own weight. It is a style that pushes the body to move at a high speed by stepping on the ground dozens of times continuously at high speed to produce explosive reaction force, and its speed is like continuous teleportation. If you use your ability, Mo Fei is sure to learn this style within a week. For him now, lack of strength is a defect of hard indicators, but the advantage is that his weight is negligible. Under the same power, others are impossible to learn to shave, but Mo Fei is different. Soru, Jeppo, Rankyaku, these three moves have a high degree of fit with Fuwa no Mi, and Mo Fei will soon become Marine's physical master. Second day, training continues. High-intensity training increased Mo Fei's physical function, and also increased his stomach digestion ability. Second day, Mo Fei can already eat a bucket of rice. In the evening, the Major continued to explain Rokushiki and began the actual exercise. After coming to Marine headquarters, the only thing Mo Fei felt a little awkward was that he couldn't go out to sea as freely as when he was in South Blue to exercise Fuwa no Mi's abilities. In Sengoku, Garp, 3 Admiral in front of one's eyes playing takeoff, it must be exposed every minute. Ghost knows how many people in Marineford can use Kanbunshoku Haki proficiently now. So Mo Fei could only practice controlling the air with Fuwa no Mi at night or during the daytime training interval, and started a training life of sneaking and fighting the air. And he once again confirmed that his current body is completely different from his own in the time of Earth. Although everyone is human, there are obvious differences in the limits of being human. After the daily training is completed, he will feel the heat of the whole body muscles, and his physical fitness will increase with how much content he exercises. If you are willing to train, there will be rewards, which is very exaggerated, so the idea of "I can get stronger" can be born easily. Mo Fei doesn't know if he is the only one, or everyone in this world is like this. In short, his current goal is to pass the assessment of new recruit training. The time is actually very short, only 1 month. Soon, half of the new recruit period passed during the boring strength training. At noon that day, when Mo Fei had finished lunch and was on his way back to the university, he was suddenly caught by a man and a woman. The two stopped. These two people are very formal and look like officials of the world government. "Mr. Seaman, can you interrupt for a while? We have a few questions to investigate." After the two stopped Mo Fei, they asked like this. What's the problem?" Mo Fei was a little confused. "It's about the candidate for the next Marine Fleet Admiral. There are 2 general choices now. This should be known to everyone, so. Do you think Sakazuki Admiral is more suitable, or Kyuzan Admiral is more suitable?" Fleet Admiral Sengoku has decided to retire. During this period of time, Marine executives and the world government have indeed been busy with the next Fleet Admiral, so Mo Fei came across this. Grassroots investigation. "Sorry, does it make sense to ask an ordinary seaman like me?" Mo Fei felt that the world government would conduct this kind of investigation and it was unreasonable. This question was asked as if he could decide fleet admirals. The candidates are the same. You can't say that. It's also important to listen to the opinions of the most popular seamen. Fleet Admiral is the one who will lead the entire marine after all, isn't it? Mo Fei understands that what they are doing now is nothing more than an image project. Listening to Seaman's opinion is just a pretense. The candidate for Fleet Admiral is actually decided by Celestial Dragon and Garo Ci and has already been decided. Okay, but they can't just announce it so simply and rudely, it seems too unique. Mo Fei thought for a while, and then asked a question, your investigation, is it an anonymous investigation? If it is an anonymous investigation, he is ready to start. Let's talk freely. Chapter 51. Let's first say the answer, Sakazuki Admiral. This kind of investigation must be anonymous. After Mo Fei confirmed it again, he directly voted for Akainu. A ticket. Without the slightest hesitation. An official asked, in their investigations these days, most people would hesitate when asked about this question. It will take a while to give an answer. It is rare for Mo Fei to give an answer directly to be precise, except for precognition and Akainu's direct subordinates. The other cases where Seaman gives a direct answer are relatively rare. There is nothing to hesitate. Oh, can you hear the reason? The top leader of an organization, of course, there are various quality requirements, but in the simplest terms, there are two evaluation criteria, namely ideas and means. Whether ideals, beliefs, goals, in short, the highest leader should at least he is a person who has a clear mind, a clear idea, can understand what he is doing anytime, anywhere, regardless of the situation, and is firm and unwavering. The next question is the means level, that is what kind of action should be taken for his beliefs. Sakazuki Admiral's methods should be tough when they should be tough, and when they should be roundabout, they will use changeable and diversified methods to achieve their goals. Understand, you are talking about Sakazuki Admiral by fair means or foul. Are you anonymous? Anonymous. That's okay. In contrast, what about Kyuzan Admiral? I feel that his thoughts are not clear at the level of thinking, and the practice level is even more difficult to understand, compared with each other. If I can vote, I will vote for Sakazuki Admiral. Precognition will give the authority of Buster Call to a rash person like Spondam, and indirectly led to the destruction of Judicial Island, the Island of Light, which makes people totally confused about what this person thinks. During the war on the top, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as the commander-in-chief, naturally stood still, but actually led Marine against Whitebeard pirates and head-on against Whitebeard. The person who caused the most trauma to the great pirate was Sakazuki Admiral. Under the premise that the enemy decided to flee, the person who seized the opportunity to execute Fire Fist Ace was also Sakazuki Admiral. All this is a fact for all to see. Imagine if finally, if Heiken escapes, even if Whitebeard is resolved, Marine headquarters will lose face. From Marine's point of view, it can only be said that Akainu did a beautiful job, and this admiral is a good one. I didn't do anything bad, including the execution of seamen who had fled. Admiral executed the deserter, there was no problem, right? There is really nothing to say about the role of Akainu in the top war. Fleet Admiral Sengoku shouldn't have taken the shot. He is Fleet Admiral and not a pioneer. As for Vice Admiral Garp, honestly ask for hero of the what role the Marines played in the war was a bit too cold. Fleet Admiral Sengoku from start to finish did not count his old friend as battle strength. Kizaru and Precognition are playing soy sauce, which may also be a way to preserve their strength. This is a bit crooked. After the appearance of the Red Hair Pirates group, Marine still possesses a considerable degree of battle strength. So the whole war is defeated, and Akainu's contribution is the greatest. The two world government officials were said to have been stunned. They were the first to see a soldier who could comment on Admiral, and that it was clear and logical. They quickly recorded what Mo Fei said. Is there anything else to say? Mo Fei felt like it's a bit too much, now he should get out. No, do you have any questions? Neither do we, can you help sign the questionnaire? Isn't it anonymous? In principle, it's anonymous, but since you said very well, we think it's okay to leave a name. That's not necessary. Leave this good opportunity to others. Yeah, I still have things to do, I have to leave soon. Mo Fei, don't say anything. Get away and leave. Signing your sister's name does not mean ruining your marine career. One of the officials looked at Mo Fei's departure and shook the head silently. It feels like a talent. It's a pity to be a marine. It's time to dig into the government department to work. Well, I said a lot, but it's all nonsense. Judging from the survey results these days, the approval rate of Akainu is more than 60%. Sakazuki Admiral's actions are really obvious to all. You can't say that. According to your statement, our investigation itself is nonsense. The decision is made from above. No matter what the result we submit, we will not make a decision on the upper level. There will be any impact. Of course there will be no impact, because world government, Gorosei and Celestial Dragon have decided that the next fleet admiral candidate is Akainu. After expressing some key politics, Mo Fei feels very happy, and even the afternoon training has become extraordinarily energetic. It can be called hello. In fact, no matter who becomes the next Marine Fleet Admiral, the system and nature of the entire Marine will not undergo any essential changes. From the root cause, as long as the Celestial Dragon is still riding on the head of the entire world, the world government will always be a puddle of mud. Needless to say, what is the composition of the Marine under the mud? Only by getting rid of the collar of Celestial Dragon, Marine can usher in real changes. The so-called without destruction there can be no construction. The current Marine is just the maintenance of the Celestial Dragon system. To put it bluntly, the future of the world is actually tied to the Revolutionary Army. Akainu and precognition, there is not much difference. Even Borsellino is not impossible, when the time comes, is nothing more than a new popular emoticon package inside Marine. Marine Ford is a more important place, so new recruits are indeed restricted in activities. Fortunately, Mo Fei didn't run around without permission, otherwise there might be problems. At least he has to wait for him to pass the new recruit assessment and officially become. Only after the resident population is here can I barely count as my own. So these days, he has been carrying out activities almost every day between the 2 points and one line between the dormitory and the school grounds. As the assessment time approaches, many new recruits become extremely anxious, because they find that they seem to be unable to learn any of the tricks in Rokushiki. Of course, if this thing is so easy to learn, then the top war will not be so miserable. In fact, the principle of Rokushiki is not complicated, and it can even be considered as a point. The key point is training, such as the instantaneous explosive power required by shave, the muscle and blood required by Tekai dispatching ability and physical resistance. These all can only be achieved by long-term training. In a sense, they are all considered work hard. Mo Fei's roommate Gerant has already started to reduce his sleep time to practice. Gerante, you don't have to worry so much. In fact, the content taught by instructor is impossible to learn in 1 month. If he really wants to determine whether a new recruit is qualified or not based on this basis, then we can completely go to Vice Admiral Garp and complain about him. After a period of time, Mo Fei felt that his roommate was an honest and communicative person, so he couldn't bear to see him doing useless work here. I was relatively clumsy, so at first I only selected one item for training, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even complete one item. Although he didn't finish the training, but, specializing and not greedy, is this clumsy? It should be smart, right? Mo Fei, how about you, how far have you practiced? Me? Like you, I have not learned everything. Haha, I was relieved when you said that. There is something wrong with this statement. Devil Fruit notes. Justice. This thing will change its form because of its position. Kuzen. This word is not worthless, but it shouldn't come from the mouth of Marine. Emotional justice is a variable full of uncertainty, and Marine printed this variable on his cloak. Chapter 52. Geronte seems to be practicing Tekai during the new recruit training. Frankly speaking, this is a passive and unlucky style. Mo Fei originally wanted to persuade the other party. But after another thought, he gave up this plan again. Given Gerant's size and weight, Tekai is actually a more suitable choice for him. Secondly, if there is a teammate who is willing to practice frankness and meet outfit, then why stop him? This is a good thing. And gradually Mo Fei seems to understand a certain point. Under normal circumstances, new recruits should not be exposed to the formal learning of Rokushiki during the training of new recruits. What they should be exposed to is actually preparatory content, that is, the pre-existing knowledge and certain exercises before formally learning Rokushiki. For this kind of learning institution that is similar to a school and become a system, step by step should be one of the most important teaching criteria, but education must be regular. To put it simply, Rokushiki are all high-rank physical skills. Under normal circumstances, a normal person is basically impossible to learn for a month. I can only say that Mo Fei encountered a very kind instructor. The weather on the Grand Line is very changeable. Compared with the sea territory, the climate on the island will be relatively stable, but compared to the four seas, it is still considered menopausal. Mo Fei in Marineford. After staying for so long, it is rare to see the sky full of stars. At this time, he was lying on the school field, his chest undulating violently, and his mouth was panting. After a while, his breath calmed down. Is it a sunny day tonight? It's a bit rare. Then he clenched his fist and put his arm on the ground, then sat up. This is the end of today's training. No, it is more accurate to say that his entire training period for new recruits ends here. Although I don't know what the test content is, tomorrow will be the completion exam for new recruits. The training of new recruits is nothing more than a starter. Mo Fei never thought that he would stop here. In fact, his training at Marine Headquarters has not started yet, regardless of the format of the assessment. What it is like, Mo Fei is confident to pass. This kind of confidence does not come from his being an ability user of Fuwa no Mi, but from his new recruit training during this period of time. He has really worked hard. Not only has he completed all the indicators given by instructor, and this kind of self-improvement is also his daily routine. It can be said that he is very different now from a month ago. Or in terms of personal strength, Mo Fei has made phased progress. Strength level fruit range, 1000 to 100, Mo Fei LV 0.5 evolved to Mo Fei LV 1.0. Although it is far from being called, it is reach a higher level, but based on Mo Fei's own classification criteria, he can finally be regarded as a person who has reached a higher level now. In terms of the rate of improvement in physical ability, Mo Fei has been quite exaggerated over the past month, but this kind of thing often follows a rule, that is, at the beginning, it improves quickly, but then it's getting slower and slower. The physical potential of a person is like this. Even if the upper limit of the physical fitness of people in this world is very high and this upper limit can continue to increase, it does not mean that it is unlimited. Even more, how Mo Fei's training intensity is not high. The training content of new recruits is very exaggerated, which is exaggerated compared to normal people. If you compare it to Roronoa Zoro as far as people are concerned, the training that Mo Fei has experienced so far is nothing. It's the same sentence, it's step by step. After returning to the dormitory from the school, Mo Fei changed his sweaty clothes and threw it aside, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Although it is not exhausted, but after the shower he was refreshed a lot. Looking at my angular muscles, especially the 8-pack abdominal muscles like marble sculptures. These things seem to be nothing in this world. It would be great if I could keep this posture in my previous life. So Mo Fei could only have this idea. His roommate has not returned yet, and he is still last-minute preparation. Mo Fei checked the time and found that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. As a sure top student, he immediately went to bed next, with the nickname "Keep Your Energy Before the Exam." Second day, the university field, all the new recruits have been assembled early in the morning, waiting for it to be about destiny, in a sense the beginning of the exam. Vice Admiral Garp, do you need me to explain the details of the next assessment? Vice Admiral Garp's deputy is holding a stack of materials and facing Vice Admiral asked. N? Of course I have to elaborate, I am a serious and responsible person. Since I have taken over the job of the new recruit training department, I naturally understand what I have undertaken. Such a responsibility, I'm over 70 years old, how many years do you think I have worked at Marine? The word justice is not just nothing serious, it is of course great, but in fact it's also very simple. To fulfill your duties seriously is to perform the first step of justice, right? I can only say that Vice Admiral Garp puts on a serious expression, plus him that sturdy body and full head of white hair really have the feeling of hero of the Marines. Yes, Vice Admiral. What the deputy thought was that this was the first new recruit selection job since Vice Admiral Garp was transferred to the new recruit training department. Even if it was for the prestige of Vice Admiral's few, he should also do this thing beautifully. First of all, the selection is based on the new recruit team, that is, some excellent members are selected from the same instructor's students, and they are counted as qualified, rather than different. Comparison between recruit teams. This is to choose better people under the same educational conditions, which is regarded as a fair rule. Secondly, because all new recruits accepted during 1 month it is basic training, so the assessment benchmark is relatively simple. It mainly focuses on physical fitness, including speed, strength, explosive power, endurance, etc. The results of the exam will be expressed in numerical values. Actually it is a bit similar to a sports exam, but the benchmark higher. The deputy then introduced the details of the exam to Vice Admiral Garp, and Vice Admiral Garp. When everyone was not paying attention, he turned his head and gave a quiet shot. Yawn. Vice Admiral Garp, please speak. Soon, Vice Admiral Garp walked to the rostrum, and the people beside him reminded him that it was time to speak. Vice Admiral Garp raised his head, walked up to the microphone in a quite dignified and upright posture, and said, Hey, I have worked hard during the new recruit, everyone. Next is the exam time. What is the content of the exam? Vice Admiral Garp's sight swept across the assessment equipment that had been set up on the university's field. Then, these things didn't help him remember the exam content, or he didn't even listen to the words of his subordinates at all. Well, what's the matter? Oh. Yes, after detailed discussion, I decided to conduct the exam in a relatively simple way. Each new recruit team's students competed against each other and lost one. Those who lose the election on the field, and those who can win 3 rounds in a row are qualified. Ha ha ha, is it very simple? The key is to save time. Hey? Chapter 53. Vice Admiral Garp is so old and cute, so cute that sometimes people can't wait to beat him, and take him home. Vice Admiral Garp, according to the requirements, we must control the number of qualified people to less than 60 people, but if you take the test in your way, the number of qualified people will exceed 100. Moreover, there is no actual combat training in the content of new recruit training, so the assessment is suddenly conducted in this way. Is it too difficult for some candidates? The deputy can only press Garp whispered to Garp. In this issue of new recruits, including everyone selected from all branches of the 4 Seas and Grand Line, there are a total of 8 new recruit teams, which means that the total number of recruits is about 800. If you decide to keep only 60 people in the end, the overall pass rate is still cruel. This selection is not the same as MO phase participation in the 54th branch before, because this time is the best selection. Seaman who can come to Marineford is not a general generation, at least it is a local talent. However, now training the headquarters and we must eliminate most of them back. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then wait until the battle is over and talk about other things. I have the final say on this occasion, right? It should be. That's how the content of the test is decided. What are you doing? Let's start drawing lots for each team. No Garp, he is so capable, but he hasn't held a position above Vice Admiral. For one, he himself is unwilling to hold Celestial Dragon's stinky feet. Secondly, this friend is really not suitable to be the top leader. The IQ of Hero of the Marines is of course no problem, but I have to say that the old mister's thinking is sometimes very strange, otherwise he would not have the last name Monkey. It is very difficult to be a subordinate for any surnamed he Monkey. This is a kind of traditional art, or a curse. Obviously, the content of the exam has been decided, but Vice Admiral Garp suddenly changed his mind without warning. In this case, what is the preparation that everyone has done in advance? It's all in vain. This old man is clearly a temporary intention. Furthermore, if the exam is conducted in a battle, it will undoubtedly be more time-consuming compared to the previously decided assessment method. But no way, Vice Admiral has already made a decision. Mo Fei's new recruit team started the draw immediately and was ready to play. Mo Fei, what's your number? After the lottery was over, Geronte walked over and asked Mo Fei. Number 7. Mo Fei flashed his number to the other party. I'm no 39, the first round didn't collide, I hope we can keep staggering in the next few rounds. A team has a total of 100 people. If 3 rounds are won to pass, the final qualified number is about 12 or 3. If the first round is staggered, then there is a high probability that the next 2 will not meet together. Otherwise, 2 people will only 1 can stay. I hope we can all pass. Do you still use swordsmanship, Mo Fei? Geronte glanced at the dagger behind Mo Fei, and then asked again. Tao. He still knows the rules better, and only after making sure that the 2 will probably not meet together, did he ask such a question. No, but I am going to create my own swordsmanship sect. Mo Fei still gave the same answer as before. Are you fighting in pairs? Fortunately, he brought his own equipment today. At the same time as the lottery was drawn, the original examiners were forced to restart the layout of the venue. In order to speed up the exam progress, they have arranged 16 battle venues, and each new recruit team can have 2 duels at the same time. It can only be said that this exam method is really time-consuming. And how to solve the fatigue problem of the new recruits who are playing continuously? Vice Admiral Garp must have never thought about this. Because Mo Fei's number is very high, so soon his match began. But Mo Fei's luck is very good. His opponents in first stage are very limited. On the opposite side is the kind of crane tail that is difficult to complete even the usual training, not a dish, but a very dish. So he simply won. But when the first round exam was completed and the 50 people who had completed the promotion started the second round exam, Mo Fei's good luck seemed to be exhausted. His opponent was a person from the Rice Bucket Group. Well, the so-called Rice Bucket Group is a kind of compliment. This is Mo Fei's name for new recruits who can eat 3 buckets of rice at first. In a sense, being able to eat means having strength. So his second round opponent seems more difficult. I remember, you are from South Blue. It hasn't been 2 months since you joined Marine. You can be said to be a new recruit among new recruits. I would advise you, if you don't want to get hurt, just give up. You are from South Blue and I am from Grand Line. Is the contrast not obvious enough? If you have to fight, what will make you more painful than injury? No, yes, there is a huge and insurmountable power gap between you and me. After both sides stood in the field and before the battle officially started, the opponents launched a mouth cannon attack on Mo Fei in this way. I have to say that your language level is at the Grand Line level. But if I choose my opponent, I personally like you more than a thin and flexible guy. He's a strong guy like a cow. Mo Fei completely remained unmoved, because the other party's statement was completely regional discrimination. If you want to decide the victory based on your birthplace, then Pirate King Gore should not go out to sea at all and just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Stop talking nonsense. If there is no problem, the battle begins. Seeing that these two people looked very energetic, the invigilator directly announced the beginning of the battle. The opponent is a person who is very confident of his own skill, so after the invigilator announced the start, he rushed over to Mo Fei without the slightest hesitation, which looked very much like an arena. The same as the bullfighting. As for Mo Fei, he didn't want to fight in a dexterous way like a bullfighter, but directly chose to fight head-on. 5 fingers are like iron claws. Mo Fei single-handedly pressed the opponent's fist, nerves, muscles, skeleton, and skin. Although his forearm was trembling slightly, there was no doubt that he was directly blocked the opponent's confident blow. Giant race, Zoan, special paramecia, because there are all kinds of people in the world, so I'm just an ordinary people. I've always been not confident about my wrist strength, but now it seems, I may be more confident. Mo Fei from start to finish has not received any combat training, but when he really fights other people in close quarters, his body moves almost completely according to instinct. Up. The left hand holding the opponent's fist slammed in his direction, pressed his right hand elbow with the weight and strength of his whole body, and then hit the opponent's abdomen mercilessly, and then he slammed the opponent's ankle with his right foot. While the opponent was losing his balance, his body fell short and snatched into the opponent's arms. Then he lifted his shoulders, and his waist suddenly exerted force like a spring full of strength, and finally seemed to be lost. Like a rag, he slammed the big guy with his back. Pang! The entire battlefield shook. P.S. Happy New Year! Please ask for collection, recommendation tickets, and rewards. Today's support is considered annual support. After the client was updated, the referral vote page was hidden in the reward column of the reading page. Someone might not find it, so what does this mean? Well, I understand everything I understand. Chapter 54. Oh, it turned out to be a new recruit selection test today? I wonder if that kind of interesting guy will come up this time. A wearing black, wearing a suit and a narrow skirt, wearing a large white coat, and wearing a brown shawl and long hair, the workplace beauty who seems to be in the second half of her 20s said this when she passed by outside the university campus. While speaking, she also stopped, seemingly interested in the ongoing new recruit exam. This lady is Albertine Court academician, government and military workers, scientific research personnel, and there is another person next to her, because of the existence of companions, so there will be a need for dialogue, otherwise she is just talking to herself. The second person is the warrant officer Afriel, who has simply rolled up a white hair like snow. It's this period, Afriel said. The tone and tone of her speech are the same as her appearance, with a sense of cold and cheerless. The problem is that so many people are taking exams together. How do you know where the exam is more interesting? Dr. Albertine has already made up his mind to watch the excitement. Vice Admiral Garp, Afriel said again. Dr. Albertine took a deep breath, so the butt of the slender lady's cigarette between her lips became brighter. Afriel, your head is as smart as ever. Afriel's words don't mean that Vice Admiral Garp is here, but just by staring at Vice Admiral Garp's movements, you can know where the exam is more interesting. Her language habits, it's more concise. If you are not familiar with her, it might be difficult to understand what she is talking about. So Dr. Albertine's gaze was fixed on a certain old fogey who was not tuned. In the game, after Mo Fei threw his opponent to the ground, he did not take advantage of the victory and pursue, but quickly flashed back a certain distance. This it is the examination conducted in front of one's eyes by the majority of marine examiners, not a life and death duel on the battlefield, so Mo Fei has to consider everyone's acceptance level and cannot use the all-embracing means in the battle. After putting the opponent down, it's okay to go straight up to make up the knife and win. It's okay to even accidentally kill the opponent. He should or will pass, but the examiners, especially Vice Admiral Garp, probably won't appreciate this way of victory. After his opponent was smashed to the ground by him, his head was a little confused, and just as this person was shaking his head and preparing to get up again, Mo Fei, who had retreated afterwards, had already drawn out his sword. Sheathed it. This occasion was originally used to show himself, so he doesn't have to be polite. Mo Fei right hand presses on the sword hilt behind him on the right, first holding the sword backwards, sinking his waist and swinging forward, then the short sword goes around in front of him after half a circle. He hung down to the left side of his body, then lifted his left hand and held the sword hilt with both hands, and swiped forward again from the left side of his body. Two sword auras perpendicular to the ground blazed straight ahead, and began to zoom in continuously as the flight distance increased. The opponent only felt a surge and buzzing of air in his ears, and after he finally got up again, he heard the invigilator say in an extremely cold voice, "The battle is over, the student Alan Del Mo Fei won." The opponent, who was originally a little confused, became even more confused. Why did it end before it started? He has previewed in his mind how to fight back and how to make Mo Fei a bloody nose and swollen face, but why should the examiner hinder him? Next moment, he almost shouted at the invigilator in an extremely angry voice, "Why?" The invigilator just touched the ground in front of him with his chin. The difference in strength is too great. The opponent took a look at the ground on his side, and then saw two traces deeply embedded in the ground. These two parallel traces just fell him down. The traces are stuck in the middle. They began to cut in from the middle of the test site and spread to the end of the site, and the two traces continued to deepen and widen. Just this blow, you have been cut into 3 pieces. After finishing this sentence, the invigilator no longer paid attention to the opponent, but went straight away. When I got to Mo Fei's side, while writing his name down, he asked, "Mo Fei student, have you studied swordsmanship? What sect did you learn from?" "It is the Fei who focuses on long-distance slash." "Nian Liu? Himian Liu? I haven't heard of it." "Ah, I haven't heard of it before today, because this is my own sect." It was probably because someone just asked. Mo Fei spent 3 seconds thinking about the name of this sect. Looking at Mo Fei's back from the test site, the invigilator suddenly felt that the brat seemed a little dragged. Mo Fei achieved his goal by getting his wish, not only winning the battle, but more importantly, this large slash successfully attracted the attention of Vice Admiral Garp. Talented students will naturally win the attention of sensei, even if this talent is obtained by cheating. Unfortunately, his student, who usually not showing the mountains and not revealing the water, suddenly demonstrated such a level, not only the attention of Vice Admiral Garp, the chief examiner, but more importantly it was he who attracted the attention of his instructor Major Donofrio. The major's eyes were fixed on Mo Fei for a while, then he walked up to the invigilator and tried to say, "There happened to be a bye in the 3rd round of the exam. This student seems to have, if you are strong, let me verify it." 100-50-25-12.5 There will indeed be a bye in the last round of exams, but unfortunately the person in the bye doesn't seem to be able to advance directly. On the contrary, it hit the jackpot. Doesn't this seem a bit unruly? As he said, the invigilator subconsciously turned his attention to Vice Admiral Garp not far away. Then he saw a magical scene. I saw Vice Admiral Garp grinning and smiling very brightly, and at the same time, he was nodded and held out his thumb to this side. Does it mean to recognize this kind of nonsense? The student is to the instructor. The invigilator thought silently, and then he thought about it. Originally this completely unplanned exam was enough to be nonsense. Yes, it doesn't seem to matter any more nonsense. It seems to be okay. Major, you are really okay? The invigilator said to the major. Even if it's an exam, a senior officer battle has not been counted as a Marines official battle strength student. Isn't that enough? In short, without Mo Fei's knowledge, his exam difficulty seems to have risen by a rank. Chapter 55. What's going on? Why is Major Instructor the target of my final round of exams? When Mo Fei became aware of his final round of exams after who was his opponent, he naturally had such a question. Why don't I have to win the major to be qualified? Major Donofrio has already started preparing for the field on the other side of the exam venue, so Mo Fei, I can only ask the invigilator like this. His test was a bit too unfair. Not necessarily, your qualification depends on your specific performance in this exam. If you say this, I will understand, that is, I lose, you won't necessarily be eliminated, but if you win, you will definitely get promoted, right? It seems that I have earned it. Mo Fei looked towards the major instructor over there, and then said in a tone without ups and downs. If you can understand this way, that would be great. However, this is the fact. How can a new recruit be possible if the major makes his best effort? Will there be performance opportunities? Mo Fei stretched out his hand to hold the dagger behind him, and then let go. If I play against the major, can I choose my weapon freely? Then, his gaze looked all around. This is the university campus, surrounded by many weapon racks with various weapons, some of which are true martial devices with practical value, and some are just decorations. Well, except for the large caliber cannon, which cannot be used, you can choose other weapons at will. The invigilator said, because the strength of the two warring parties did not match, he gave Mo Fei the equivalent. A degree of tolerance and freedom. That's good. After Mo Fei got the affirmative answer, he went straight to a weapon rack on the outskirts of the field, and was surprised and exclaimed by a large group of people among them. He dragged a weapon back to the test site. Then what? Are you sure you want to use this weapon? Well, I like this thing. Ever since I came here, I have always wanted to find a chance to use it once. You like it? You must know that Marine headquarters is not only the human seamen, but also giant race soldiers, so this school field is also the weapon used by the giant seamen is placed symbolically. The blade is 5 meters long and the handle is 4 meters long. This thing is a short sword for giant race, but it is undoubtedly a big exaggeration for normal humans. Big sword gun. Mo Fei held sword hilt in both hands and dragged such a thing to the examination room. Theoretically speaking, this is by no means a weapon that a normal person can use. It takes a lot of effort to drag, not to mention waving and slashing. It's surprising. You seem to be the most powerful in my batch of new recruits. The major naturally noticed the weapon Mo Fei was holding, but he didn't care much. Needless to say, you know, this thing must be just a cover. I also feel surprised that the final stage of the didn't expect exam is actually Major Donofrio. At this time, Mo Fei was not very polite. For many years I have been a new recruit instructor. Almost every year I have met youngsters who performed particularly well during the new recruit period. They completed the assessment with exaggerated results and became official with a proud and conceited attitude. Seamen, but what happened later? Most of them are unknown, that's all. So letting people like you is not an attitude that a good instructor should have. Letting you know what true strength is about is also an education, an important part of this. Major Donofrio seemed to be very sincere. Major, what you said about this situation can only show that the youngster you previously identified as good is not good, that's all. I have heard another saying, such as a person has been staying in the new recruit training department, and has never served as a frontline combat mission, that is, he has no courage to take the initiative to transfer, nor the ability to continue to grow, or even complete his own job. A person can only stay in his original position for a lifetime. Do you know why? The answer is simple, because he is very narrow. Mo Fei responded like this. He has already understood that this new recruit instructor just doesn't see others better than himself, and even jealous of youngsters' talents. The major's jealousy of new recruits should be regarded as a kind of psychological distortion. It's normal for you to have such thoughts, but it's obviously a bias. The so-called education exists to correct this thought. Is it bias? Words are after all something that floats on the surface, and Mo Fei is more willing to believe what he has seen during this time. Are you two finished talking? Can you start soon after you finish talking? Seeing these two people have been chatting, the invigilator finally couldn't help reminding them. I have one last sentence. Anyway, in the final analysis, I am very grateful for instructor's education during the new recruit. Mo Fei rushed to say another sentence. Why do you say that? Because the advanced knowledge taught by this instructor is genuine, even though these knowledge and skills that you cannot learn in a short period of time are meaningless to most people, they can only disturb their minds, but after all there are very few people who can learn this knowledge. In many stories, the last thing the protagonist has to do before leaving the novice village and embarking on a formal adventure is to defeat his new recruit instructor and gain the others' approval. Recognition may seem unimportant, but beating is a necessary procedure. The opponent is just a major, and he is also a major of the training department, although this kind of statement is a bit uncomfortable for those serious training instructors, but the fact is that they have real strength and battle strength. All of the officers are definitely in the war section team, not training troops. Only if you win can you be 100% qualified, so, Mo Fei decided to win and defeated instructor as the end of the selection training period. Isn't this a perfect thing? The two sides are ready. The invigilator stretched the tone, and after attracting the attention of both sides, he waved his arms down suddenly. The battle begins. And just as his voice fell, Mo Fei, who holds the great sword and spear with a rather awkward motion, suddenly disappeared in place in an instant, and at the same time something sharp, the sound of piercing the air. The major was shocked. He almost subconsciously crossed his arms and blocked his left side for defense. In the next instant, with the sound of a heavy breaking wind, the major felt a battleship sailing at full speed rolling on his side. The major is certainly not unclear what exactly happened, because it can be explained in one word. Soru. Chapter 56. The major deserves to be a major, even though he was hit very suddenly. Who would not think in advance that a new recruit could really use giant race's weapons as weapons, but I still achieved my limit. At least there is no one blow and fall tragedy on the test field, otherwise the major can retire directly. Mo Fei's big sword and spear with great strength and inertia hit Major Donofrio with a generous side, sweeping the major's body mercilessly get out. In a flash, the major's arms crossed his side for defense, and at the same time, his waist struggling downwards, his feet almost pierced into the ground, so even though the impact was very strong, but after drawing a certain distance to the side, the major's body was still worthy of stopping at the edge of the examination room. The fact that Mo Fei can use this very heavy weapon is more shocking than the fact that he can actually use advanced physical skills to shave. It's only been a month. Although for a person who can fly, the difficulty of learning this high-speed movement skill is outrageously low, the problem is that no one but Mo Fei himself knows that he can fly. So at this time, many people really treat this product as an individual. The severe pain of the upper limb muscles and the skeleton's grief let Captain know the strength of the attack he had just received, but before he could react, Mo Fei almost kept it at the next moment. The movement of the swipe just now appeared in front of his eyes again. After a hit, the next thing to do is naturally to keep attacking. Even if Mo Fei has no combat experience, he still understands this basic truth. The huge blade was flipped over the major's head under Mo Fei's swing, and then stopped after an exaggerated arc, then he raised his leg and kicked the blade. Foot, so this great sword and spear swayed back at a speed far better than just now. The goal is still directed at Mr. Major. If the attack at first Mo Fei is an unexpected surprise, then the attack at this time has been predicted, so in theory Major Donofrio has a chance to escape, but didn't expect however, this instructor chose to do Mo Fei a favor at this time. The so-called good sensei is probably like this. The major's upper body muscles tensed suddenly, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze at this moment. At this time, the waywardness and strength of his body rose very ridiculously. Tekai. Tekai, commonly known as Tekai of self-harm and Tekai of not killing, is a very kind skill. The major estimated the strength of Mo Fei's attack. However, the problem is that Mo Fei's attack was just a slap from the side of the big sword gun. It was using the cutting tool as a brick, but the problem is that swords are not used like this thing is actually bladed. So the correct way to use it should be slash. The blade of the big sword gun is not sharp, but the so-called heavy sword has no sharp edge. Even if this blow is swung with the same strength as just now, the damage effect it brings is quite different. At this time, the Major chose to use Tekai to resist. It can only be said that the Major's education level is estimated to be average. He may have failed junior high school physics, or he may have forgotten what the pressure principle is. As the saying goes, good, no matter how strong Tekai is, sooner or later, he will be unable to hold back one day. So when the heavy sword sharply cuts into the body of the Major, the next moment he bows his whole body, it became a prawn, and then it was smashed out like a cannonball out of the chamber. The man drew a long parabola in the air, and then he embedded it in the outermost wall of the university field. Theoretically, most battles in the world end in this way, and evenly matched fights are relatively rare. However, this result is unexpected, because those who fly out should it's Mo Fei. Although there are a total of 16 exams in progress at this time, the warm atmosphere on the university court seems to have frozen for a moment. Mo Fei looked at the Major, who was planted far away, then turned his gaze to the invigilator on the side. The student Allendale Mo Fei won. The invigilator reacted, and he announced the result of the exam. Is this result so surprising? Since he has won the battle, Mo Fei no longer pretends that it is difficult to drag the sword and gun. He directly put this exaggerated weapon on his shoulder, and then asked. No, well, it's really surprising. Major Donofrio seems to be too careless. You shot first, so you win, but if he shot first, it's him. 1. This opinion of the invigilator is quite pertinent. This is wrong. He is an instructor, I am a student, how can he make the first move? So this contest was originally my victory. Mo Fei said. What you said makes sense, so can I get off the test site now? Mo Fei said that there is no problem, if an instructor is facing students, if he still wants to attack when he wins, he won't be justified even if he wins. That way of winning is very embarrassing. Although losing is even more embarrassing. Mo Fei walked off the field with a sword and spear. He breathed out silently. It seemed that winning was easy, but in fact his attention was very concentrated just now. Mo Fei's emotions were tense for the first time in this kind of battle. Just as Mo Fei put the weapon back in its original position, Vice Admiral Garp has been looking at his back with a weird look. After a while, a man with a Western-style top hat on his head and a long sword in his hand came to Vice Admiral Garp, whispered in his ear, Vice Admiral, Donof Major Ao has broken 8 ribs and his spine is seriously misaligned. Haha, it's okay, just a small injury. Vice Admiral Garp said nonchalantly. Well, feelings are also called small injuries. The new recruit just now. Yes. As soon as Garp asked, he saw that the other party passed the basic information of Mo Fei. His hands. Allendale Mo Fei, born in South Blue, 18 years old. As a new recruit, I look pretty good, but, too empty, I have to press him down, ha ha ha, it seems that the next period of time will not be so boring. Vice Admiral Garp couldn't help laughing heartily, and he smiled. He took out a bag of senbei from his arms and started to stuff it into his mouth after unpacking. For Garp, he knows exactly what kind of person is what kind of strength. Chapter 57. We won 3 games in a row, and the target of the final battle was Major Marine of the training department. So no matter whether the new recruits who can pass are 100 or 60 new recruits, there is no reason for Mo Fei. Unqualified. You must be fair and just in everything. If he is unqualified in this situation, how can others qualify? The test results were not given on the spot, so Mo Fei left the university field and returned to the dormitory after completing his own test and getting permission. He just caused a lot of commotion. If you stay here too long, you will only be watched. And after waiting until late, Mo Fei's roommate Gerant was able to return. Compared to Mo Fei, who looked like a okay person from beginning to end, Gerant looked a little swollen after returning, especially the part above the neck can only use bloody nose and swollen face to describe. How did it turn out, Gerant? Mo Fei asked immediately. This little partner has a good character, and of course he hopes that the other person will also be qualified. At least that way, he doesn't have to worry about living in this dorm with another roommate with a weird temper. I finally won, but it was a bit ugly to win. The last fierce battle lasted 40 minutes, which was a costly victory. So I don't know what the result will be. I feel like I'm very likely will be eliminated. Gerant panted heavily, with a somewhat nervous tone in his tone. To win by killing the opponent, I have to say that this is Rutan's standard way of victory. It depends on what the invigilator thinks. Toughness is also an important criterion. Mo Fei was half stating the facts and half comforting the other party. Mo Fei, the way you won is very exaggerated. You actually won, instructor. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Unlike me, you are definitely qualified, but you don't know you. Will it cause other problems if I'm so gorgeous? Me? I'm okay. You will understand after a long time. I am just like that now, it's nothing at all. Mo Fei's victory was obtained entirely by Devil Fruit. He won a bit too lightly. Although Devil Fruit's ability can be counted as his strength, it is not real strength after all. Victory is victory, no form. In this sense, I am the same as you. You, Mr. Mo Fei, or you don't talk. Come on. I faintly felt a deep tingling sensation in my heart. Gerante has been fighting with his teammates from the same new recruit team for a whole day, and he will have to endure it after returning to the dormitory. The roommate's spiritual destruction, how can this make people stand it? He chose to sleep first before talking. Naturally there will be no training on second day. Mo Fei and Gerant can only wait in the dormitory with nothing to do. In the afternoon, someone finally knocked on the outer door of this room. The efficiency of the training department is generally commendable. In other words, the assessment of new recruits itself is not a complicated thing. It takes 1 day to complete the exam, second day to determine the results and issue notices. This is the standard process. Gerante was more anxious than Mo Fei. When Mo Fei was about to take a step, Gerante ran to the door like a gust of wind and opened the door. The person outside, Mo Fei, looked a little familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that the other party came. It happened to be the lieutenant he met when he came here to sign up. Seaman Gerant Gawain, right? While speaking, the lieutenant walked into the room. It's me, Lieutenant. Gerante put his heels together and lifted his arms to salute the lieutenant. The lieutenant compared Gerant's appearance with the information in his hands, and after confirming the consistency, he said, "Congratulations, you have passed the new recruit examination, and then you can officially enter the seaman school. New recruit, I have to work hard next." Hey? Sir, who speaks politely in the army, seems to be relatively rare. Yes, sir. These words made the smile on Gerant's face bloom uncontrollably. He is really qualified, how can this not make people happy? Then he hurriedly took over the information. Mo Fei leaned over and took a look, and found that it was printed with Gerante's photo, the class of study labeled G, and a number of MLE.02893325. Then the lieutenant turned his attention to Mo Fei again. Then, Seaman Alan Del Mo Fei, the new recruit training has just ended and the new recruit's assessment day. He sent his instructor to the hospital. It is said that the other party has to lie down for at least 2 months. Moved, half of my ribs were broken. Mr. Mo Fei, the whole training department is now talking about your topic. What is instructor to you? Is the rag, throw it away. P. Listen to the unit used by this person. What does half fan mean? It sounds like what I did yesterday caused my current evaluation to be bad? But in fact I just passively accepted the fact that Major Donofrio suddenly became my opponent in the exam. Mo Fei's tone seemed innocent. What he said is true. As a new recruit, he was indeed forced to beat up his instructor. How do you feel? Awkward? Haha, don't get me wrong, Major Donofrio's evaluation in the training department is always not very good. Personally, I don't like that person very much, so I'm happy to see the result when he lay down for a while. After laughing for a while, the lieutenant said back to the business. He handed another piece of information to Mo Fei, and then continued, you are in Class B, and only the new one with the best results recruits can only go to Class B compared with Class A, its teaching content only differs in terms of progress. Well, it is a place where students who can solve instructors should go. Mo Fei took over the information. I don't know if it is an illusion, he always feels that Mr. Lieutenant's words seem to be a bit ironic. Because he had to give notices one by one, the lieutenant was still busy afterwards. After a few casual conversations, he quickly left here. Mo Fei flipped through the information casually, and then saw a map attached to the back, which marked the area where new recruits like him can move. Okay, finally no longer trapped, it's between 2 points and one line. Towns, coasts, libraries. Except for some core areas, most places in Marineford can be visited in Mo Fei. There are also ordinary towns in this sea fortress. It was originally formed by the seaman family gathered together, and now the residents of the town are not only the seaman family. The overall scale of the town is quite large. After the new recruit training is over, qualified candidates like Mo Fei are given a 3-day break. Now that he is allowed, he is going to go out and go around. Don't look at already staying in Marineford for so long. In fact, Mo Fei knows very little about this place so far. Devil Fruit Notes. Information is being updated. Name, Ailendel Mo Fei. No, MLO.030707. Blood type, XF. Position, Marineford Seaman School Trainee Seaman. Although from 3 when Seaman becomes a trainee seaman again, it means that everything is cleared and started again, but the O in the number is very important. This is the result of a month of hard training. P.S. Today later. A new week for collection and recommendation. Chapter 58. Marine, which belongs to the world government, is the largest military force in this world, and Marineford, as the hub of this huge institution, naturally has a corresponding card face. The environment of the entire island both are very good. Although the island was destroyed to a considerable extent in the previous war, it was repaired as quickly as possible. Although Marine Headquarters is likely to move out in the near future, in order not to give people the impression of fleeing away, the island must be restored to its previous glamorous appearance when Marine Headquarters is evacuated. Take advantage of a rare holiday, Mo Fei took a circle on this island, not to mention the scenery. In short, this island is actually much more lively than he remembered. It's not as serious as imagined. The traffic in the town is very rich, it is not just a fortress. Bars, theaters, branded clothing, shops, and so on, all kinds of living and entertainment facilities. In addition to military functions, Marineford is also a very prosperous town. The reason is also very simple. In this pirate-raging world, there is probably no better place to avoid pirates' intrusion and maintain peace and tranquility for a long time. Although this immovable fortress was attacked by pirate not long ago. It is said that during the War on the Top, in order to avoid war, civilians on this island were evacuated in accordance with the instructions, and hundreds of thousands of people were evacuated in a short period of time. After Mo Fei traveled around the town, as a person who loves to learn, he finally went to a library open to new recruits like him. On the whole, it is a world with isolated physical space, inconvenient information dissemination, and severely fragmented information channels. In such a world, knowledge and the ways to acquire knowledge are very precious. To add a digression, it is precisely because the basic status quo of the world is like this that it is so important to be able to rely on the newsbird to realize the global distribution of newspapers. There may be many people who don't like learning, but normal people will not refuse useful or interesting knowledge. Mo Fei wants to know more about this world, so naturally he went to the library. Kind of normal thinking. This library is a square-shaped 4-layer building with a large area. With the identity of Seaman School student, Mo Fei entered it without any obstacles. However, when he was really facing the rows of bookshelves, he didn't know where to start for a while. In short, let's start with the nautical chart. When Mo Fei swept across a bookshelf, he saw a row marked World Map. After reading the books, he reached out and pulled out the first book. Then he looked down at the book while walking towards the reading area. Many maps or nautical charts in this world are hand-drawn, so the difference between nautical charts and nautical charts is very huge, coupled with the super complexity of the ocean environment, so a wrong A chart can simply kill a boatman. The book that Mo Fei holds in his hands is of course a printed copy, but the content inside is only a rough map, marked with sea territory, islands, countries, and simple climate introductions, and more detailed of course. There is no hydrological information, the equivalent to strategic information, which is definitely not available in this kind of ordinary library. But even so, this world map is also very precious, and only the Global Navigation Marine has the ability to integrate such map information. After walking to the reading area, Mo Fei pulled a chair and sat down. World governments, islands, marine islands, and various countries. As you read this map, a lot of densely packed names came to Mo Fei's eyes. Remember this, for a while much content is impossible, so he just browses roughly. Hey, Marine Ford. Turning over, he saw the overall chart of the sea territory where he was. The Trinity of Marine Ford, Impel Down, and Nice Lobby is quickly connected through the Terre current created by 3 huge Gate of Justice. This is the most important pillar of marine and world government on the Grand Line. However, within half a year, Judicial Island was destroyed, Impel Down was captured, Marine Headquarters was half destroyed. Think of it this way, Mo Fei suddenly produced a kind of world government that will soon collapse. A feeling of. Mo Fei's finger swept across the Marine Ford Island, and pointed to a certain piece of water from light blue to dark black aside. The very Tipu Trench is most likely the deepest place in the world. Due to the terrain fracture and the continuous scraping and cutting of the Terre current caused by the Gate of Justice, it is estimated that the limit depth exceeds 60,000 meters, and it is still deepening year by year. It is said that even fishermen and mermaid cannot resist the water pressure in the extreme depths. Looking at the deep water area on the map, Mo Fei suddenly had a very interesting idea. Of course, it's also a pretty creative idea. He put his hands in, supported his chin, and then began to think about the feasibility of this matter. But when Mo Fei inadvertently raised his head, he found that there was another person sitting diagonally across the table. He hadn't seen the other person, but they had very distinctive eyes. It made him feel a little familiar. Well, Afril, it should be such a name. Look, people are like this. He can't remember the name of the country on the book he has, but he remembers the name of the opposite sex that he has heard by chance. The other party is also reading a book. Mo Fei glanced at it and found that the book he was reading should be something like Pirate Bounty illustration book. The most murderous criminal at sea was photographed and then clearly marked with a price. The page opened by Afril happened to be Kuja Pirates, headed by the current Shishibukai Boya Hancock. Just looking at the photos, Pirate Empress is unexpectedly a popular face, with a wide forehead and a pointed chin. Looking at the other party's book, it has been stopped on this page. Mo Fei spoke up. These words made the other lifting head take a look at him. Afril also knows Mo Fei, it's the new recruit who almost severely injured and disabled his instructor. To be honest, Mo Fei new recruit's performance on the day of the assessment was quite impressive. It feels different to others. Afril said. Does it mean that Pirate Empress itself has a different feeling from this picture? Have Afriel seen that Shishibukai with his own eyes? Well, this is Marine headquarters. It doesn't seem to be unusual to see each other, especially since Pirate Empress was forcibly recruited by Marine headquarters before. Hancock herself should be very charming, because she ate a devil fruit with charm plus 99, but if you only look at the photos, you can describe Mo Fei's in one sentence impression. Pirate Empress is an all-face. Really? I think the younger sister with the pie-faced face looks more interesting, very distinctive. Boya Sanda Sonia. Ah Flyer said again, telling Mo Fei the other party's name. Well, except for Hancock, Mo Fei did not remember the names of her two younger sisters before. The conversation between the two parties ends here. After turning over the book for a while, Mo Fei chose to borrow the book, and then left the library with it. And after confirming Mo Fei's departure, Afriel only relaxed. She just didn't want to meet other talents who came to this worthless level 1 library to read books, but didn't expect still met others here. For her, today is a bit unlucky. Then I saw her remove the pirate picture book, revealing another book hidden below. See Hero Sola, The Excitement of Invisible Black. Comic Series, Leaflet, Volume 32. Chapter 59. The 3-day break is fleeting, and Mo Fei is about to go to seaman school. It should be said that the reason why he chose to join Marine is essentially for such a specialized learning institution. There was Zephyr before and Garp now. This place can be described as strong teachers. Mo Fei, do you want to go? It is said that there is a simple entrance ceremony. Gerent said to Mo Fei. Well, but it's a bit imperfect. If you can carry another backpack, it will feel more atmosphere. Mo Fei said. The two people set off from the dormitory and met to go to school. For Mo Fei, this is really a long-lost feeling. According to the understanding of the past few days, Mo Fei knows that the study period at seaman school is generally 3 years, but this is not pure study at school and the time is not completely fixed. The actual situation is just the opposite, because Marine headquarters pursues the strategy of training seamen based on the principle of utilitarianism, so the sooner seamen can come in handy, the better, so the internship in the training process is the most important of. Mo Fei also roughly figured out the differences between the different classes he enrolled in. One is the difference in teaching. The content of his B-class professor is more comprehensive and strict, the other is the difference in treatment. As long as Mo Fei's Class B can graduate successfully, the students can also obtain the rank of warrant officer at the minimum, which means that he is in a training class for officers. In contrast, Gerent's class is just the seaman training class. It's not that he didn't have the chance to become an officer, but the process in the middle will definitely be more tortuous and complicated. It's just that the starting point of the two sides is different. Now Mo Fei is in Class B. As the lieutenant who came to give the notice said, this is the class with the highest priority. The teaching content and the level of attention it receives are the same as those in Class A. Both the difference is only in the learning progress, or should I say that after Class A graduates, Class B will automatically be promoted to Class A. Seaman School is a place for cultivating battle strength after all. It will not strictly implement the semester, regular admission, and advancement system like real schools. The two came to Seaman School and found that there were already a lot of people standing on the small playground in the school. They looked at each other and then consciously lined up in the queue. Mo Fei glanced roughly and found that there must be less than 100 people present. After a while, Vice Admiral Garp stepped on a point and walked in front of the crowd, and then he stood at the front of the queue. It was different from the happily expression on his face. Likewise, his expression was unusually serious at this time. Vice Admiral Garp's eyes patrolled the people for several times. It was taken in the imposing manner of hero of the Marines, and the new recruits were so scared that they didn't dare to come out. After a while, he said, "New recruits, screwed up." There was such a sentence in the brain, and no one knew what he was talking about. Is anyone in new recruit messing up? Broken up, new recruit selection assessment, I messed up. Vice Admiral Garp slapped himself in the face and continued, 3. The trainees who win the round can pass the exam, and as a result, they passed more than 100 people. I thought there were only 60 people. Obviously I have always been confident in my arithmetic ability. Therefore, due to helplessness, they had to return 40 people again. Neither passed nor failed. A compromise is to let them stay in Marineford and give them another chance to participate in the next assessment. I was severely scolded, and the senbei, all were confiscated. Well, that's all I want to say, now I'm finished, disband. Vice Admiral Garp turned and left here, making Mo Fei and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. Mo Fei said in his heart that what are you saying about this occasion, isn't it just a few words of encouragement? Although Vice Admiral Garp is more bad luck, this kind of bad luck has nothing to do with the students, right? Hero of the Marines, really, well, Maverick. After the team was disbanded, Mo Fei quickly found his own class. Class B seems to have only 30 students in total, and Mo Fei's situation belongs to the added transfer students. Then you have to take time to catch up with the progress of your classmates. After entering the class and taking a casual glance, Mo Fei was stunned for a moment. He saw Avril again. Hey, the next study life is quite worth looking forward to. He went to the back of the classroom and sat down. According to the course schedule, this morning seemed to be a rather boring indoor class. After a while, a certain military officer and teacher came to the classroom. The military rank on the other's shoulder was Commodore Marine Headquarters Commodore Brandy, who was mainly in charge of intelligence work. He was the central frontline officer of Genuine. Today continue the previous topic. The content is the pre-arrangement and on-the-spot adjustment of our army in the war. He doesn't talk nonsense, and cuts directly to the topic, neither did he that many time is nonsense. Compared to teaching, the work of Marine Headquarters is more important. This kind of course is a part of officer training, and the people involved in the war deployment will tell the content in person. In theory, this is a very precious opportunity. However, the problem is that first, in the Battle of Superman, the tactical arrangement is not so important. Second, in the top war, Marine Headquarters can be called the highest tactical level. In fact, it is really that. It's not worth talking about. Mo Fei listened, just wandering away from things, and began to think about his own business. How to improve personal strength is the most important thing. What is there to hear about this broken lesson? Devil Fruit Notes. My junior high school physics failed, but in my impression, buoyancy describes the effect of force, gravity it is the nature of force. In this respect, it is not easy to say that Fuwa no Mi is the lower level of fruitful. The most important difference between the two is that the ability of Fuwa no Mi can only be manifested by objects, but the fruitful is completely unnecessary. Its ability can be activated by the force field. In terms of power, the direct performance of Fruit Heavy is stronger than Fuwa no Mi, and it has a considerable degree of coverage of Fuwa no Mi in terms of function. Personally, I feel that the two are a bit like the difference between light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Fuwa no Mi is very light and agile, and Heavy Fruits is powerful, but slightly cumbersome. Fujitora also seems to be unable to fly directly. As for the evolution direction of Fuwa no Mi's ability, although it seems a bit early to talk about these things, it is definitely not a loss to think about these things early. One is similar to Heavy Fruits, that is, to realize the field arrangement of abilities. Even in the empty area, the abilities can still be arranged, and then all objects passing through this field floating up directly. The other is a wider range of launches. In terms of composition, the world or the universe is composed of two elements, namely energy and information. The former carries the latter, while matter is a conventional form of energy. Fuwa no Mi means energy and information. The ability to float. In other words, Fuwa no Mi should evolve like this. As long as it exists, I can get up and show it to you. Chapter 60. Marine Technical Terminology, Navigation, Artillery, Single Ship Command, Joint Formation, World Geography, etc., etc. What makes Mo Fei a headache is that he wants to become a qualified commander. Marine seemed to need to learn more in class than he thought. It's simply outrageous. Mo Fei thinks these are things that even hero of the Marines and legendary seaman Vice Admiral Garp have not mastered, so why is he required to master all of this new recruit? Hey? Can Garp beat rocks himself without using battleship? Oh, it's okay, he really doesn't have to learn anything. Fortunately, the boring course in the morning is finally over. The course in the afternoon should be the content that can move the body. Anyway, Mo Fei's course schedule is written with the name of the course Combat Literacy. Mo Fei should be the only transfer student in Class B, so he is a little bit lonely, anyway, who has never paid attention to him. Someone pointed fingers at him quietly, and then whispered about something. At noon, someone sneaked up and sat down next to Mo Fei. Allendale Mo Fei. The other party seemed to want to confirm the identity of Mo Fei. It's me, you are. Hello, I am your classmate, Blame Vehus Roland. See you. The other party introduced himself while extending the hand, and Mo Fei had to reach out and shook the other party. Student Gaeos Roland looks estimated to be 2.5 meters tall, but he does not give people a strong impression, because this person has a round face and a very round body. Plus the skin is white. Although this kind of person is considered tall by Mo Fei's benchmark, but because the other person looks like a tall steamed bun, normal people will not be strong at all. Impression. Mr. Mo Fei, you can't tell from the outside that you are the kind of person who can send a major officer to the hospital. I thought you were a 5-meter tall man with bulging muscles. Is this such a strange thing? Mo Fei is now not so much concerned about why his work is spread so widely. It is better to say I was thinking about the intention of this classmate Roland suddenly appearing next to him. Just gossip? This is Seaman School, would anyone be so boring? It's not really that rare, but it's a military school after all. Daily life is very boring, so any interesting things will spread quickly. Roland said. If he wanted to say this, Mo Fei instantly understood, because of boring, so gossip, this simple truth applies everywhere. In short, you are welcome to come to Class B, but because your new recruit assessment is a bit eye-catching, you will probably soon enter the sight of some people. Also in Seaman School it's not just that you just need to exercise yourself. I'll put it to the simplest point, the students in the school can be roughly divided into two categories. One faction is composed of the children of high-ranking generals and officers. One group is a student with a commoner background like you. Can you understand? Understood, but what does it have to do with me? Mo Fei expressed in a plain tone. There was a very sincere doubt. Even in the school, the resources that can be allocated are limited, so in order to obtain these resources, students will naturally have opposition, because you are very eye-catching. It is very likely that next some people will fight for you, and some will want to step on you. I don't know if Mo Fei really doesn't understand it or not. In short, Roland explained again. Does it mean that someone is playing playhouse in school? Well, I don't know what other people think, but for me, I just want to complete the school's courses as soon as possible, and then take the battleship to go to sea. Compared to the small fights in school, the sea is the place where surging forward with great momentum is really surging forward with great momentum. Friends, of course I welcome it very much, but if it's a clique. Sorry, I'm not targeting anyone, but only weak people like to get together, right? What kind of person is a seaman? By the way, it's not good to be a mountain bandit. Isn't it? I'm probably not the same person as that. Mo Fei didn't talk very loudly with Roland, but after he finished speaking, the whole classroom it was quiet. Honestly, his words were a bit harsh, and they were map guns. And Mo Fei's reason for saying these words? He is really not arrogant, in fact this is his true thoughts. At this time, the sea is undergoing turbulent changes. In the near future, based on the rapid progress of world government technology, marked by the abolition of the Shishibukai system and the extremely evil generation defeat Yonko as a horn. And the balance between Marine, Shishibukai, and Yonko, three great influences, will be completely broken. It can be described as time doesn't wait for me. Mo Fei is really not interested in playing family games at seaman's school, going to the sea, this is his expectation. However, the problem is that he is still too good at it now. By the way, what kind of faction is Mr. Roland? Me? I am too weak and that faction is not willing to take me in, so I am a vagrant. Then we can be friends. Of course, it is an honor. The other party came to Mo Fei to talk, as if they were just giving him something kindly remind, so Mo Fei temporarily feels that he can make friends with each other. Because of the nonsense that Mo Fei said, when Class B transferred to a certain indoor dojo to teach in the afternoon, almost everyone along the way looked at him slantingly. Mo Fei was just telling the truth. But in the eyes of others, there is no doubt that this newbie is too arrogant. This will work, and there must be more than one person who wants to teach this guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After they got to the dojo, Mo Fei found that Sensei, the lecturer of this class, had been waiting there in advance. How lucky it was Vice Admiral Garp. In fact, if the reason Fleet Admiral Sengoku wants to retire is to consciously complete the mission of life, then Vice Admiral Garp's reason for retirement is mostly these 4 words: frustration. It's cold. In fact, he still maintains a fairly strong battle strength at this time. It's hard to say how strong it is, and how far it is from his peak period is not easy to judge, but there is no doubt that he can still be counted as Marine's best. Peak military strength. For such people to train new recruits, they belong to the overkill and the new recruits are lucky. At this time, Vice Admiral Garp has taken off his white suit. He only wore a shirt and rolled up the sleeves of his hands. In the empty dojo, there is also a weird machine that is incompatible with the overall style of the building. After seeing everyone entering dojo, Vice Admiral Garp immediately pretended that he had only seen the machine. As he walked towards the machine, he said, "Humph, invented these weird and completely useless machines. What is the use of measuring those simple values? Can they represent strength? Let me test it first." The other Marine officer holding the record book next to Vice Admiral Garp was taken aback when he watched Vice Admiral's sudden movements. But then he suddenly came to Satori and rushed over to hug him without saying a word. "Vice Admiral Garp, please stop, you will definitely break the machine." Although he was stubbornly resisted by his subordinates in front, Garp is still step by step going forward. Even though he was seen through his intentions, the man still stubbornly said, "Who said that? I just want to try my own wrist strength. I am 76 years old, how can such an old man be able to do it?" The reason for fist breaking such a big steel machine. However, his subordinates did not listen to his sophistry at all. "No, you must want to break it. It's very handsome to break it." Well, after seeing this, Mo Fei understood in a second. This old man wants to be handsome in front of new recruits. For this reason, he will not hesitate to completely damage the fixed assets of world government and marine headquarters.